Welcome in, everybody, to the March AGE Open. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am joined by a little first-timer over here.
Michael Murray.
Mr. Michael Murray, how you doing, man?
Hey, doing well.
Doing well. Talk to me a little bit about how you're feeling looking ahead at this AGE Open and about your first time in the booth. Welcome in.
You know, I'm excited. First time casting and second time at AGE in general. I'm a big time Flesh and Blood player at the local Pasadena scene. Justin, the person putting this on, is a good friend of mine. And yeah, I'm just excited to see some Flesh and Blood today.
As are we all. This is a very, very exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player. The Pro Tour. It fast approaches. It's but simply on the horizon, overlooking all of the proceedings today, as all eyes look towards this tournament to see exactly what people are playing, what the meta breakdown looks like, and what can we expect at this all-important event. So before we got probably 6 rounds of Swiss, we got 3 rounds of top 8, we got so much gaming to get to today. But before we get into that, I think it's best that we talk a little bit about some of the best stories coming out of the weekend, right? Some of the main topics moving forward. So let's go ahead and get into those weekend stories. And the first one, of course, Pro Tour Los Angeles. Looking ahead, Michael, when you look at that Pro Tour coming up, what do you foresee?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of events coming up. I was looking at the lineup of events, and I was kind of shocked. I think learning that we've got the Living Legend for the Battle Hardened. I'm really excited about the team event. We have Shapeshifter, and those are just the ones I can remember right now.
Sure.
Very excited.
Now, when you look at the Pro Tour metagame, and because we've got, we see that second, we see the open metagame that's coming up. But looking at the metagame, what do you think people are going to be surprised by when we get to the Pro Tour meta coming up soon? You think what deck do you think is going to come out? Maybe I'm not making you say like the absolute dark horse,
Sure.
The craziest thing in the room. But what are the things that people aren't talking about yet that they should be talking about?
I've got my eyes. I'll use the term dark horse. I've got my eyes on Prism. I think we saw last AGE that Teklevosin can sneak his way in. He's a little bit of a Trojan horse, if you will. Getting the right matchups. He can do very well.
Sure.
Preying on Victors, preying on all of the slower decks.
Sure. And when you talk about Pro Tour Los Angeles, you got the whole Flesh and Blood world coming into LA.
Yeah.
Right? You got this incredible venue that we're gonna be right next to Staples Centers, or I guess crypto.com arena if you want to.
Sure.
You
I'm not ready for that one yet.
You want to use
an
its
LA native. I'm kind of cold on that.
I don't feel good about that one either. But I mean, so as an LA native, what do you think it means to the LA scene to have the world coming in for this Pro Tour?
I mean, it's really amazing. Before we started here, I was sitting down talking to Ethan and a few other people flying in from Virginia. We've got people already coming in just to do AGE that are really kind of here for the Pro Tour, and it's so cool to see the world come together in the Flesh and Blood.
Come on.
To be doing what we're all here to do.
He's a natural, folks.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I heard that's why we named the game.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
So I mean, we've talked a little bit now about what it means for people to come into Los Angeles, but we're very lucky, and there's the feeling of being at LA Flesh and in the LA Flesh and Blood scene that's hard to describe. When I first came to my first tournament at Odyssey Games, Mr. Justin Lee Wog over there, walking me through my first game, very nervous with my little Lexi deck, and I realized after those 6 rounds, like, holy crap, this is a room full of absolute killers, and that is the kind of just baseline floor of LA Flesh and Blood.
I think that's when I first met you. Was like the first time you came into Pasadena.
I was but a babe.
Yes,
I was but a babe at the ProQuest. But talk to me about LA Flesh and Blood, about the scene, what the kind of not only the vibe is, but like the kind of competitiveness level, the level of play, and what do you think LA is going to be bringing to the Pro Tour?
Well, I think the LA scene right now is just like everyone else. We're kind of figuring it out. At our local store, we've got a lot of Kasai, we've got a lot of Victor, we've got a lot of KO, kind of the classic meta. In terms of the skill that we're bringing in, I mean, I know that a lot of the players at AGE are very talented. I'm not sure if we get to include San Diego in what we're talking about, but Southern California for me. If we're going against the world, I like to think of San Diego as kind of like
sure.
a rival brother.
Yes,
know?
yes. The younger
Like
brother.
at AGE, they're sort of coming in
Yeah.
and beating up on us a little bit. But when it comes to Pro Tour,
Yeah.
it's like, we've got the Southern California talent, and,
sure.
and they're looking good.
If the Montagues have to face the Capulets,
you
we accept the cousin Montagues.
Mhm.
If you're, fans of old English literature.
Sure, I understood some of that.
Okay, for sure. I think the thing I'm most excited about is, you look at all these different events that we've had for Flesh and Blood, and there's a lot of LA names that are, if they're not in the top 8, they are sniffing that top 8. And look at the most recent tournament in the States at the Calling Hartford, Alexander Vore, who is not necessarily known for his limited play, but when I've been kind of sniffing around these folks in their testing environments and just trying to get like a window into some of the best players here in Los Angeles, that dude is a menace at the limited table.
I didn't know he was. I know he's got a reputation on the Wizards.
Yep. But top 8 in Calling Hartford, and that's sealed, and then into draft, and I believe top 4. Yeah, died in top 4 in that tournament. So
Cool.
I'm looking forward to see. We got the Scourge of Pasadena, Craig Pollock. He's taken a little bit of a step back from the game, but when he shows up, he always. I believe he won a Road to Nats.
Yeah.
Just by
Is he showing
force.
up somewhere soon?
I'm hopefully Pro Tour.
Hopefully.
You
Okay,
have
we'll
to
see,
imagine.
we'll
We'll
see.
have to
Yeah.
see. The dude is
That'd be
busy
great.
these days. But you got
Yeah.
Chris Ayala. You just got all these big names that are looking ahead at this tournament, including the Arcane Games and Events Open Series Pro Team, a just announced formation of some of these big names. You're seeing Chris Ayala, you're seeing Alex Moore, Anthony Pham, Andrew Rudin, Zachary Wallach. Zachary Wallach, famous for absolutely just dumpstering Hayden Dale in Worlds with the like triple barraging
Well
or something
said. Well
like
said.
that. Shout out to Hayden. Much love to the boy. But a lot of these players here putting up incredible results locally and incredible results nationally and worldwide. And they have now come together under one banner to take on the world.
Amazing. Well, I'm looking forward to all of these big names. I'm looking forward to seeing some Flesh and Blood games played.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to an open metagame. This is something that, when you look ahead, this is probably the most Wild West open vibe that we've ever had moving into a major tournament. I think people are out there scrambling.
Yeah, I've heard the kind of behind the scenes, the question right now for a lot of pros is, how do you feel about an open meta? And, the kind of feedback is like, as a professional player, it's like easier when you know what deck you're going to face.
Yeah. And you know what deck is considered best. You know what deck you bring to beat that deck. Then
That's
you know
right.
what the counter pick to the counter pick is.
It's formulaic.
Yes, but when everything is open, it's really fun for the viewers.
I love
really fun for the casters. Really fun for the casual players because
Yeah.
all of a sudden everything is viable. But when you look at it, for those top level players that are traveling from around the world to come into this Pro Tour, there is, I think, definitely a sense of like, okay, hey, what are you on?
Sure.
Oh, interesting. What are you on? Oh,
Right.
what are you? Oh, okay, interesting. And that's why I think a lot of people are going to be looking at every single piece of tournament data, including this AGE Open, as we head up into the Pro Tour.
And one of my favorite things about an open meta is that it really rewards the specialists. The people that have dedicated their time to the deck that they love, they get to show up with more depth, more knowledge into a matchup that is now kind of viable, right?
Absolutely.
You can just show up with your Teklevosen. You can show up with the deck that you really want to play, and it turns out do quite well.
I think we're going to be really surprised on a Sunday next week, a week from tomorrow, when we look at, I think, one of those decks in the top 8. We're going to be like, man, how did that get in there? And the thing about split formats, split format tournaments, is it's not just about your CC deck. It's about your limited prowess. It's about, having some good luck, praying to those gem gods. And one of those decks in that top 8, I just have a feeling we're going to be like, dude, what? Riptide's in the top 8? He's calling the shot now?
Even that deck there's a lot of people doing a lot of go again and a lot of increased power, and Riptide loves to prey on those types of decks.
Absolutely. Those incremental points of damage can be ruthless. Why don't we let's just can it. Let's just call this Riptide stream. Let's just go ahead. We'll grab Anthony.
I love
we'll
it.
Bring
Do we
him
have any
in. We'll
Riptides?
just
Have we got
talk
all the deck
Riptide.
lists?
No,
I'd
let's
love
talk.
to see that.
Instead of Riptide, instead of Big Green Man, let's talk beautiful blue ocean views.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about the key art of Part the Mistvale.
Oh, right.
Probably not an ocean.
Yes, I was wondering where you were going. It's
Yeah.
like we're in Los Angeles. We have oceans.
No, this is a masterful segue to Part the Mistvale. You just have to
Amazing.
let me cook because it's beautiful blue. I'm imagining it's probably more like a lake. Maybe it's just mist condensed into water. Part the Mistvale is the next set coming out for Flesh and Blood. Talk to me. All right, ready? 3 hot take predictions for Part of the Mistfield. Go.
Okay, I think. Okay, here's the hottest take. I'm starting with the hottest take.
Okay.
I know that Assassin was originally planned to be in the Wizard set, but it wasn't finished. So my hot take is we might see Wizard and Assassin show up.
Okay.
It's a very hot take.
I like it.
The
I like
hottest
it. I like
take
it.
I've
I
got.
like
It's
it. I
kind
like
of
it.
a stretch, but I was thinking about
I like it. I like it. And okay, that's one take. I asked for 3
One of
takes.
them. Oh yeah, the other 2.
I'm not letting you off, Doc. I'm
Infi-
sorry.
Yeah. So I mean, we've got Illusionist as an option.
Mhm.
I keep thinking about what could be in this set, and I've got so many cool ideas of what kind of Illusionist it could be. If I'm just cooking here, I was thinking about possibilities of Phantasm maybe being worse if you popped it than if you didn't. Suddenly 6 power attacks
Oh.
heal the Illusionist. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm just because they haven't released anything, and I can't stop myself
I love it.
from thinking
You're imagining
about what could be possible.
You're imagining Phantasm actually maybe being good
Right.
for the Illusionist.
Exactly.
I
And
think-
suddenly Victor's like, what do I do with
Yes,
this hand? It all pops.
No, I like that. I think that would be a surefire way to give certain Flesh and Blood players an aneurysm. I think that is exactly how you could just get
Look,
certain players to
I'm
be like,
not a game
I
designer.
can't even pop
just-
this, and then something just pops in the brain.
Exactly.
And then that's
As a Victor main myself right now, I know how screwed I would be with a hand of 6s that I can't block this one.
absolutely, absolutely. Now, who do you think the figure is in that key art? The white hair, looking for. What do you think?
I'm pretty convinced that it's this Illusionist. I'm blanking on the name. It's not my idea. Amura.
Yeah.
I think that's a very convincing idea as long as we're speculating. But I will say one thing that LSS has always done is when I guess something, I'm wrong.
Okay.
They're always subverting my expectations.
I see.
And going and doing something new that I never would have expected.
I appreciate you not leading with that when we started to talk about your predictions, because that would have really couched it all in
everything I say, it
sense of
doesn't matter.
uncertainty that I do
Yeah.
appreciate. All right. So I certainly couldn't be more excited for Part of the Mistfield. I think
I
there's
am
some
excited.
incredibly cool things on the horizon. If you have James White saying it's a magnum opus, you have James White saying it's this incredible set. Those dudes seem to know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that is an exciting statement coming from the creator.
Come
of
on now.
Flesh and Blood.
You know what else is exciting?
What's that?
More AGEs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the upcoming AGE schedule. We have got 3 events coming up, but those are not the only 3 events to come. These are just the 3 on this slide, folks. The April Open is going to be April 6th. It's a CC tournament. And, of course, the May Open on May 11th, another CC tournament. But the June Open, I'm taking a look at that one. I think a bunch of players are. The glasses are getting, wiped off, making sure they're seeing correctly. Are we going to get a draft Open series here in Southern California? Looking like the answer is yes. Once again, I mean, he's right over there, so he's going to roll his eyes when I say this, but just shout out to Justin Lewog for just creating this incredible tournament series for players here in Southern California. You get to play CC, you get to play draft at a pretty high level. We talk about there's so many killers out there in that room every time there's an AGE. You want to throw down and get better at limited, this is going to be one of the best ways to do so.
Sure. I mean, and talking with Justin, what he wants to do, what his vision is to create an amazing viewership experience and an amazing player experience. And the best way to do that is to offer different types of events and get everyone excited about what they're passionate about.
Absolutely. So when you look at the Open Series and you imagine yourself here, you're like, oh man, I just got to get out to one of these AG. Got to get out to one of these Opens. Let's look at what's on the line. The winner, of course, you get that cool hard cash, the $400 in your pocket, and you got some money going down all the way down to the 8th place of the top 8. But it's that right side of your screen that I want people to be focusing on, the AGE Open points, because as we know, this all comes down to the Players Championship. The top 16 players that finish in the AGE Open points total are going to get invited to that final Players Championship, and they're going to get a chance at the title of AGE champion, that beautiful, beautiful prize card that I'm sure will be incredible, and the, just the prestige. And when you look at the standings here, there's a Kano player on top. Talk about discourse.
37 points from Eugene. That's incredible.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
wow. We're hearing from our producer. Top 3 San Diego. The,
okay.
the little brother not looking so little
Mhm.
anymore, coming out
Mhm.
here throwing
I can't.
haymakers.
Is it little brother or big brother? Because usually the big brother is the one doing the bullying, right?
I know, they're smaller. San Diego is smaller
Oh, are
per
they?
capita.
Oh, they're smaller and stronger.
Yeah, they're
Great.
smaller and stronger. They're smaller
They're,
and stronger right now, because that's often how little brothers are. I
uh-huh.
know my little brother, he is taller than me,
Oh,
and he is
I'm
huge.
so sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. He's very nice. We live together.
Well,
I love him a lot.
so are the San Diego champions here.
That's very true. They're all massive. They're all huge, muscular. No, but when you look, let's talk about Eugene Kano player Zane Johnson. He was winning in away from the top 8 in PT Baltimore. He's been playing Azalea recently. Grant Strom, the winner of the last Open Series, taking out the U.S. national champ in that riveting, exciting Dromai versus Bravo, a match that just I was sweating on the edge of my seat. Grant had at one point, I believe, 430,000 dragons out before he attacked
Wow,
for the win.
that's impressive.
Alan Luber, we got there over in the 4th slot, a famous, a world-renowned Bravo player at this
Absolutely.
point. And then I'm gonna just take a look at a couple of these other names here because we got new kid on the block, Colin Erickson.
Wow.
People are calling Brody Spurlock at home. He is out here just absolutely
Yeah.
wrecking face in Los Angeles on this Kasai deck that he has kind of been working on for a while. We've got, of course, a finalist from last year on Reinar, who has now been on Tekla Vosen and Connor Davenport. We've got the U.S. national champ sitting at the 7th seed,
Mr.
Charles Dunn. He's out there 25 points. And, of course, known for his brute play, Alain Chavarin at the 8th slot. So there's a lot of AGE Opens left to play, folks. But those are going to be your leaders on the leaderboard right now. So, looks like we got to get ready for this whole thing
All right.
to get moving. But before we do, just really briefly, tell the people a little bit about yourself, Michael. Just
All
like
right,
what your flesh and blood journey.
I started Flesh and Blood in, I want to say, Tales of Aria. I was a little not so sure. I was playing Magic at the time, and I didn't know if I had space for a new card game. And I went to the Tales of Aria draft, and that was the day I stopped playing Magic. I just set down my commander deck. I had so much fun at that draft. And since then, it's only gotten better. I wouldn't say that Tales of Aria is the best draft experience you can get, but when you've never played Flesh and Blood before, you sit down and like start to understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's addictive.
Yeah, that's exactly my experience.
Yeah.
Tales of Aria, and I do remember the moment of understanding when it all started to open up. Like the pitch guards go on the bottom, and then that becomes your deck.
Well,
and that was GG's.
I remember with Magic, you have to figure out how many lands do you put in the deck, and
Yeah.
with Flesh and Blood, it's how many blues, and it took a minute to figure that out. But I discovered something, and when I discovered this, it all started to click. I asked the question, what do I want one hand to look like? Do I want one blue? Then 15 in the deck. Do I want two?
Yep.
That's 30. And you can adjust from there. But it started to make sense of like you can compartmentalize the numbers in your deck into like a hand.
Mhm.
And once that started to click for me, Flesh and Blood was I was off to the races.
Started to open up.
Making my own decks.
Yeah. I remember from one special Blitz event, we were both on Valda, and I had just pretty much taken no time at all. I had no time from work, so I just put all my Guardian cards together and anything that said draw a card and Potion of Luck, because I saw that online, and I was like, I'm playing Valda. But I just was like, the cards on the table.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, I can pop Potion of Luck, I'll do it.
Sure.
And I watched Michael just sit there just like,
I love Valda.
just playing a really good Guardian game. And I really remember the moment of being like, oh, he's like really thinking.
Are you supposed to think? I thought
he's really playing quite well, and I think took that whole tournament down.
I think Valda I've taken 2 with now. One I missed because Chris Iali showed up with Prism, and in the finals I did not stand a chance against a Prism.
Well, that's not fair. At the end of the day, that's not even fair. Let's go ahead and take a short break here, folks, as we get ready to move into round 1 of the March AGE Open. What is the meta of the Open? What is the meta of the Pro Tour? All questions will be answered. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second. welcome in everybody to round 1 here. This is the deck that everyone's talking about coming out of RTN season. We have got our champion of the last month, Grant Strom, Andromai Ash Artist, and all the way from Belgium here for the Pro Tour, Michaele Teppa coming in, absolutely bringing the heat with the Dromai deck, and these two players bringing the deck again that everyone's talking about, and making sure that, because I was told it's a Dromai mirror, and I'm seeing a Dash.io
Wait a minute.
on the field, and it's
Wait
not a
a
Dromai
minute.
at all. Grant is on Dash.io, and everything we just said is different because Grant needs to be brought to Dash.io on the thing here because it's looking like it's not a Dromai mirror at all.
What an exciting turn of events.
Dash versus Dromai. We were sitting here talking about, like, okay,
This is fantastic.
let's set up the Dromai mirror. Let's talk about this deck that everybody's talking about. And then the match shows up in front of us, and I'm seeing the mechanologist hero
Yes.
staring at me in the face. So this is now a completely different matchup. Let's completely throw everything we've just talked about out the window and instead talk about Dash.io into Dromai. This is a deck that had a huge kind of coming out party right before Worlds last year. Didn't do as well in the CC rounds of Worlds, but is going to have to try to face down the prohibitive queen of the RTN season. Looks as though we're just going to go ahead and pop the gold token, I have to imagine, if that's what just transpired on Michaele's turn. And now let's see how he wants to continue. This is just going to be perhaps the dust up is going to go into the Invoke Asvali instead, creating the dragon. This looks like probably turn 0 here. We're going to pitch into the Flamescale Furnace. Looks like Michaele just making a bunch of ash, establishing a dragon. We're going to see if Grant wants to play an item at instant speed. That's just the turn 0 here, my buddies. So, okay, looking at this matchup, this is, I think over time, it's gotten better and better for mechanologists playing into Dromai. What do you think the difference is, like Dash.io versus just OG Dash?
You know, I think Dash.io brings more aggression than any other mechanologist. And in this particular matchup, I think that's probably a good thing. We're going to see a race to get this Dromai player down to 0 life before they can establish something.
Let's go ahead and just check in with the equipment here as Grant is going to go ahead and drop. Looks like a backup protocol blue cranking, putting a counter on that Symbiosis shot. But I want to take a look over there at the Belgian player as we have not only the Crown of Dominion and the Flamescale Furnace, which are pretty standard, we have the Iron Rot Gauntlet, which I've actually never seen presented in a Dromai deck, and the Snapdragon Scalers, which does look to be, I think we saw a Flame Call Awakening pitched as well, so this is looking like somewhat of a slightly, you know, I would say an Empress Mara Ferris Redline Dromai style of deck. But the Iron Rock Gauntlet, that's either some European spice or some new innovations in the deck that I am not aware of here, but this is going to be a 0 to 60 to clear out the Asvali. What do you make of the equipment suite as the Boom Grenade Yellow is placed and looks like not cranked here?
Yeah, you know, my first thought is it looks like Michaele is splitting the difference between aggression and defensiveness. It's really helpful to be able to stop those on hits with the Iron Rod. You've got the boom grenades coming out and the break points. You really want to be able to stuff those in order to survive long enough to get a board established.
And huge for the Dromai player here, you know, no aggression really coming his way the last turn as Grant just cleared a dragon, established a couple items, and passed from there. But the Tome of Imperial Flame from the arsenal, this is probably exactly what you want to see if you're a Dromai player. You get to start the game off, make some ash, make a dragon that has to be respected, and now we're making 2 more ash, drawing 2 more cards. We have plenty of ash to work with on our turn as well. So let's see how exactly Michaele wants to go ahead and use this power card. See it burn them all in another Flame Call Awakening. We're just going to go ahead and make a Chromai. Popper is looking less effective already on the turn. It looks as though we're just going to be attacking right away, creating that action point, coming in with the dragon.
One important thing to note is that this Chromai has 2 health, and that's exactly how much damage the pistol does. I think the pistol is going to be really instrumental in clearing this dragon in particular, and a lot of the other smaller dragons that are going to be presented during this match.
Absolutely. We do see a high octane in the hand for Grant as well. With the pistol, if you can get a bunch of counters on the Symbiosis shot, it's a good way, like you said, to clear dragons that have 2 or less life. The question is how many dragons are going to be on the field at the end of this turn. We're going to get an Invoke Yenderai using one of our plenty of ash, going down to, I believe, 2 on the turn from here. Big ol' annoying dragon to deal with, that endurance counter, not making it fun to attack into. And interesting seeing Michaele, he's being pretty disciplined here, not going to dump the hand, especially now that you have the extra action point thanks to the Chromai. Grant just going to go ahead and take the damage. Looks like heading down as a result of all the damage on these last couple turns, going down to 30 because, of course, Dash.io does start, I believe, at a couple less life.
Yes. 36?
Yeah, good amount.
32?
No, certainly not 32. That's Prism. That's
Oh,
Prism numbers.
okay.
That's Prism numbers. But we do have another Invoke Yenderai coming down. 3 dragons off a Tome turn, and one of them being a Chromai. There's not much I think you'd be happier to see, save for something like a crazy Tomultai explosion.
Yeah.
And it looks like Grant might be priced into this. He's already set up those items. He's got a high octane in hand. He's going down to 27 to Michaele's 40, and now we're just going to finish this thing off with the dust up. With you're the Dromai player here, you just can tell your opponent's not wanting to block. This dust up coming in, not only threatening the breakpoint, but threatening to make an Ash and an Ashwing.
And we were just talking about how that pistol is so good at clearing the smaller dragons. Well, 2 Yenderais on the board, those aren't small dragons.
Absolutely no, and that endurance counter is frustrating to deal with. Those Yenderais, you have to imagine you want to put a popper in front of, but it's the age-old question with Illusionists. It's the age-old question with Dromais. How much aggression can you stand to trade getting rid of the dragons versus putting pressure on the Dromai player's life total? And it looks like this dust-up might be enough, even with Kyloria's.
Wow.
We're going to go ahead.
See that block with the equipment, the full breakpoint, getting rid of his item rather than spending a card from hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to go ahead and cash in the Galvanize on the adaptive plating there. Kind of an unsung hero of the Bright Lights card pool coming into these Mechanologist decks. Boom Grenade going to tick down. Next time an attack hits, going to deal an additional 3 damage. Grant checking the top of the deck. Going to have to imagine if Grant wants to find victory staring down already a veritable dragon army. He's going to have to utilize not only those powered spiky turns like High Octane can give you, but also bringing cards off the top of the deck, abusing the action points, and getting points on the Symbiosis shot.
Yep. We're just going to have to wait and see whether he decides to clear these dragons or go straight for the face, maybe split the difference.
Let's see here. Not exactly sure what he pitched into on the turn. Oh, he just played the High Octane. Just played the High Octane.
Oh, okay.
Because Grant has switched his Banish and his discard, which is why I'm confused.
Yep.
But the discard is on the bottom, the Banish is on the top, which was like, well, how did he banish the High Octane? No, he played the High Octane.
Sure.
Every boost from here is going to give an action point, which is helpful to push damage, but those Yenderais, again, those endurance counters, frustrating to deal with when you're doing small increments of damage. This is going to be a zipper hit. Looks like it's going to be coming in for 5. We're going to boost away another High Octane. Check the top of the deck. We'll see exactly where this is pointed.
Yep.
And with the Iron Rock Gauntlet being put in front of it, looks like going towards the face of Dromai here, but the Sink Below going to go ahead and clean things up.
And there's that breakpoint I was telling you about earlier, stopping the Boom Grenade.
Absolutely. Again, a lot of players playing Silken Form, Wave of Reality, these other arm slots that are, illusionist specific. It looks as though we're going to go ahead for Grant here and put the Teklo Foundry Heart activation on the stack so that we can try to find another item. That's something we saw Tom Dowling do so much in his incredible run back in the calling in Australia. He was so aggressive utilizing the Teklo Foundry Heart to go ahead and find items off the top of the deck. Clearly, it's such a huge way that these Dash.io decks really put together the pieces to find their wins.
You get to see 2 cards instead of 1, double the odds of hitting an item that you want to see.
Let's see, 2 floating after the Foundry Heart activation. Another High Octane. We're going to get rid of Sprocket Rocket off the top of the deck. Check once again to see if we can finally find an item to bring in at instant speed with Dash. But this is 4 and threatening a whole lot more thanks to that Boom Grenade.
Yep, that zipper hit coming in for 4, and I think Michele is just going to have to decide whether he's happy with his board and he's going to give up the hand, or if he's going to continue the aggression and take the 3.
How lucky are we? We have a Pro Tour competitor come all the way from Europe to compete here in our AGE Open. We get to feature them on round 1 in a perfectly happy accident, as we needed to get our past champion on for round 1 as our reigning champ. He's got the medal on, which I do in fact love to see. But we also get Pro Tour competitors coming from all around the world, and we're getting to see, again, I can't speak to exactly the origin of the Iron Rot tech right now. I mean, I think Iron Rot Gauntlet was used early. I remember Mara talking about getting a pretty fancy Iron Rod Gauntlet back before we had some different options in the arm slot. So it has been some time since that has been presented.
It looks like he just took 7 damage. The Boom Grenade popped, and the zipper hit came in for 4+3.
Good use of the Boom Grenade there. It was not an incredibly impactful turn on the turn before for Grant, but was able to bank 3 damage in, getting those life totals a little closer.
Okay, he's looking at the pistol now. All right, taking out the Chromai.
He's got plenty of action points from here, but again, those Yenderais are challenging. Mara Ferris in the chat, she can tell me later about the history of the Iron Rock Gauntlet, and if I was correct about it. It's an earlier tech in these Dromai decks. Looks like this might just be a blue zipper hit. We're really trying to find an item off the top of the deck there for Grant. Just going to be 2 damage. Looks like it's moving towards Mikaela, because here's the thing, High Octane so much, it looked like that's going to be taking out an endurance counter.
Oh.
That's just going to be the end of the turn.
Interesting.
So much more challenging without the item generation to get value off of your High Octane. That card is so powerful, but of course, unlike the Tecloplasma pistol, you need to play items to put counters on that pistol.
Yep, his pistol's now out of counters, and I think because he had a very blue heavy hand, he didn't feel like the value of sending that damage towards Mikaeli's face was worth it. So the counters off the Yenderize, hoping to clear him up maybe some later round.
Invoke Mirror Guy coming down, going to create even 2 turns now where Mikaeli doesn't have to think nearly as hard about the Phantasm. And Grant is already down to 24, and the dragons just keep coming. Looks like there's going to be 2 Yenderize. Grant taking both. See if Mikaeli wants to throw in the Mirror Guy. And at this point, you've already put the pressure on. Grant's not looking like he wants to block. We're going to finish this thing out with the Snatch. Again, the Dust Up was a threatening on hit last turn, but how about a card for your arsenal?
Ooh, seeing that Snatch comes out is rough. I know Grant doesn't want to part with any cards in his hand. He wants to be the aggressor in this matchup, but he keeps getting asked the question, do you let this hit?
Now, this is a fascinating kind of initial snapshot of what we might expect next weekend at the Pro Tour. Dromai, again, perhaps the queen of the metagame coming out of RTN season. And this is a deck that people would maybe not expect in Dash.io, right? People haven't been talking nearly as much about Dash.io in the time since Bright Lights. But there's going to be a question if you want to bring Dash.io to the Pro Tour. Can you handle the Dragon Queen? And for Grant at this moment, it looks like he's taken 4 going down to 15 from 19. That was an Enlightened Strike drawn for Mikaela. He is set up with 3 dragons on the board, a starter in his arsenal as long as he keeps a card in the hand for whatever dragons are left over. The question is, what is Grant going to be able to string together? Boom Grenade starting off the turn.
Cranking it, getting that counter.
Teklo Pounder headed to the pitch. Another High Octane off the top. Let's see what we're able to string together here for Grant. He's already down to 15 to Mikaela's 33.
Well, that's what you want to see when you're down in life. You need to put that aggression on. Pedal to the metal, or in this case, High Octane.
Another zipper hit, so a very similar looking turn. This is a zipper hit red, threatening a boom grenade on a High Octane, 2 turns in a row for Grant. Hopefully, if you're fans of either San Diego or Mechanologists, you have to hope that he's going to be able to find some items to really get the good value off of the High Octane. Because again, Symbiosis Shot, free to use, but you need to invest into it with those items.
Yep. So we're just considering this block here, throwing the equipment in front and a CNC.
It's nice for the Mechanologists when you have on hits, right?
It
Boom
is
Grenade,
nice.
a very different style of play and a style of threatening damage than Mechanologists have gotten to play before, and we finally found an item. It's a backup protocol blue.
Yep. That helps put the counters on the pistol, prepping for either more damage or clearing out these dragons. I'm waiting to see how Grant decides to play this turn forward.
Alrighty, here looks like we're going to go ahead and just play the Spark of Genius 4-0, grabbing another item, which we can crank to continue.
He actually already got the action point from the item earlier, which is one of the benefits of being able to play off the top of your deck. You get so much access to action points.
Absolutely. Cranking the item here, though, will also replenish the action point if you need it, which will be nice to continue with that pistol.
Yep.
Load up the pistol, grab another action point, even though you just used an action point. Thanks,
He's
High
got
Octane.
almost too many action points. You've got the High Octane giving action points. You've got the cranking. See if you can use them all effectively.
Going to depend on how much pistol is able to be threatened this turn.
Threatening a lot of damage with these boom grenades. And he chooses not to crank it. I like that choice because what it says is it hedges against this hit. He doesn't need the action points, but if Mikaeli decides to block all this out, well, he's got another one for next turn.
Absolutely. The question is, how much damage will Grant be able to threaten? It looks like it may be just another blue 0 to 60 in hand. So very, very similar damage, very attack action cards on these 2 High Octane turns. But Grant already down to 15. We do get to draw off the Spark of Genius.
Very helpful.
And looks like it might be just either a Sprocket Rocket or a Fender Bender. Let's see how he wants to deploy these cards here. 3 counters on the pistol, but only 1 extra action point on the turn. Going to be a red 0 to 60, certainly better, and that is a break point, and that is another action point off of the High Octane 4 damage, and you can't,
We're
maybe.
out of equipment blocks on the Dromai side. He's going to have to commit 2 cards to this if he wants to stop both boom grenades.
And technically, you can block with that flame scale furnace, but the question is, how much are you worried about losing the access to the flame scale furnace?
Oh, the chain was broken. I see. I didn't catch that.
But the question is, you need that ash generation with that flame scale furnace. So when you said he's out of equipment blocks, I was just like, no, he is, because they never block with the flame scale furnace. But at this point, he's already leveraging this life differential.
It looks like he's thinking about it.
Alrighty, we've got 4 damage on the combat chain, threatening 2 boom grenades. 2 red boom grenades. So this is really an attack for 12 if it hits. 3 dragons on the board. Looks like at least 2/2 blocks, which is still, you're still spending 2 cards to block at this point unless you have a defense reaction.
I think he must be considering whether or not there's another attack coming in. He decides to block it.
And let's see here. This is going to be the final attack from Grant here. If he's able to find a break point, we will be able to get a lot of damage across.
The top of his deck matters a lot in this position, whether he hits an item. If we were right about that being a sprocket rocket, that is.
Yeah, because again, threatening that breakpoint, if we can banish an item. Oh, and Grant actually knows exactly what the top of his deck is, because he can look at any time.
That's true.
So he would know if it is an item on top, and he would be able to know if he can give that +1 or not, and if it's just the attack that, threatens to take the final card out of Michaela's hand. Is that enough? The answer is yes. Off the top of the deck, it's a dumpster dive, so no item. So just coming in for 3, so we're also going to be able to threaten 3 pistol shots on the end of this. But the question is, does Michaela want to let this hit? Is that another 2 block in hand for the Dromai player here? Because if so, those boom grenades are going boom. Interesting for Grant. And one of the powers, the powerful effects of playing the Dash IO deck, you're really able to...
he attacked the Miragai.
Oh, I see. That's what happened. So in that case, not threatening those boom grenades on this turn, just saying, I need to go ahead and clear some dragons, it looks like. He's clearing a lot of dragons with the Symbiosis shot, getting rid of the Phantasm prevention, and like you said, hedging and keeping a boom grenade around for next turn. So playing a little bit of a longer game, even though his life total is dropping fast. Michaela here, we know he has that Enlightened Strike in the arsenal. Is that enough to throw out here? The answer is yes, and another Enlightened Strike in hand going to the bottom. Do we want to draw a card to attack, or draw a card for the arsenal, or do we want to attack with our Yenderai, so giving it go again? Looks like maybe go again being represented on this chain.
That is 1 more point of damage than just sending it for 7, so I like that play, and it splits up the damage as well, harder to block it all out.
And this Yenderai without the endurance counter, if maybe you're happy to let it get, or not happy, but letting it get popped without an endurance counter when they've already invested resources into removing that counter. Definitely playing a little bit more of a different game once that counter has been removed.
Yeah, this Dromai player has gotten a lot of value out of the dragons he was able to establish early on.
Line Strike coming in, 5 with go again. This is round 1 of the March AGE Open here. 31 to now 10, and 3 more coming in. Grant just having to take it, going down to 7. He's got a 4-card hand, a boom grenade, and a dream, folks. Let's see exactly what he's able to do with it.
It's a tough spot.
Boom grenade ticks down. I don't know if there was a counter on the backup protocol blue.
That's a good question. I think I didn't see one.
Let's see. He's going to go ahead and pitch. Grabbing a zipper hit from his hand. You're going to go ahead and banish another yellow 0 to 60. This is 4 damage. Again, all these attacks threaten that red boom grenade, so 4 more. It looks like maybe 2 Sparked Geniuses in the hand as well for Grant here.
Without the action points to use those aren't exactly what you want to see.
See exactly how the Dromai player here wants to put those blocks together. It looks like maybe a Sigil of Solace in hand, and a beautiful one at that. Michaela hailing all the way from Belgium, gracing us with his mastery here at the AGE Open.
Look at the way he's just cool, calm, and collected, thinking about...
I know. I mean, he just... Oh, wow, looks like he's going to go ahead and take the damage here. Again, they don't mess around on the other side of the pond. Going to go ahead and take the boom grenade and the 4 damage from the zipper hit. 8 damage. Michaela heading down to 23 after that attack. Probably liking those cards in his hand when you're considering that Grant here already down to 7 on the turn.
Yeah, and I think Michaela smells blood in the water. He's just taking these hits saying, I don't need that extra life. I don't need to impress anyone at the end of the game. I just want to win.
100%. 100%. Let's see how Grant wants to continue. 2 Spark of Geniuses in the hand here. 2 floating. I can't say that the top of deck has been incredibly kind to Grant.
Yeah,
on this
what
game.
you really want to see is after you've boosted a card, you'd like that surprise boom grenade. When they're sitting there and your opponent knows that it's coming, all of the information is out on the table.
Absolutely. Top of the deck can be a nice instant speed difference maker, game changer in this game. But you do have to still find the cards. It's what we love and sometimes curse about our favorite games in Flesh and Blood. The variance that makes things fun and challenging.
And yes, the excitement of not knowing what's going to come next.
Grant here.
Comebacks that are possible.
Able to find finally another item off the top. Teklo Core going to go ahead and come in.
Looks like he's playing that, searching up for an item.
Has the ability to pay, X equals 1, but there's not going to be any items that really come out for 1 here, I do believe.
I think he just needs to push that damage. He's looking for maybe a boom grenade or something defensive, perhaps, to help him stay alive.
Checking in, making sure, can he get the steam counter off of the Teklo Core? Look like Mikaeli's saying, no, I think you might have missed it, man, and that's
tough.
That is how things go. But we are going to go ahead and grab the boom grenade here. Put the counter on the gun. Question is, are we going to crank it on the turn?
I think he has to crank it to keep his turn going.
He does, if he wants to keep the turn going, for sure. I wonder if he does.
Right, yeah, because he could just Arsenal pass. I don't see the counter yet, but he's still shuffling. It could be that he's decided to crank it or that he hasn't gotten to that step yet.
But at this point, yeah, it looks as though he is cranking, as you do get to draw the card, but there's another item off the top, so not a lot of pressure that Grant is able to put on this turn. And Mikaeli, at least with taking that 8, is showing, hey, I'm ready to put some pressure on. You're already down to 7.
And he decides to go ahead and play that second Spark of Genius.
Grab a backup protocol red here with the 2 floating and can crank to grab a red attack. So very nice for Grant, able to string this turn together.
Yep, he does have a blue in hand, so he'll be able to continue putting a little bit of pressure on.
And the draws here from Spark of Genius proving to be rather impactful as well. I keep forgetting it does that. I'm used to playing my cousin when he plays Dash, and every time it draws, I'm like, oh, you draw too? What's that about?
It's a phenomenal card in Mechanologist.
And look at this. Because of the cranking, you really just get to grab an item, put a counter on the gun, and draw a card and keep going.
Yep. Yeah, those backup protocols are some of the best cards to string turns together in this Dash.io list.
Let's see for Grant here. Check in the graveyard. Going to go ahead and crack the backup protocol red. So really a hand that seemed rather clunky. Thanks to the top of the deck and thanks to these new backup protocols and 0-cost items from these 2 Spark of Geniuses, really turning into much more of a real turn. We're getting another red zipper hit with a boom grenade attached. Going to go ahead and banish the Teklo Core off the top, but now we're looking at 5 damage plus 3 is another 8. So Mikaela all of a sudden facing a little more damage than I think he was anticipating on this turn.
Yeah, that turned from clunky to wide.
8 damage being represented with this zipper hit. And again, with the 1 counter already on the Flamescale Furnace, it's less and less incentivized to block. And if that is a no block in hand in that Sigil of Solace, Mikaeli is going to have trouble facing down multiple breakpoint attacks.
And
is
it looks
Grant
like
able to
he
find
says
them?
he doesn't care at all. He'll take 7 more damage. 8
more damage, yeah. 5 plus 3.
15.
And we've got a Pulse Wave Harpoon here. We're going to be able to look at 2 cards of Mikaela's choosing, and one of them is being committed to the block if Grant if he shows a 2 block, because only 2 cards on the chain. So if he shows a 2 block, it can be added to the Pulse Wave Harpoon. But still, Grant is definitely getting some information. And Mikaela, all of a sudden, down to 15. Oh, it's a Phoenix Flame and the Scar for a Scar, which is that's a perfect card for Mikaela here. He's going to block with it no matter what because he knows he's not going to be at less life. Not going to have to go again here unless we give the Snapdragon Scalers. And now it's time for 2 more from the Symbiosis shot. This is a much closer game than I thought it was going to be 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely. You know, Grant showing off the offensive power of Dash.io. The reason you bring this deck into a matchup like this is you want to pressure the Dromai.
Techlocore going to do work on the next turn as well. We're going to pitch the Phoenix Flame into a Billowing Mirage, so making another Ashwing, which is huge when your opponent is already down to 7. 3 damage is also something that has to be respected. 2 counters on the Techlocore means 2 resources for Grant at the start of his next turn as well. This is looking much hairier for the Dromai than I anticipated. Grant here has to commit a card to block finally. Blue 0 to 60 going in front of the Billing Mirage. Ashwing coming in along for the ride. Does have the Phantasm, but only represents the 1 point of damage. How much pressure is Grant going to be able to put on at the end of this with the back of that Techlocore is the question.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a really tough spot to be. Grant wants to pressure, and he does not want to block.
And did find the popper here. That throttle going to go ahead in front of the Ender Eye. So now Michaela at 11, card in Arsenal, 1 dragon on the field, 2 cards left for our past February champion in Grant Strom. 2 resources here from the Techlocore. Looking at the top of the deck.
I can make out what looks like a Toma Fiendal in his hand. I'm not sure if he's thinking about arsenaling that and playing a slower turn. It might be too late to set that.
Looks like we're just going to go ahead and at first just attack for 2 damage, arsenal a card because one of them was a BIOS update that does nothing. It does block 3, but at this point, if you're not going to do any further attacks, not willing to break the Achilles Accelerator to play that Toma Fiendal, looking to play it out of the arsenal, gain at least a little bit of life, and move on from there. Now, Michaela, 5 cards in hand. Your opponent is Zach 6, no dragons. What can you put together with the queen of the RTN season in your hands?
Michaeli really wants to end the game here. I think if Grant survives and is able to play that Tome out, we start to get more and more parity from between these 2 players. And yeah, the game's looking close.
Let's see. Flamecall Awakening. We've got an E-Strike in hand. A Miragai is huge to protect yourself from some Phantasm here. Looks like that Scar for a Scar is just 4 damage as well.
He's in the tank, weaving this turn together, 5 cards. How will he put this the most efficiently?
Let's see. Both players here, sub 20, 30 minutes gone from the game clock in the first round here of our March AGE Open. Critical first game for both players. Everybody wants to have the story of the Pablo Pintor submarine, but no one wants to go through it. You'd like to take that first game, put you in a good place for the standings, for the top 8. Now Michele, all the way from the other side of the world here, coming out with just the CO for 4. Currently no go again.
All right.
You have to imagine this is not just going to be a, I'll IP myself 4 and pass the turn.
You know, it's really interesting. The way that he's calculating that out kind of reminds me of Kano players looking for lethal, and it looks to me like he's trying to string something together. This is a break point. You got to believe he's going to give it go again. And, you know, after that, how many more attacks are going to follow?
Yeah, and with Grant already down to 6 here. 4 damage coming in. Grant has to deal with it. Sitting already down to 6. 4 cards in hand in that Tome of Fiendal in the arsenal. Needs to be able to boost to utilize those Achilles accelerators. So needs to keep some cards in the hand.
And Grant really did a good job of saving his armor for late in the game. He used a little bit of it, but he's still got 3 blocks showing.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. That Crown of Providence could do wonders on blocking this turn if we want to just put that tome to the bottom and grab another blocking card.
Can't imagine he wants to put the tome to the bottom, but maybe he has to. Maybe this turn is so wide that he has to give up the opportunity to gain some life in order to stay alive.
Let's go ahead and see. That's 4 damage. Got the go again from the snaps immediately. Now at this point, we're going to go ahead and pitch. Looks like maybe a nourishing into that. Either Flame Call or the Mirror Guy. Going to play the Flame Call Awakening. That's 3 damage to go ahead and grab the Phoenix Flame. Probably going to be used for pitch here. We've got a Mirror Guy as well. Maybe even used to power up the Enlighten Strike later in this turn. Right now, one of the most powerful effects of Flame Call Awakening is just that 3 damage.
In a deck that wants to pitch reds, it's amazing to be able to just draw one up.
3 damage coming across here. Got the Phoenix Flame to power up the rest of the turn. Grant's going to see what happens from here. It looks like maybe motioning to take the 3 damage, heading down
Wow.
to 2. Every attack from here, unless it's an Aether Ashwing, most likely is gonna push that damage to take Michele over the finish line and put him 1-0 on the day. Let's see how he wants to continue the turn from here. This is big decision time. He only has, I believe he's gonna be able to go again on this, and then Arsenal the Arsenal that. I mean, go again wouldn't make sense. So
Yeah.
probably just for 7.
I can't. Yeah, we'll have to see how Grant decides to block this one out to determine whether this had go again. It doesn't look like we've got the go again chip, but that could just be an oversight.
Yeah, no, this is just going to come in. He's going to go ahead and block the 7, 1, or no, he's going to block 6, 1, 2. Yeah,
Yep.
block 6, go to 1.
6,
Arsenal the
okay.
Mara guy.
All right.
What can Grant do from here? 2 cards and an Arsenal.
Well,
And the 2 resources from the Teklo
the
core.
2
Can't forget
resources
that.
is huge. He will still need to boost in order to gain the ability to use those boots.
Ooh.
Unless he finds an item off the top, he gains an action point with that crank.
Absolutely.
That is exactly what you want to see. 1 resource floating.
Gone down to 1 here has Grant, but going to look to string together a turn. Has an action point thanks to the crank. Got another blue in the hand. We know about the Arsenal. Can be able to draw and gain some life here. No dragons on the field for the Dromai player.
And it looks like he's sitting here thinking still. Is there a card he wants to play before?
Also able to, if needed, grab another blue card thanks to backup protocol blue. Does have the 1 floating
Could
and a
be what
blue in
he's thinking
hand.
about.
Plenty of time left for these players. Looks like we are going to immediately go ahead and crack the backup protocol. Grab another blue card here. Going to be that blue zipper hit. Power up more resources on the turn if need be. Grabs the blue card. Both players just checking in.
This is tense.
Grant heading down 2-1 and has, I think, navigated a beginning of a game that would look pretty gnarly if you're fans of Dash.io. It's going to go ahead and be, this looks like a red zipper hit coming in 4-5.
Okay.
Concealing some information about the rest of the turn here is Grant. As he, have to, keeping that card in the hand, if we did want to go ahead and play the Tome of Fyendal, would gain us an extra life, but if we're going to keep it for later, more power to you. If you're going to play it after this, you're kind of concealing information from your opponent, right? Just throwing out an attack and saying you have to think about all the different possibilities. And now at this point, Michele doesn't know if 2 cards are going to be drawn or not. Because again, that card's just been sitting at that arsenal for a couple turns.
It's an interesting choice because it seems like he's giving up 1 extra life by waiting, concealing that information. He's saying, I value the concealing more than the 1 life.
Yes, because Michele here thinking, okay, this is probably the end of the turn, 5 damage. I know what that other card is. It's just a blue card, so I'm happy to take the 5. But now Grant gaining 3 life still and can continue the turn from here.
6-4, and Grant has the tempo. 3 cards to play.
Pretty amazing work from Grant, stringing together some chunky and not very intuitive lines. He's up 2-4, gained 3 life thanks to that Tome of Fyendal. We talked about the top of his deck not cooperating throughout the game, but at this point, finding that on this turn, absolutely huge for Grant.
Look at that. The T-bone, that's going to pull the last piece of equipment. He's forced to block and give up his furnace.
Forced to block, give up the furnace. 2 ash probably is enough from here with your opponent at 4 to establish whatever critical pieces you need. But now at this point, it's close to half your life with those 2 damage coming across, right? That's, a third of your life total if that does connect. 4 cards in hand and a card left in the arsenal, which is a mirror guy for Michele here. And looks like he's just going to go ahead and take the 2. There's no boom grenade coming in at instant speed on this turn because we've already done Dash's ability once. Time to use that blue zipper hit to pay for a yellow zipper hit. So here's 4 more damage, Michael.
Break points.
4 more damage.
That's lethal. He's threatening. He has to block here.
4 more damage and a symbiosis shot following from this point. So 6 damage being threatened on the turn. How many cards is Michele going to be able to keep? And what damage and pressure is he going to be able to throw at his opponent following this big turn from Grant? So cool to see the way that he kept the Tome of Fyendal back.
Yeah.
Allowing Michele to think something was something was true about the turn that wasn't. Oh, he's just got this random card in the arsenal and the 1 blue card I know about thanks to the backup protocol. But Grant showing that even in a game where you're drawing up as much as you are as in Flesh and Blood, often it's important to conceal information as much as possible, and that command and conquer being committed to the block, because there's no arsenal on this turn, buddy. Might as well use it for 3 points of block value.
Yep. And then coming in for the pistol. We'll have to see. Does Michele want to go to 1? Or preserve that life a little bit longer? Grant sitting on 4.
Symbiosis shot here. Gonna go ahead. Michele heading down 2-1.
Just got 3 cards in hand in an arsenal. That's a lot of pressure.
One of them is a no block, and one of them is a 2 block. Here's a Ravenous Rabble, 0 for 4 with go again, revealing the Rake the Embers off the top. So here's, I said 0 for 4 before you revealed, because that's how it works with these Dromai decks. It's pretty much going to be red every time. I don't even know if we've seen a card that ain't red yet.
That's right. And one of the tricky things about playing -IO in this spot is that you can sometimes brick with items. And when you'd love to block, it doesn't have that block printed at the bottom
Absolutely.
of the card. It does look like he has quite a few blocking cards from what I can see. We'll have to see if he can manage to survive taking 1.
The zipper hit here, going to go ahead. Soak up 3 of that damage. Time to pitch into the Miragai, so no Phantasm here on this attack. 2 damage, most likely going to come across as the Miragai swings on in. Grant can take it and go to 1 and keep 3 cards.
He's got another Tome of Fyendal.
Let's see, he's going to check the top of the deck. Does have that no block in the hand, but it's also a blue card. Another Tome of Fyendal to draw a couple cards. See if the top of the deck can provide another action point to keep going from there.
And he goes to 1. Ooh, another break point. You hate to see that.
Yeah, just going to have to commit a couple cards to the block there if that is the red dust up. And it is, in fact, going to take 2 cards from Grant hand. Both players sitting here at 1, but critically, Michele has that dragon on the board, and all Grant can do is play the Techlocore with the 2 steam counters, put a counter on the gun, and pass the turn. So Michele here, all the tempo in the world. 4 cards in hand and a Miragai on the board. This might.
See that card?
I do see the card. Let's see what happens first, though. This is going to be a Rake the Embers coming out.
Rough.
3 points of 1 individual damages.
And the first one's going to have Phantasm, or won't have Phantasm.
Yeah, first one,
rather.
Quite a lack of Phantasm. Looks like they were keeping an Ash around, so not representing every single Ash ring, because with our opponent at 1, if we're the Dromai player. Never mind. What I'm saying right now? You just scratch that. We're getting all 3. We're getting all 3. We got plenty of Ash and the Burn them all.
No.
We're just throwing it all down.
That's it, right? Oh, no, he has Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, he has the Arcane Barrier 1.
Theoretically survive, but
yes,
it looks like
theoretically the Arcane Barrier on the Achilles Accelerator there would be enough to stay alive, but Grant reading the writing on the wall, there are too many individual points, especially with the lack of Phantasm on the first one. Honestly, the dust up on that last turn was huge. A Chain Ender with a breakpoint, taking both cards out of Grant's hand, and all the way from the other, across the pond, Michele coming in and taking it down.
Do you remember what the life gap there at the biggest was? 31 to... Was it 7?
It was like I made 33 to 7 or something like that.
Oh my gosh! And the comeback there, 1-1, amazing.
Honestly, I think that's a more exciting showing for -IO than I initially thought was possible. Like we said at the beginning of that game, given the life disparity, the way that Grant was able to string together multiple turns that seemed pretty unintuitive from where I was sitting, but the way that the top of the deck did finally start to cooperate, the way that those action points were able to be utilized, and those boom grenades and zipper hits came together like 2 peas in a pod.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not quite enough, but was able, like we said, to close a life gap that seemed somewhat insurmountable.
Absolutely.
We're gonna go ahead and just take a quick break, as I think I need a moment to relax.
Sure.
Need a moment to breathe. But we are also gonna go ahead and bring in Michele, hear from the man himself, hear about his experience. I believe, from what we understand, this is his first time in the States. Has got to feel good coming in as a winner in the first round of the AGE Open.
Looking for a fantastic day ahead of him.
Looking and forward to a fantastic day for all of us here watching, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with Michele, the winner of round 1 here at the AGE Open. welcome back, everybody, to the March AGE Open. And I am here with Michael Tepa. As you said, all your friends call you Tepa. Can I call you Tepa?
Sure.
What's up, Tepa?
Hi.
Congratulations
Thank you.
on the win. Talk to me a little bit about the game, because then I want to get into your story and you coming all the way over here for the Pro Tour. But first, walk us through that game. That was close out there.
Well, it started really good for me.
It certainly did.
I had a really good tomb turn, 3 dragons and
Yenderize.
Yeah, following up a dust up.
Yep.
So, but then he came back. I had 2 high octanes that helped a lot.
Mhm.
And then the final tomb of final from the Arsenal, I had him at 1, and I thought
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask cards from him now, and then he goes to 4.
Yeah, totally. So a very close game. You brought Dromai.
Mhm.
And you don't have to tell me, but are you testing this out for the Pro Tour, or are you like, no, I'm
No,
playing
I'm locked
Dromai
in.
for the Pro Tour?
It's the only deck I brought.
Yeah, locked in. From the RTN season, you played in the RTN season? Yeah? Do well in the RTN season?
Kind of, yeah.
I love to hear it. You did well out there. That
Mhm.
feels good. So talk to me about looking ahead at the Pro Tour, and what I'd love to hear about, and so from Belgium, right?
Yeah.
Cool. And you said this is like your first real time in the States?
Yeah.
That's very exciting. You came for the Pro Tour? I just love to hear it. So I know you're just starting, but I'm curious, as you look at like a Pro Tour in America, is there a difference that you kind of foresee in the metagame, a difference that you kind of foresee in like the opponents you're getting ready to play, or is it just like Flesh and Blood is Flesh and Blood, doesn't matter where I play it?
Flesh and Blood today is doesn't matter where you play it, because the metagame is so wide open.
Yeah.
You cannot know what to expect.
Sure. Is there anything you think that is unique to your scene out in Belgium that you're like, this is my favorite part about playing in my area, this is something I want to bring? Do you have players, friends that are coming over
No,
with
I'm
you?
the only one.
Wow.
Uh,
Okay. Well, you've made about 55 new friends out here, so we'll be checking in with you
Okay.
throughout Pro Tour. But yeah, so talk to me a little bit about the scene out there. Like, what's your local meta like? What your local player base? Do you play mostly online, in person?
No, we play mostly in person. We have like
As God intended.
a player base of like 6-7 people, friends. We play mostly at my house.
That's awesome.
We call it the game room.
That's
so
awesome.
Shouts to the game room.
Shout out to the game room. And so what made you, how many kind of tier 3 big events have you played in? Is this the first one? You played in a couple more?
Tier 3, that's Pro Tour, first Pro Tour.
First Pro Tour.
Some callings.
Some callings?
Well, I started playing like 2 years ago,
Yeah.
just for the scene and
Yeah.
tournaments.
That's awesome. So what's your favorite part about playing in the big tournaments? You say you start, you have you played other games? Is this kind of the first time you're
No, I played Magic the Gathering for 20 years.
Okay,
So-
we got an OG in the house. Excuse
I
me.
started playing Magic and did all the scenes in Europe,
Sure.
the Grand Prix and stuff, and then COVID happened, everything stopped, and then another game started,
Yeah.
and a better game.
It turns out it's better.
Yeah.
It turns out it's pretty good. Now, did you come here early for the AGE specifically, or just want a lot of time to get
No,
ready?
I wanted to come a little bit early, like coming from Europe. It's like
Yeah, I want to
a
adjust
big trip,
Yeah.
and I said I'm gonna make a little vacation of it.
for sure.
some
And you're like,
sightseeing. And then I saw that the AGE
Yeah.
was now, so it,
you're like, hold on, 55 players. I get to
Yeah.
throw down against 55, 56, 54, 89, 150 players. There are 3,000 players out there.
that doesn't look like 3,000.
About 51 players out there, folks. But still, I mean, I think kind of invaluable chance to play the deck in paper, play against American opponents, make sure you know everything's the same over here. We don't play with different cards. No, I'm kidding.
No,
Any other shout outs you want to give to people at home? Anybody that you want to say what's up
I
to?
already shout out to the game room.
Ah,
so
shout out to the game room.
That's the guys I want to shout out to.
Hell yeah. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you for jumping in the booth. And again, you just made a
Welcome.
bunch of friends, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the weekend at the Pro Tour for sure.
Perfect.
Yes. For the rest of you, don't go anywhere. We've got round 2 coming up in probably about 15 minutes. So thank you all for hanging out, and we will see you all very soon.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to the March AGE Open, and it's Christmas morning in March because I have for you the metagame breakdown. So why don't you just walk me through this, Michael? Talk to me about what you're seeing. Let's look through the top decks, see about some spice, but also see about the kings and queens of RTN season come out to play here for March AGE.
Absolutely. You know, the first thing I notice is once again a very open meta. We have so many different decks, and it's a smooth drop off from the top. 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Absolutely, and looking at the top, let's see, we've got KO at 6 decks, 6 players out there on KO, 6 players out there on Leviah, and 5 players on Dromai, 4 Katsu, which I think is awesome and interesting because with the rise of potentially Dromai, even though she's not the most represented deck here in this tournament, there are 5 out there, so those Katsu's got to be happy and hoping to prey on those Dromais out there and take care of those dragons.
You know, I was talking to Ethan Van Sant, and he wasn't feeling very confident into Katsu as Leviah either. So it could be that Katsu's here to prey on more than just the Dromais.
Absolutely, those ability to go quite wide against decks that don't necessarily all have the best way of handling multiple little Kadachi swings. Do you see a bunch of Kano out there? 3 Kanos, which is pretty standard for AGEs, honestly. There's always a bunch of Kano that come out
is a
to
little
LA.
low for AGE.
Yeah, I would have maybe hazarded to say in this recent metagame we'd see a little more. 3 Rhinar, which spoiler alert, we do have one coming up for you in this next round. Couple of Arachne Azaleas, Dashes, Kasai's, and Riptides out there.
Wow, look at that.
As well as 2 Teklovosin now.
It's like Teklovosin hit a little inspiration last time.
Absolutely. And then rounding out these other decks, there's a singular Betsy, singular Phi, singular Prism, singular Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty, a Viscerai, and a Vincent. What do you think leads to the difference in the Victor representation compared from last meta to this meta?
Victor really strikes me as this like very solid kind of middle of the pack deck. I don't think he does anything surprising, so people who want to win games might not want to bring that one.
Well, talking about our very next game and who's going to win, we've talked about the one queen of RTN season. Let's talk about the other big winners, the entire Brute class. Rhinar maybe not necessarily doing as much and having as many big splashes, but the Brutes are out to play and force, folks. You've got Clark Moore on Leviah Shadowborn Abomination versus Brian Gutierrez on Rhinar Reckless Rampage. Both Brute players here at 1-0. And it's time to see who can Blood Rush Bellow the best.
Looking forward to this match. And one of the more exciting things I am looking forward to is this spicy deck list that Brian's bringing.
Yeah, well, talk to me about what you're seeing, my man. What are you looking at right here?
Well, so one of the things that excites me about this matchup that I hadn't seen before is this card called Berserk. And I know when KO first came out, Berserk was a card that people were really looking at as a way to kind of go over the top and punch higher than the opponent could block and just end the game on the spot. I hadn't heard anything about Reinhar's thinking about that same kind of game plan.
Wow, and yeah, let's look at this. I'm seeing a Ravenous Meat Axe. I'm seeing a Monstrous Veil. I'm seeing Beaten Trackers. This is incredibly, I would say, substandard makes it sound less than correct or less than good. I just mean it's not normal to see these cards when you're playing against a Reinhardt player. So immediately, if you're Clark, you're able to see, okay, Wii U, the alarm bells are going off.
Yeah.
Something new, something different is happening. And let's see exactly how Brian wants to begin the turn. Looks like a breakneck battery, if I'm not mistaken. You're going to come out here and begin this game. Round 2 of the AGE Open. Let's see which brute comes out on top.
Rolling some dice.
Going to go ahead and if we discard a 6, the breakneck battery is going to get the go again. Savage Feast going to get discarded. Let's go ahead and now intimidate as per the rules. Intimidating a card here looks like Brian just going to go ahead. This is just the turn 0. So if you're Clark on the Levias, sometimes you're pretty happy to be able to put some 6 power cards in the graveyard to power up a bunch of your cards that you want to play.
Yeah, this may be just Brian trying to filter, looking for something that he can set up. Getting that 5-card hand ready to roll. And then, Clark probably pretty happy to see a 6 coming across so that he can throw cards in front, get that blood debt, rolling.
Looks like a Tear Limb from Limb, so that card doesn't block for Clark here. Gonna have to see what else he's able to see.
That's the other possibility. Some no blocks, maybe you can cheat some damage in.
The Monstrous Veil here. I'm gonna look up. I know that card's a 2-block. Temper, 2-block. Hello, do they need a judge or are they just waving hi? Hi, Brian. Looks like they're bringing a judge over.
Okay.
Monstrous Veil. Now, what does that do in the Berserk? And I've heard rumor of this Berserk deck. I heard it made some noise in Philly. Did some good things. Did some powerful effects. I have never seen it actually played before me. So we're going to see, all of us for ourselves, exactly how the deck likes to function. Now we're going to follow up the Breakneck Battery with the Ravenous Meat Axe.
Look at that. Drawing, discarding, and he has no cards in hand to block. He's pushing 5 damage turn 1. How often do you see that in a game of Flesh and Blood?
And especially if you're Reinhardt, it's exactly what you want to do. One of those, it's powerful when turn 0 can often feel like a bit of a wash in this game. As, you get your first Arsenal, you get your first Tunic trigger here if you're Brian, but also with the intimidation, not a lot of filtering is able to happen for Clark, and 5 damage able to come across.
That was a good turn 1.
For sure. I'm looking up the Monstrous Veil. I want to know exactly what it actually does. We're going to get a Claw coming in here. Let's see if there's an Agile windup to give the Claw go again and create the Agility token here, because this is about as heads up a play as we've seen in recent Flesh and Blood. It's just I'll just attack you with this Claw.
Yeah, I think
no go again represented. No go again yacht.
Players may be smart to that by now, but you see him blocking 3, and there's the Agile windup.
Oh, okay. So Monstrous Veil is it's the 1-block Battle Worn. It's the Knucklehead, the KO one. That's the 2-block Temper, the 2-block one from heavy hitters. But the Monstrous Veil allows you to just action destroy this draw card and discard a random card. Might be pretty good on those Berserk turns.
That's an extra intimidate and filtering.
Absolutely. We are going to go ahead and grab the Agile windup here, or discard the Agile windup. We're going to make the Agility token for a future turn. Come in with another Claw with the go again. Looks as though, Brian happy to block with 2 cards on this turn, but now a Swing Big coming in for 8 here. Exactly the follow-up when you got 2 floating that you'd want to see if you're a Brute player.
I think I just saw 2 of the same card in his hand.
We're putting both of these 1 blocks upon it, and it looks like Brian's going to go ahead and represent taking 6, going down to 34. Let's just go ahead and grab all the block we can out of our equipment as soon as possible.
Yeah, interesting choice. He must be looking to use those soon if he's blocking this early.
Yeah, one of them, those are 2 pretty good cards. Two pretty good cards.
Together, and by themselves, it looks
Oh
like a
my
pass to
goodness
me.
me! You just see Brian. He just gave a little smile
Yep.
as the third.
Oh no!
There are currently 4 Blood Rush Bellows possible here on the battlefield. Brian has 2 in his hand and 1 is in his arsenal, and Clark is playing one here off of a blue. So there are so many Blood Rushes on the field right now, folks. Brian here, all he can do is smile and laugh. We're going to go ahead and discard one of these cards, and one of them is a beast within
Oh,
it.
that
He
is not what you want to see.
did hit, so we're going to go reveal cards off the top, the Reckless
Oh.
Swing, so we're going to lose a life. Going to reveal the
Okay.
Pulping. That one's going to go into hand. We do still have to lose both pieces of life, so Clark heading down to, I believe, 32, if I'm not mistaken.
33. He was at 35.
Yes, there you go.
So they're quick with the life on this one.
Yeah, and then 2 more cards heading into the hand, so the Beast within there representing another card in the hand on a Blood Rush Bellow turn and an Agility here.
Yep,
So
so-
Clark going to be doing some massive damage.
Depending on whether Brian thinks he's got it, he may not want to block here.
I mean, it's going to be hard when the first attack is 10 with Go Again, 3 cards in hand, and guess what, buddy? Those Mandible Claws coming in for 5 apiece.
Yep, it's a lot of damage. He's got 34 to work with now. 2 Blood Rush Bellows. That's the thing I'm looking at. I'm wondering, I can't tell if he's got a turn that he can string together with 5 or 4 or 3 cards.
And the thing is, if you play the Blood Rush from Arsenal with both Blood Rushes in hand, pitching 1, even if you use your tuner with 2 Blood Rush Bellows in your hand, you have a good chance of not hitting your Blood
It's
Rush.
true. I mean, it depends on everything, right? Like, if he's got a good hand to send the first one from hand and the second from Arsenal, he might be able to string together a double Blood Rush turn. Now, I don't know what else he'll get off of that.
Yeah, and when you're facing down such a huge turn from Clark, it's just going to...
That's definitely 10. We don't know what he's going to get next.
Are we going to be able to see Brian even able to stay alive long
He
enough
takes it.
for these Blood Rushes to matter? But firstly, 10 damage with the Go Again. Going to go ahead and take Brian all the way down to 24. Now it's time for a Pulping. This is coming across. We do have to draw and discard a random card. So Clark going to go ahead and draw here.
Another Go Again. And it looks like Brian is just saying, we're 2 heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Swinging back and forth.
Yeah, this is already 18 damage on the Blood Rush. Brian going to go ahead and pick that card to discard. It is the Dread Screamer, so the Pulping, not only does it have the Go Again, it currently has Dominate, unless Brian is able to block with 2 non-equipment cards. But the Dominate going to make that more challenging, unless that's a D-React in the arsenal. And we know that's a Blood Rush Bellow sitting in there.
Yep. He's thinking.
So here's the thing for Brian. If you've got this double Blood Rush turn, Clark has no floating, 1 card in hand, 8 damage coming across. This is potentially, you're looking at 13 more damage on this turn if Clark pitches that last card into the Mandible Claw. Are you willing to go down to 11 to present your own potentially double Blood Rush?
It does look like he's considering a block here. Card on the table. Pulls it back to his hand.
It's that Blood Rush like we've been talking
He
about.
wants 5 cards so badly. He doesn't want to put anything in front, but he decides he'll sacrifice 1.
Yeah, and
of
look,
his Blood Rush Bellows.
if you look, Clark saying, "Oh, really?" There was a little moment as he was kind of surprised to see that card be committed
Yep.
to the block. Clark here looks
Thinking
like
about why.
just going to arsenal that final card here, not going to power up the Mandible Claw, so Clark can have a 5-card hand on his next turn. And before Brian here, he's going to be able to bring the Tunic up to 3.
What is
He can't
I see. It's one of those dice.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a resource, not a Tunic die, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and begin our own turn with a
Wait,
Blood Rush Bellow
That was
of our
from
own.
hand.
Yep, he's going from
So
hand
was
first.
that mean he had 3?
Yeah.
Or did he not? He had.
No, he had 3. That's
Oh.
why that's why he was laughing. He has 3 Blood Rush Bellows available to him on the turn. That's what I was talking about.
Uh-huh,
1 in the
uh-huh.
arsenal, 2 in the
Well, then
hand.
it's a good idea to block with.
yeah, exactly.
I'm glad he did that.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead here now and begin the turn playing a Blood Rush Bellow. Reinar going to go ahead and trigger. How much damage is Brian going to be able to get across here? Now, I wonder how much, if you play the 1 Blood Rush Bellow, pitching the other Blood Rush Bellow, and then use the second from the arsenal. I mean,
I mean, he's just going for the 1 from hand first. He
Yeah.
pitches his send packing. Drawing 2.
looks like he says he's going to be thinking on the beaten trackers.
Mm-hmm.
Going to go ahead. 2 cards left in the hand. 1 card floating. Wasn't able to use a blue to start off.
And there's the second one. He wants to see more cards before he commits to any kind of play.
Going to go ahead and grab another 2 cards from the top of the deck and 2 Blood Rush Bellows on the turn. How much pitch is he going to be able to have here?
Discarding a yellow.
That is a pack call. That is a yellow. That's going to do another Intimidate. So that is the thing. Brian only at 19. You imagine he could have been at significantly less after that huge turn from Clark. But now Clark, 2 cards that he cannot block with. Brian, every time he's discarding a 6, saying, I can choose to utilize his beaten trackers if I wish. He's just pointing. Every time I discard a card at random, I can destroy beaten trackers. And he's always pointing to say, I might do this, thinking as I discard. Let's see for Brian here. Did he find the pitch to make this turn go absolutely buck wild? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. He's going to cash in the beaten trackers, get another action point here. Reinar currently sitting at the 2 action points, also -2 defense, but that's fine. You can't block with your face anyway.
-2 action points. You can't do much with that.
Okay, so at this point, let's see. Does he go Meat Axe? Does he try to throw? Looks like a Send Packing, which would be quite powerful here, with those 2 cards already intimidated away. And now we're just going to go ahead and crack the Monstrous Veil as an action, draw a card and discard a random card, which is going to be a 3rd Intimidate.
He wants all of this damage to connect.
Really showing you it's not just the Berserk that this deck is trying to do, it's just leveraging the intimidation effect from Reinar as much as possible. The card being discarded here is that Send Packing, which is good because you get that other intimidation away, but that is a powerful way to get rid of the arsenal from Clark as
well. It's a strong card, but it's also an expensive card. Depending on what he has in his hand, he could be very happy about that discard.
Absolutely, and we're going to get another 3rd Intimidate on the turn. Clark having another card head face down to the Banish Zone. Only 1 card left to block with here. And with Levia, there's no guarantee that that card can even block. And it is a no block. Look at that. Right as we call it out, Clark showing it to the camera saying, uh-oh.
You said earlier Clark was coming back with a 5-card hand. I was thinking, but what if he blocks? Well, there's your answer.
Yeah.
He can't block.
Can't even block on this turn. So we're going to see what is Brian able to put together. You've got 3 cards in hand, 2 Blood Rush Bellows. And here's the thing for Clark. Plenty of equipment to work with still.
Starting with the pulping.
Pulping, we're going to go ahead and draw. And discard. Die went flying, but they know what it is. We're going to go ahead and discard. This is a Skull Crack. When discarded at random, going to go ahead and grab a resource here.
He still has the Tunic counter, so that could have just enabled him to send something.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Does still have the Meat Axe at the very least with the Tunic counter, which can be another draw discard.
Oh, comes in.
Good time to use that Flesh Bag.
Absolutely.
Big old time to use the Flesh Bag here. Going to go ahead and get rid of that last card. Put it immediately to the Banished Zone face down. Here's 10 damage that otherwise Clark is looking like he's going to maybe have to take. Does have a plenty of armor to put in front of the Pulping. 10 damage Dominate, though. 8 represent coming over this Flesh Bag. 2 Blood Rush Bellows and plenty of Intimidate triggers here. All Clark can decide to block with is his armor at this point. Bunch of brutes here represented at the March AGE Open, making me wonder how many brutes are going to be rocking and rolling up to the Pro Tour next week. Clearly the heavy hitter set. Is it what brute players have been clamoring for years? Some beautiful brute support. We are seeing Reinar do some very unique things as opposed to what we're used to seeing Reinar do in the meta, but that Scowling Flesh Bag going to go ahead and grab that last card right away. But the Tunic counter here going to allow for the Ravenous Meat Axe to come on in big time for a big old chunky attack.
I think it's a draw discard trigger here. See what he's got off the top. Another 6.
Going to be the Wild Ride, so this is now just an attack for 9. Let's see, does Clark want to put the Carrion Husk in front of it or just the Scabskin Leathers? And looks like, sadly, not going to be able to get the bonus from the Apex Bonebreaker here. Just take 5 damage, headed down to 20, so life totals are significantly even, but now Clark, here's the thing. We've got plenty of cards in our hand as the Intimidated cards return.
And we know he's got that Artivore, kind of a pseudo Blood Rush Bellow for the Levia.
Absolutely. Brian headed to Arsenal here, so now Clark, even though he had to face down a pretty scary double Blood Rush turn from Brian, now gets to respond with an Artivore of his own 5-card hand here. Let's see how Levia is able to string all this together. And she's most likely to go again and the banish and draw.
What are we going to banish?
Going to go ahead and banish a Writhing Beast Hulk. Head to the banish zone here. First Blood Debt of the game, drawing 2. The best is when you can banish the Slithering Shadow Pede.
That's what I was
that
waiting
one,
for.
yeah.
I was sitting there, he's got one floating.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Shadow.
Hey!
Drew it late.
No, I think that was the Arsenal.
Oh, it was the
Yeah,
Arsenal.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So the Slithering Shadow
You
Pede.
know, 1 for 6 is still phenomenal.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be from banish.
100%, especially with the go again here. Going to go ahead in the Breakneck Battery and the Apex Bonebreaker. Going to make a Might token for Brian here, but he's utilized all of his special equipment at this point. So every power card, including all 3 Blood Rush Bellows, have been seen for Brian. So he's going to have to find a different way to win, maybe resolving around that Berserk card we've been talking about.
And seeing Clark be able to recover that turn with more life and more equipment, he's in a good spot now.
Absolutely. Hungering Shadow, Slaughter Beast, Shadow, Slaughter, Hungering Slaughter of Shadow.
There's a lot of slaughter, a lot of shadow,
lot.
and even some slithering in the Levia deck.
It's very true. I believe this is the Slaughter Beast, so this is coming in. We're going to banish 3 random cards. Coming in for 7. 1 card in hand, 1 card floating for the Levia player here. So far, threatening 13 damage on the turn. But that's the thing about the Intimidated. It's so good to get damage through, but it also does leave your opponent with plenty of cards in hand if they're able to survive the Intimidation.
Yep. I think Reinar really likes to be able to cut through defensive decks and gets a little bit tripped up by really aggressive decks because they might not want to block in the first place.
7 damage coming across, and Brian here just going to go ahead and happily put 2 cards in front of that Sand Sketch Plan and the Smash Instinct going across. 1 damage coming across, so keeping his life total a little high, getting the Might token. Let's see if he utilizes that with the Meat Axe or the card in the Arsenal there, because you do want to get the value off of the Might token and not let it just go to waste. Clark here going to go ahead and draw back up to 4. Brian put the counter on the tuning and said, "Oh wait, you hadn't begun yet." It looks like Clark is accidentally maybe draw 2 too many cards. Just saying here that just fell
Dropped one, yeah.
just fell off the top of the deck. All right, so yeah, putting it back
Players
on the top.
managed that one just fine.
Tunic counter going back to 1. Might token pops. Card from the Arsenal being deployed.
Ooh.
Command and Conquer 4/7. You can't throw the Carrion Husk in front of that, buddy, because that now has a little bit of a break point. Perfect way to utilize that Might token, even though the agility not going to be able to be discarded from the Agile Windup. We're going to put both pieces of equipment in front of this. Just go ahead and block 7 is Clark. But if you're Brian, able to get the final piece of equipment block off of this big attack.
And that equipment suite from Levia, just so much value throughout the game. Being able to send that and keep a 5-card hand, it's pretty brutal. No pun intended.
There it is. Come on. He's a natural, folks. Wow, I was literally... Clark, just taking the game actions out of my mouth. I was about to say, Clark, unlike Brian, still has Blood Rush Bellows left in the deck. And the question is, are they closer to the top or closer to the bottom of this first cycle? Clark answering that question, going to go ahead and discard the Endless Maw, draw 2 more cards. Those Mandible Claws now coming in for 5. These are the spiky power turns that Brutes, it's really their bread and butter.
Looks like he drew a blue, so he's coming in with both of these claws, I would have to guess, unless something even better is sitting in that arsenal.
Yeah, so Brian here going to have to go ahead and play defense, knowing that Clark is running out of power cards once these Blood Rush Bellows are out of his deck. Beast Within going to go ahead and be committed to block. 2 damage coming over. He's headed down to 16. There's that other blue you mentioned. Going to go ahead and power up the second Mandible Claw, also coming in 4/5. And there's that Berserk heading to the combat chain. 2 more damage coming across.
Looks like he just doesn't have the right hand to utilize the Berserk, so he commits it to the block.
Well, yeah, with
What you want to see.
And with the Blood Rush Bellow as well. Yeah, you know this is about as powerful as a turn as Levi can get. Looks, they're staring at each other. Clark saying, what you got in that hand there? Don't know what the arsenal is, or I don't know what the arsenal is. 2 blood debt currently at the minimum for Clark here. Currently still online. Have not banished a 6 yet on the turn. Can you go ahead and put that final card into a just Mark of the Beast. This is a pretty clean, casual 8 damage, but also thanks to the Mark of the Beast text, going to just banish itself at the end of the turn, turning off the blood debt critically for Levia. 2 damage coming across as Brian just blocked 1 card, and 2 cards. Took 2 every single time, so it's heading down to 11.
taking 6 and passing it right back, that's a tough spot for Brian. And, you know, I can't help but feel like the Levia here just is in such a good spot.
Absolutely. We have to wait and see exactly how many, strong turns is Levia able to pierce together. But there's a reason she is, if it's like tied for highest represented deck at the tournament, is because of these new cards. She's much more consistent. She's much more able to put good turns together. There's way less of an opportunity to just find yourself having to roll scabs and leathers. Cards like, this is, I believe, Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell. So we're going to go ahead and banish 3 cards and potentially give our next card +1 or +2 and dominate on the turn. Just utilizing all the cards in our hand without necessarily having to roll scabs.
Yeah, you know, speaking of consistency, I can't help but think that the kind of only way that Brian can really hope to get back in this game is maybe an unlucky whiff on the Blood Debt could give him some points. We'll
Absolutely.
have to see if this Convulsions hits, and first card is a 6.
So if you're Clark there, you're happy to see 2 more cards head to your, or 1 more card head to your Blood Debt zone, and 1 miss get out of the deck, the graveyard as well, powering up a potential Levia Blasmafet consumed or Blasmafet Levia consumed flip later in the game. Barraging beatdown here. So like we're talking about, Levia able to utilize cards in her hand while maintaining, action economy, action point economy, not having to roll the scabs and leathers here. Still going to be threatening a fair amount of damage. Intimidating one of Brian's cards away.
I saw that 1 and my heart skipped just for a second. I knew it wasn't the scabs, but you never like to see that number when you're watching a Brute game.
Alrighty, let's see. This is going to go ahead and just be an attack for 9 with Dominate. Graveling Growl coming in. You need to discard a 6 to be able to play it. That's what the Convulsions from the Bellas of Hell did. Turned off the Blood Debt, made this possible. We're going to go ahead and get the Might token here, utilizing the Apex Bonebreaker. Block 4, 5 damage coming across. Brian heading on down to 6 to Clark's 20, but with those Intimidates, that can change in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this deck just kind of feels like an OTK type of thing, what it's trying to do with the Berserks and the Blood Rush Bellows, but man, losing all 3 is rough, and 2-card hand, he needs to find some kind of footing and a way to keep a 5-card hand for a chance to do 20.
He does still have that Intimidated card from the Barraging Beatdown, which is in his hand.
True.
That's from the Barraging Beatdown. Yeah, they're reminding him. He's like, wait, why do I have this? Oh, yes, Barraging Beatdown. So now this is, I believe, with the Might token as well. So this is a Command and Conquer for 7 once again. Luckily for Clark, does still have that 1 point of block on the Apex Bonebreaker here.
Yeah.
1 card left in the arsenal. It was the random card banished from the Barraging Beatdown.
Even forcing 2 cards is some much needed breathing.
Absolutely.
For Brian.
And it looks like another Ardawar in the hand. So that's a card you'd much rather play when you have more cards in the hand for Clark. So not what you want to see when you're having to be committing at least 2 cards to the block, or potentially losing your arsenal and putting yourself in a life deficit that flip into Blasmafed is no longer possible if you head down to 13.
Clark is looking through his banish and through his graveyard. I wonder if he's considering going to 14.
Yeah, if you go to 14 and did not make the Might token? No, I thought he made the Might token last turn. I guess he didn't.
Oh, okay.
I guess he
well,
didn't.
then if he decides to go to 14, we all know what happens there. You could potentially transform.
Yeah, exactly. If you go to 14, make sure you take damage to Blood Debt on that turn. I'm trying to figure out. I really thought he blocked with that Swing Big and the Apex Bonebreaker, but maybe that was the turn before. No, because he blocked 4 from 9, took 5. Yeah, so I believe this Command and Conquer should be for 7, but
must be a mistake. Maybe he missed the trigger.
Maybe missed the trigger. Maybe I'm just wrong and I forgot about what exactly blocks happened. But if you're Clark, you're way happier seeing a Command and Conquer for 6 than you are for 7.
Sure.
Curious what that final card is. Because Brian was not able to choose which card is left in his hand after the Barraging Beatdown, or at least he just. He played the Command and Conquer and had that last card left. It was the Intimidated card. So you'd like to pick your arsenal card, though. For Clark, even though you were able to keep your equipment block, now that Ardawar is just being committed to pitch, and a Hungering Slaughter Beast is going to go ahead and banish 3 to make sure we turn off Blood Debt for the turn. 7 damage is nothing to scoff at. Maybe if you're Brian, you're finding a little bit of wiggle room.
And it looks like Clark is just comfortable with his lead. It looks like he doesn't want to take any big risky, go into 14 transforming type of plays, because why would you need to do that when you could just send breakpoint after breakpoint after breakpoint and grind Brian out of this game?
Yeah. Going to 14 and losing your arsenal, not your most exciting prospect if you're a Flesh and Blood player. Beast Within, Swing Big, and the Pulping. 3 hits, all headed to the Banish Zone here. No Blood Debt creation, which is nice if you're the Leviah player. 2 Savage Beats being committed to the block, so 1 damage coming across for Brian, heading down to 5. Clark's still been sitting pretty at that 20 for quite some time. Has a lot of life to play with whenever he wants to try to take some damage to really just close this game out.
Yep, and he's probably just waiting for the perfect 5-card hand with no on-hits coming from the other side. I think that Command and Conquer really put a damper on his plans, but now we've got a Swing Big coming out, threatening 8.
Yeah, good honest Flesh and Blood here. Block with 2 cards, play 1 card, pitch 1 card, play 1 card, 8 damage. We're going to go ahead and make a Might if we're Clark here off the back of the Apex Bonebreaker. Don't need the Quicken, most likely.
And he's just playing clean Flesh and Blood right now, getting as much value as he can out of these cards while keeping something to punch back with the 4-card hand.
Yeah.
If you count the arsenal.
Go ahead, and there's the Blood Rush Bellow, discarding
Ooh.
the Beast Within. This is exactly what you want to see. You can see it on his face. He is ready. He knows exactly what time it is. It's time to go big or go home. We're going to start with the Beast Within trigger first. Going to lose a life. Tear limb from limb, headed to the Banish, and there's the Pulping that we're going to draw, thanks to the Berserk, taking that other point of damage, but critically headed to 14 and not 13 on the turn, so the flip is still a potential option for Clark.
Wow. He's got everything going for him right now.
Yeah, those claws coming in for 5 or 6 if it's the one off the back of the Might token. We do have the Pulping. Pulping would be a great way to finish the game on a Blood Rush Bellows turn. That's something that Brian has to think about now that he's seen it. And we're just going to go ahead and come in with the Pulping right away. This is coming in potentially with the Dominate if we are able to discard a 6 here, and it's for 9.
I mean, if he can only put 1 card in front of it.
That's what we're thinking. That's what I'm saying, right? Like,
what's 9 minus 3?
6.
Oh, and how much life does he have?
5.
This isn't looking good for Brian.
Not looking good. We do know that he runs some. Our producer over there laughing at me because she saw the panic in my eyes.
Not math on
Yeah,
stream.
I was like,
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have put
9
you in that
minus
position.
3?
I knew the answer.
My
I was
guy.
just-
The Command and Conquer here. Yeah, look at that. He's
There's
just
the fist
extending
bump.
the fist bump because even with the Tunic, looks like that's just going to be exactly 4. 5 would come across Brian.
Yep.
Going to go ahead and take the 5 damage. No D-React in the arsenal. And off the back of the Pulping and the Blood Rush Bellow, Clark, don't sink back in your seat, my brother. You got the game. It's all good. You took care of it. Brian Gutierrez, you have to feel for him seeing all 3 of those Blood Rushes in the same turn.
Tough look on that turn.
Even though those are such powerful cards, and it is, what you want to see in general when you're facing down a Blood Rush Bellow of your, of Clark's own. Tough for Brian there to deal with, but for Clark, Leviah moves on to 2-0 on the day. That was a classic, rock'em sock'em bop'em brute match if I've ever seen one. And by classic, I do mean one player was playing a deck I literally haven't ever seen played before.
Yeah, I can't help but think that if one of those Blood Rush Bellows was a Berserk, like he probably intended for it to be, that's a really different turn. Discarding twice, drawing up 6 cards. I can see what he was aiming to do there. It just the pieces didn't quite fit together.
That's the lay of the land with these combo decks, right? Sometimes the pieces come together and sometimes they do not. And for Brian there, still, has plenty of games left to play. If he just goes on from here and wins out, has a good chance to get on into that top 8 and show us all what Berserk is capable of. But Leviah, there's a reason she is up there, if not, I think tied for most represented decks here at the tournament. The 2 brutes on top, because these new cards, these agility tokens, these abilities from the agile windups and similar like effects have really just powered up these decks into a different dimension. So those decks in the Dromize, we're going to be following these top meta. It's everybody's saying it's an open meta, but everybody's also talking about the brutes.
Yeah.
And they're talking about Dromai. And right now, we've seen a Dromai win and we've seen a brute win. I mean, we were always going to see brute win last game, but you know what I'm saying.
This is the time to close that meta up and really figure out what deck is the best.
Yep. This is the time. Okay, all eyes on AGE, folks. All eyes on us. Let's go ahead and take a quick break as we get ready to move into our next round. So don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more Flesh and Blood coming up, and we'll see you in just a second. Welcome back, everyone. I am here with Clark Moore. How you doing? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, thank you. First time on stream, and I got to win. Got to take it down. It feels great.
100% win rate. That's what
Yeah.
that means. All time. You're
Yeah.
all time 100%.
So as
Love to
long
hear
as
it.
you keep putting me on stream, I'll keep winning.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks. He'll never lose again. All right. Well, I'm seeing a little header here. Team, pitch it to me.
Yeah.
So talk to me about the team. Talk to me about what's that about?
So I do a podcast called Pitch It To Me Podcast. We have a YouTube, we have an RSS feed. You can find us on socials at Pitch It To Me Pod. And we have a team per se. We're not really a team, but we test before all the big events. So we all met up yesterday to play games.
That's literally all a team is, dog.
That's pretty much all a team is. Yeah.
You test for the big events.
And we actually have something really, really cool showing up. So this is breaking news for Pitch It To Me podcast. We are doing a card design contest for Pro Tour LA. We are opening submissions on the 16th, and we'll be putting out a flyer and a bunch of news. We are being sponsored by Fabric and Metal Fab Tokens. They're helping us put together some of the prizing that we're doing. We're giving away a box of heavy hitters. There's going to be 3 contests. You can design a legendary equipment, a talent card, so whether that's Lightning, Draconic, Elemental, or maybe even the new one that's coming out in Mistvale. We'd be excited to see what designs people have for that. And then hero specialization. So design, you can enter 1 submission into all 3 contests, and so you could end up winning all of them. If you have a cool enough design that is a talented hero specialization legendary equipment, you could put in 1 card, win all 3 contests.
Let's absolutely go.
Yeah.
And where can people find the podcast and find the way to enter the giveaway?
So we are going to be going live with our website fairly soon. Submissions aren't live until the 16th. So we do want to give ourselves a little bit more time to make sure that everything is good. Submissions are all good. There won't be any hiccups. But on Monday, everything will open up. If you really want to see the moment that it goes live, you can follow us at Pitch It To Me Pod. We're on Twitter, X, Instagram, and
I call it Twitter too.
yeah.
I call it Twitter.
You can subscribe to us on YouTube. We'll be putting out a video about it. Yeah.
Sick. Well, I thank you for letting us know. Everybody
totally.
go ahead and subscribe to the podcast and make sure you enter the giveaway. But talk to me a little bit about Levia. Talk to me a little about why you brought it to this event. Have you been playing Levia for a long time? I hear you just bought a cold foil, so
Yes.
clearly you're committed.
I am all in on Levia. Levia was the first real deck that I put some money into that I bought legendaries for. I started playing back during Dynasty, and I really enjoy the game. I really enjoy Levia's playstyle. And Levia back then was very, very bad. And what I ended up realizing was that it was fun to manage all the different zones. Manage how many cards do I have in my graveyard? What's my blood dead at? How many 6s? How many misses? How do I construct my deck in such a way to give myself the best ratio? That is so much fun. It's a constant puzzle, and every turn is a puzzle. And I think one of the best things about Flesh and Blood is that every new hand you draw is a brand new puzzle to solve.
100%.
How do you get the most value out of your hand, the most damage, the best result? And so it just amplified what I think is the best part of Flesh and Blood.
Sure.
So I love Levia, and she's actually good now. So that's the best part of it.
I think tied for most represented hero here at the AGE Open. So
Really?
there's a bunch of Levi's out there that agree with you. So now talk to me really briefly before I let you go. Pro Tour LA, you playing in the calling? You playing in the Pro Tour?
I am not in the Pro Tour because I'm not good enough to get an invite.
You're
to that yet.
100% win rate. Let's not forget.
I got 9th at the RTN. I just missed out
very
playing
close.
for it. But I will be playing in the calling.
Alright, so
and it's going to be a lot of fun.
In the calling, then 3 decks. You're bringing Levia to kick their butt.
Oh, yeah,
100%.
100%.
3 decks you want to beat, and then 3 decks, or maybe 1 to 3 decks you don't want to see as Levia.
You don't want to see Azalea,
Okay.
and it's especially hard because with Azalea, the on-hits restrict your ability to do your wider turns where you get to put a lot of pressure on and get cards out of their hand. And then also, there's not a ton of sideboard slots or inventory slots for things like D-reacts that will help protect you against those on-hits.
Sure.
Also, kind of want to dodge Bravo, which I know is awkward, but it's a lot for the same reason. A good aggressive Bravo who will chain together crippling crushes into the various crush effects. I lost a really nasty game to there was a pummel on a Starstruck. And then I couldn't play anything, couldn't turn off Blood Debt, and then I took 6 to Blood Debt.
For sure.
It's absolutely brutal. So I'd like to dodge those two very much for the on-hit reasons and that we can't run a lot of D-reacts. And then a deck I want to see, I don't know. I feel like Levia has to fight so hard for every single win.
What? That's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, I'm bringing that. You say she's good now. Why is she good?
She is good. She can win against absolutely everybody.
Okay,
and I
there
think
you go.
she has like a 53 to 55% win rate into like every single deck.
Cool.
But you can just die to yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
And so it takes a lot of skill to play these more difficult matchups. And so it's really, really hard to find the right moments. Obviously, like if you can just chain together your Art of Wars into your Blood Rushes, Savage Swings, you're feeling great because you're throwing 18 every single turn. But when that doesn't happen, like it's brutal.
For sure. Well, 50-something players out there, and you're 2-0. Good luck on the rest of the
Thank
run.
you so much.
Hope to see you in the top 8.
Yeah, hope to be in top 8.
And for the rest of you at home, we're going to go ahead and take just a very, very short break, and we'll see you for round 3 of the March AGE Open. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the March AGE Open. We are gearing up for round 3 after that barn burner of a brute back-to-back, and we do have a brute coming up for you momentarily, but we're going to get a different flavor of brute. There's only 3. This one, I'm sure... oh, God. I was going to make a joke because I said different flavor. I was going to say, like, this one...
You were alliterating. You were on a roll.
I
there.
know,
You
but
kinda
I had to,
lost
I
the
had
ball
to,
a
I had
little
to,
bit.
I was flying too close to the sun because the joke I just... we're going to see a KO in a second. But first, how you feeling? How you feeling about the day?
I'm feeling great, man. You know, it's just past 2. I had my lunch, and I'm feeling ready for 4 more games before top 8. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, I think so. 6 rounds? 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Strap in. We're not going anywhere.
Awesome. And I'm especially excited to see Dorinthia versus KO because I know that Dorinthia has also been sort of this deck that can, you know, heavy hitters, warrior cards too. The Brute's been in the spotlight, but the warriors
Absolutely.
have been doing work
Absolutely.
in this meta.
Warriors, Brutes, Guardians, all kind of up. We up if we're Brute and Guardian and Warrior players. We up because they are not only, you know, enjoying all these new cards, but putting them to work. Kasai has been putting in work over the RTM season. People are a little cooler on her, from what I understand, moving into Pro Tour, but that does not mean that she can't do damage. But honestly, Dory, like we're about to see in this next game as we get ready for Moises Lopez on KO Armed and Dangerous versus Richard Trong on Dorinthia Iron Song. This is going to be another heavy hitter showcase. Both these heroes have gotten such great support from the new set, and I just don't think we can really sleep on what is possible now that Dorinthia has access to these agility tokens in the same way that these other warriors do.
Yeah, lead with speed, one of those cards. Another way to just keep pushing that damage forward, starting with a Naked Dawnblade.
And if I am not mistaken, and I hope someone will correct me in my ear if I am wrong, I believe Moises on KO won the RTN that took place at this very game store last weekend. I believe that is true, so he has had success in this building on KO, currently 2-0, but Richard, no slouch in his own right. This is table 1. This is the top of our current standings here at the AGE Open, so we're going to see, can the Dawnblade take precedence over the power of the Mandible Claw and the agility tokens that Moises is sure to put forward? It's round 3, both players here 40-40. Let's go ahead and begin the game. Richard just going to go ahead and arsenal up, not give Moises any chance to filter, no instant speed effects it looks like, no agility tokens to start Moises' turn. Let's begin the game.
Yeah, and it looks like we're already seeing one of the new cards on the Dorinthia side, the Grains of Blood Spill.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a powerful way to just continually get on hits from your weapon. If you hit, you get to make a vigor. If you have cards to pitch into it, such a powerful effect. Such a good card. Blocks for a good bit. Gorgeous art as well. This is going to be a send packing, pitching a couple cards, either setting up for the second cycle or just not access to go again on this turn. So we're going to banish our arsenal face up, and then if send packing does not hit, it returns to the hand for Richard here.
We've got 2 floating. I don't know that Brutes really like to run Pummel, but always a little bit scary to see 2 floating.
So the Blade Flurry there, a beautiful card. One of those, again, new cards, really good in this Dorinthia deck. So good off of Singing Steel Blade. Normally you think, oh, they have 0 floating, so they wouldn't, you know, the only thing that they could do here is Iron Song response, but sometimes if they have the agility and the Singing Steel Blade comes out, you get to cut 2 on the first attack, 2 on the second attack. Such a good card coming out from heavy hitters. So now that the send packing has not hit, the Blade Flurry goes back to hand. Now for Moises, he's able to kind of track that card. If he doesn't see it on this turn, he knows for a fact it's in the arsenal and can play around it. So powerful when Dorinthia utilizes kind of the threat so much in her deck as well. The threat of what she could have is so important for Moises here. If he's able to know, all right, I know one of those cards is a Blade Flurry, every point of value and information matters in the matchup against the Iron Song warrior.
Absolutely. So he's wondering if he should overblock this one, knowing there's definitely an attack react in that hand.
Yeah, the question is, does Richard have a way to give go again with that other card in the hand? Moises, again, able to know there is a Blade Flurry, but the question is, what's that final card?
Yeah. And he also sees the pitch, Glint the Quicksilver.
And yeah, look, Moises representing the overblock, seeing if, does Richard want to just throw down the Blade Flurry, not get any value out of it, but get it out of the hand? The answer is no. So Richard here having to keep an extra card in the hand, a little bit of a quote-unquote IP penalty, and you don't get to use all your cards.
Yeah, And at the same time, he gets to keep those cards while Moises blocked as if they were played.
Yeah. So Moises here, it's kind of like a little bit of a trade because Moises, while he didn't get, actual block value out of these Capskin Leathers, he did put Richard in the position where he's like, well, if I play this card, it doesn't do anything, but if I keep it in my hand, I don't get to draw an extra card. So putting Richard in some somewhat uncomfortable positions. Moises is going to go ahead and discard the Agile Windup at instant speed, make an Agility, and make a Might. KO here. Triggering, thanks to the Agile Windup being discarded. And now this Mandible Claw does get the go again.
Richard throwing his head back, cracking his neck, getting ready to take a hit.
And now the Cast Bones. We see why he blocked with one, because there is a second Cast Bones on the way. If we only need 5 6s here to get the Agility token. There's one miss.
And he gets
no, the E-Strike,
right,
the E-Strike will be a 6 thanks to KO. So we are going to get 6 Agility tokens upon resolution. And what that means is we get, I guess we already had an Agility token, so it doesn't really matter. We get 2 Agility tokens.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So he's set up. He's ready to go. He's got his 6 Might tokens, and representing a really big turn. Let's see what Richard can thread together. He also has a 5-card hand, and I don't know if you saw last turn, but he had a glistening steel blade. Is that the right card?
Yeah.
He's looking to get some counters on this Dawn Blade with the Blade Flurry. He might have a lot of gas
Absolutely.
in the tank for this turn.
And the other powerful part of Cast Bones, even if you decide not to utilize, the go wide effect on the Agility token, you block with a couple cards, you still got a bunch of value off of those Might tokens that are ready to power up the turn, even if you use a couple cards for their blocking value. So now Richard here, going to go ahead and prepare. Like we said, this is going to be an Emboldened Blade, so we're going to flip over the arsenal. Just going to go ahead and see what it is. There's, unlikely that it's going to be D-React in this deck, unless it's something like a Reckless Swing. But the Emboldened Blade now going to just flip over the arsenal. There is that Glistening Steel Blade.
Did he put the Emboldened Blade in his pitch zone? That might be a mistake.
Oh, he did, and we should make sure that doesn't hang out there. So we're going to go make sure that the Emboldened Blade does end up in the graveyard. But this is still a threatening Glistening Steel Blade coming in 4/4. Oh, looks like they're realizing it right now.
There it is. The players caught it.
Yeah, and they're saying, we just got it. We figured it out.
Mm-hmm. Good catch. Honest play.
Yeah, they're saying it's all good. This is a Dawn Blade that is going to go ahead and threaten a counter if it does hit. The Emboldened Blade is going to also bump up the Dawn Blade a little bit. And they're going to go ahead and put the damage on. Oh, I guess maybe the Emboldened Blade only if it actually grabs a D-React and destroys the D-React. Gives the +1, but we'll have to see.
Thinking about the blocks, he decides to give 6 here. Can he get over? Oh,
wow, going to go ahead and give 8. Really don't want to get the counter on and getting another Might thanks to the Apex Bonebreaker. So the next attack on Moises' turn is going to be coming in for an additional 7 points of value.
And let's see what he does here. He's thinking. Looks like he might have gotten stuffed on that block.
Yeah, I mean, we do see it's a Shift the Tide of Battle in the hand for Richard. I mean, probably just that Blade Flurry in the arsenal as well.
2's not more than 8. Or I guess 5 is not more than 8. Doesn't matter. It doesn't look like he's getting over, and he can't utilize the go again on that Glistening Steel Blade.
Now, the Command and Conquer there being committed to the block, going to make it so that Moises is not able to throw, a Command and Conquer for 13 with go again, which is what Cast Bones does allow you to do.
Well, and Cast Bones is so powerful because it allows him to use his cards to block and still come back with, this is going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I don't want to make you do math again on stream, so I think, what is it, 8 plus 7 is 15?
Yeah, if he just wants to throw the swing big, he's going to go ahead and just activate the Tunic.
Okay.
Get the resource.
Oh,
the
no.
Blood Rush Fellow, as a result of the Tunic resource, going to go ahead and discard the final card. I think it's just, the Agile Windup here. Not only are we going to get to draw 2 cards, but we're making another Might token for the next turn.
This is a little bit risky if he ends up drawing 2 reds. I suppose he can still get the swing big, but...
Yeah, you're looking for at least 4 resources if you want to use both the Mandible Claw and the Swing Big on the turn. We see a blue and, I mean, yeah, a blue will do it,
Yeah,
right? That's going to give you 4
he's
no matter
happy
what.
he took that risk now because he gets to push a ton of damage off of the back of this Blood Rush Bellows.
All right, so let's see exactly how the turn is going to continue from here. Looks like we're just going to start things off thanks to the agility. This is going to be a Swing Big, so as you said, this is for 15
I think
with Go Again.
17 now.
With
We got
the
to
Blood Rush Bellow.
yeah, a lot of math on this one.
17 with Go Again after blocking with 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Seems good to me.
Yep. And he's saying, if you can stop 17, here's a
Yeah,
quick
yeah, yeah.
token for you.
And both players having a bit of a laugh as it's
Yep.
like, what, you expect me to block
Uh-huh.
17, my guy?
Good luck with that.
Regardless, yeah, we're just going to put 3 cards in front of this and the Refraction Bolter. So most likely 3 blocks, blocking 10 of the 17.
Okay.
7 damage coming across.
So we'll go down to 30 there once damage is calculated. But we've got another attack coming in.
Yeah, with the 1 card here in the hand and the 1 resource, most likely going to be that Mandible Claw. Blue's actually on the turn.
Okay.
Here's the thing for KO. Only got the 1 arm, so only got the 1 claw able to come on in with.
With those 2 floating resources, you can really see why that decision was made, because you could have done an incredibly powerful turn with a 2nd claw, but doesn't have that available. KO the 1-armed brute. How did he lose his arm?
Fighting in the arena, you have to imagine.
Okay, I guess
Right?
it was the arena. I mean, he could have been fighting anywhere. He could have been fighting in someone's backyard.
That's true. It's just someone's backyard. The backyardigans really took a bad turn after, they all grew up.
That's true.
Yeah. It all went downhill for them when KO showed up. I mean, the blood was everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, an arm was everywhere, and the blood from the arm, absolutely. True.
Wild Ride going to be coming in now. We're going to go ahead and draw and discard. Looks like Richard on his turn just played out an energy potion. And now Moises here going to go ahead and put out the 3 cards. See which one we want to discard for the Wild Ride. If a 6 is hit, we're going to get the Go Again. We do find, looks like another Swing Big, so we're going to make a Might, get the Go Again. So this is 7 with Go Again, 2 cards left in hand. That's at least a Claw Swing and a card for Arsenal, or whatever one of those 2 cards wants to be coming out for. It looks like an Easter egg could be coming in to draw a card if I saw that correctly. But who cares about the other cards in hand? This is 7 damage that Richard has to deal with. Moises is still sitting at 40, and Richard can head on down to 18, saying, show me what else you got. I want to finally use my 5-card hand effectively.
Yeah. He's trying to set something up after getting stuffed on that turn without getting any counters on the Dawnblade. He really needs to make a pivot, and he needs to make it soon. Moises is putting his pedal to the metal, sending so much damage forward towards Richard.
Mandible Claw coming in. This is going to be 3 more. No Blood Rush Bellows on this turn. Looks like a Zealous Belting in the hand, not an Easter egg. A card I was really thinking about when I was first imagining the KO deck when we were putting our first video out. I was like, could Zealous Belting work? Because, you put the card in the pitch. It gets the +1 in the pitch zone. That'll help for the Zealous Belting cause. A cool card that I... it's cool to see it come out in this KO deck. Moises clearly knows the KO deck. Another Zealous Belting in the hand there, as well as a Bear Fangs. But first, before we think about any of that, let's go ahead and throw in the Dawnblade. It's time for Dorinthia to put her mark on this game. He's fallen all the way down to 17, has Richard. But now he's got a full grip, card and arsenal, energy potion if we need enough resources.
Yeah. We've got a tense situation here. Wonder what they're talking about.
This is going to be, looks like no reactions at first.
Oh.
And we're going to get 2 reactions. This is going to give the Dawnblade Go Again with the Shift the Tide of Battle. It's also going to see, the next time a weapon hits, we're going to make an agility token for our next turn. Quite the powerful move here from Richard. Moises still saying no blocks, no reactions. We're going to go ahead and take the 5 damage, going down to 35, get in that agility token. And now the Blade Flurry going to finally get some value. Been sitting there for quite some time after that send packing. And now going to go ahead and buff up this next Dawnblade attack as well. 2 cards in hand, 2 resources floating.
Yep. And I wonder if Moises is just happy with the life lead, and he says, you know what, I can race you from here. I don't need to try to gamble and see if you've got an attack reaction. Show me what you have. I'm not going to give you a prize.
Absolutely, and we're going to make a Vigor token thanks to the Grains of Bloodspill. Come in with another 5 thanks to both the Dawnblade and the Blade Flurry. 2 cards left in hand. Let's see How does Moises want to handle this one here? Looks like we might be given 2 cards.
Okay.
Blocking exactly 5. Richard has the attack reaction. It's going to be the Iron Song response because the reprise has triggered +3 on the stack. If this attack gets through, that Dawnblade counter is going to get a lot more powerful as it's going up from 3 to 4. Dorinthia is starting to do the thing, folks.
Yep, there it is. Moises saying, show me you have the attack reaction. And Richard says, I have the attack reaction. And he goes over the top, gets the counter on the Dawnblade.
And this is now exactly how this game can begin to turn, right? Now that Dorinthia has that counter, we're able to block with a couple cards and present a Dawnblade that all of a sudden has a much more threatening on-hit effect. Luckily for Moises, because he hasn't been under the same amount of pressure, all that armor is available for him. The Scowling Flesh Bag can intimidate. The Apex Bonebreaker can make a might, as well as just getting that nice block on the Scabskin Leather. So the Bear Fangs here, again, kind of like swing big at home, coming in for 9.
Yep.
It's making swing big look like the thing at home, because
Yeah.
not only do you get the +2 and the +1 from the other might, you're making a might for your next turn. So this is just a huge attack coming in for 3, and it looks like, or blocking for 3 is Richard, perhaps also utilizing some equipment block as well.
2 card 10s, that's something that I only know about in Victor when I've got that Seismic Surge token. But yeah, Moises putting it together, saying, I didn't need those 2 cards. I block with them. I preserve the life total. I don't care that you put the counter on the Dawnblade, because here's 9 more damage. And at this rate, Richard is going to need to think about his life total.
Yeah. Looks as though we're blocking for a total of 5 with the Crown of Providence as that sync was triggered. Richard heading down to 13. And Moises just going to continue to have the arsenal, have the might for the next turn. Drawn back up. 2-4. Ooh, maybe a bunch of reds there for Moises. So this might be a turn to go on the defensive as Richard sitting with a bunch of cards after that Crown of Providence activation.
He's thinking.
And the agility token here, so
yeah,
he gets go again as long as its attack hits. And again, this is how the game begins to shift for Richard. Glistening Steel Blade, perfect on a turn you already have a counter.
Yeah.
If you're Moises here, do you think you're still feeling that sense of confidence, especially as you see this energy potion get popped?
Well, if it's all reds, you know, maybe he's just sitting there saying, like, I hope you don't have the Twinning Blade. Here's my hand. Let's try again. I don't want to give you more counters.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see does Moises just drop the hand. This attack now coming in for 4.
It always feels so scary to drop the entire hand in front of a Dawnblade because you just never know. Dorinthia's can play around that. It's not, you know, there's only 3 copies of that card, but we haven't seen any yet. In fact, we haven't seen any Singing Steel Blades either. So the possibility for Richard to be able to pick whatever reaction he wants is quite high.
3 cards in hand, very dangerous. The Vigor token and the Energy Potion. Now, interestingly, the Vigor and the Energy Potion allowed for both of these cards to be played without any cards being pitched. So everything available for Richard to pitch with, to play with, all the information is in his hands as Moises has to think about how he wants to block this. Yes, he's up about 20 life, but this Dawnblade can start to get bigger and bigger and scarier and scarier.
Yeah, the amount of damage that he could put out if he is able to get 3 more counters on this turn is scary.
.38 minutes left on the clock. Richard's sitting at 13 life to Moises' 32.
You can tell he thinks that this is an important turn. He needs to make sure that he makes the right decision on this block, which is always so difficult against a Dorinthia.
Yeah, just putting 2 cards in front of this is dangerous here. Looks like he might be looking towards the equipment as well. You want to keep the pressure on when your opponent's low life, but at this point they have the counter. Yeah, taking those blocks back. This is a huge decision point in this game. The Glistening Steel Blade is such a threatening card and almost always takes a lot of respect from your opponent.
Absolutely. So he looks like he's settling with 3 cards, unless he's still touching them. He can't make up his mind. How do you block this Dawnblade? You can't ever know.
Yeah. We'll see if the Scowling Fleshbag wants to join the party here and make decision-making a little more challenging for Richard, as one of those cards that he was expecting to have at his disposal heads to the Banished Zone face down. Looks like Moises still thinking about blocks. Again, the life total is looking rather, I guess disparate would be the word, looking rather disparate, but the Scowling Fleshbag here is going to go ahead and join the fray, adding 2 more block values, so blocking for a total of 11, and going to say, hey man, one of those cards from your hand, I'm putting in the Banished Zone face down, and then let's see what else you got to work with.
He is really respecting the potential on this Dawnblade here. A Twinning Blade could be absolutely game-breaking. It doesn't look like he has the option, but you can see how scared Moises is of that possibility.
Glint the Quicksilver going to draw a card. Do we find the Twinning? Doesn't look like it. I see a Puncture, I think. As well as maybe like a Booming Blade, if I'm not mistaken. Or like it's like the two cost attack reaction, like Biting Blade. I think it's
Biting Blade,
yeah.
yes. Biting Blade, I haven't seen a lot of decks that run that. It's a less common card.
And there is one in the list. Richard here, looks like he might just have to say, yes, I accept. And if that is a red pulping in the hand, then Moises, the pulping doesn't block at all. The E-Strike, that's the card you're able to really kind of play, you know, off of an all-red hand. But when the pulping doesn't block, you're kind of priced into really respecting the Glistening Steel Blade and the counter that already is hanging out upon the Dawnblade.
And this is kind of Dorinthia's worst nightmare, right? Like, you need to get that snowball rolling. So if your opponent gets the life lead and then you finally have a chance to get the counters and they say, no, I'll take a turn off, we're going to start the game over 32-13. That's a tough spot to be in.
Absolutely. Might triggering here, Tunic counter going to, I believe it's going to be on its third counter. Yeah, he can pitch that red into just the Mandible Claw and make sure you get the value off of the Might token if you use the Tunic. It looks like that is going to be the play. You want to make sure you get that value when you can, even though Pulping is such a powerful card in these decks. You want to get the value off the Might token. You can continue to set up your Findall Spring Tunic for later, and also at this point with your opponent at 13, that Tunic might be used to block in the next couple turns, so might as well get the value off it while you can. Still got that Zealous Belting in the arsenal here if you're Moises. And like you were saying, Dorinthia here, they really need to be able to punish when they overblock, and often that really revolves around Twinning Blade. So for Richard here, not able to punish that overblock from Moises.
Yeah, it's just feeling a little bit unlucky. He hasn't seen any of the Twinning Blades and none of the Singing Steel Blades either, but he's going to come in with the, which card is that? Spoils of War.
A classic. Gonna give +2 to the next weapon attack if it hits. Make 2 copper tokens for the rest of the turn. Dorinthia not gonna be doing any bleeding on her hands. No blood on her hands. Gonna power up the copper tokens. But it looks like Moises here just gonna go ahead and say, I accept, take the 5 damage. This is much less scary than a Glistening Steel Blade. Let's see what else you got.
Yeah, I'm not sure what cards Moises drew, but whatever he has, it seems like he's happy to try to at least push some damage on next turn. He doesn't need to throw everything out this time. He's feeling so comfortable. No counters on the Dawnblade.
Dawnblade coming in. We did not make the Vigor here, so wanting to keep both cards in the hand is Richard, because the Vigor token creation would have taken that final resource, requiring another card to be pitched. So now Richard, or for now, Moises can kind of utilize that to his advantage. Okay, he didn't make the Vigor. That means he needs the cards in his hand. Does he have a big attack reaction, something that requires 2 or more resources to play, something like a Biting Blade, something like an Overpower? What's that card in the arsenal? But it looks like Moises here may be just saying, show me what you got. I'm not turning on Reprise. You can have your counter. I'm going to try to take it down, because here is that Biting Blade coming down.
And Biting Blade's a nice card because it doesn't lose that much if you don't have Reprise. Yeah, you lose a little bit of damage on the back end, but you can still get most of its power out, and you see it coming through for 6, and then he creates a Vigor on the back of that. You know, he's doing his best. He's swinging with what he's got, and, you know, with the 12 life lead Moises has and the 5-card hand, we'll see what he strings together here. Maybe looking to close this game out soon.
Definitely. You have to imagine, when you let the Dory player get the counter, there's got to be a good reason, because that Dawnblade can get just absolutely devastating when it moves into a point of having those breakpoints on every single attack. So Moises here, 5-card hand, no agility to speak of and no might, but the Zealous Belting going to be some natural go again, not requiring a draw nor a discard. And here's the thing, you're like, what? That Reincarnate has 5 power. Did you just get here, Michael? This is heavy hitters.
You read my mind.
Yeah, KO gives it +1 in any zone. That includes the pitch, you silly head.
Wow, so the Zealous Belting has go again. That's a card that I don't see that often in KO decks. I'm not sure if maybe they're coming around to it and realizing the power. But the fact that it's not a brute card is actually something that can sometimes affect Blood Rush Bellow turns.
100%. You do get that nice go again from those Zealous Belting, but just like the E-Strike, it's why I don't think the E-Strike was in the Battle Hardened winning list that Yuki ran out there, because it doesn't get the benefit from the Blood Rush Bellow. But Moises here prioritizing the rest of his turns beyond the Blood Rush Bellow's turn, going to go ahead and, we've seen the E-Strikes, we've seen now Zealous Belting into the pulping, unless that's a D-React in Richard's arsenal. This is going to be tough for him to stop having go again itself, as it here makes the might, has the dominate, comes in 4-6. If it's not blocked with 2 or more non-equipment cards, going to get the go again.
Yeah, and you can see the Zealous Belting really putting in work here. Who needs Blood Rush Bellow when you just have go again after go again after go again, slamming damage, up 21-7. Richard's in a tough spot. He's going to have to figure out how to thread something together if he wants a chance to come back in this game.
2 floating here for Moises means a Mandible Claw at the very minimum follows up this big old Pulpin coming in with the Dominate. Pulpin getting so much work in this KO decks, man. What a resurgence this card has seen, thanks to how often you can just draw and discard off the top of your deck. Wow, we've talked about the Twinning Blades being so tough for Richard not being able to find them. 2 in the same hand is never what you want to see, especially when you're just trying to stay alive.
It almost feels like with a flashback to last game, we had all 3 Blood Rush Bellas in one hand. Now we've got all the Twinning Blades in one hand. Really unfortunate for this player here, Richard. Kind of struggling to get his deck to flow the way that he wants it to.
And the Dominate means that even if Richard wants to be on the defensive this turn because he has a clunky hand with those Twinning Blades, that Dominate is going to push some damage through. Such a powerful way to close games out against defensive decks. 3 damage coming across, and a Beast Within it looks like for Moises headed to the arsenal here. So not your most powerful arsenal target, but still a nice 2-card 6 that can be a 2-card 8 off of Blood Rush Bellow's turn.
Yeah, the Pulping card in itself is so amazing as both go-again enabler and a closer. It fits both roles so well. I can see why we see that card. The one downside is if they're running D-Reacts, they can shut a turn down. It's kind of risky.
For sure. This is going to be a Steel Blade Supremacy on top of a Dawn Blade that has a counter already, but now is when you're able to kind of do some work if you're Moises here. 2 floating means pretty much everything is available to Richard. So you have to decide. There's 1 card in the arsenal. This is coming in for 6. How much do I care about the counter staying on? But the problem with Steel Blade Supremacy, every hit draws a card from here on out in this turn.
This is another one of his huge power cards, which it's the first time this game he's playing this. He really wishes that he had some Twinning Blades in hand for this turn, but he had to block with them. He doesn't have the resources. The life total is too low. He can't afford to keep his good cards anymore.
Now it looks as though, yeah, Moises just saying, listen, you're at 3. I'm going to take your 6. I'm going to say, show me the go again. Richard here has blocked with the Refraction Bolter, so it's time to cash in and give the go again. Every hit draws a card from here on out. And does Richard want to, I guess these are all on-hit triggers. So now in the resolution step, Richard deciding, does he want to go ahead and make that Vigor with the Grains of Blood Spill? 2 floating, 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. I think the card in arsenal is a Pierce Puncture, unless it has been blocked with on one of these prior turns. But like you said, Richard sitting at 3, not a single one of those Twinning Blades could have been kept.
Yeah.
Because then he'd be dead.
You know, there is potential for Moises to slip up here. If he doesn't make the right blocks and he's drawing a card on every single hit, 15 life is a lot less than 21 is less than 32. He's getting chipped down.
100%. I mean, this is starting to look a little bit scarier for Moises. The question is his life total low enough that he's truly under enough pressure, or has he built up enough of a buffer, that basically 20 life buffer that he had? Is that enough of a buffer to allow him to just kind of go ahead and take a bunch of damage and then really close the game out from there?
Flashbacks to the Briar turns, drawing a card on every hit is scary. And it wouldn't surprise me if Richard could threaten 15 damage off of just a 3-card hand when he's drawing every single time his Blade hits.
And here's the thing, Moises went ahead and said no blocks, but Richard, maybe because of reprise or otherwise, not able to threaten or push any more damage, which is, again, not really what you want to see if you're a Dory fan, because Moises here able to sit pretty at 9. Richard, 2 counters on the Dawnblade, and at the end of the turn, it looks like before Richard draws up, we're going to go ahead and discard an Agile Windup. So now we've got a Might token, we've got an Agility token. This is exactly where KO likes to sit.
9 health to 3, 5-card hand.
4-card hand after the discard of the Agile Windup.
Of course.
But a 4-card hand with an Agility token, that 1 card that makes you an Agility, listen. I don't know the value matrix that a lot of the top players truly ascribe an Agility token to, but it's close to a card, I think.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where you just can't give it a number because sometimes it's 0 and sometimes it's 6.
100%.
If you play a 6 that you couldn't have otherwise played.
This is coming in for 7 thanks to the Might token, which means we have to put a bunch of cards in front of it and the final block on the Brave Porch Breaker, blocking out for 7 here. Now here's the thing. Is Richard going to be able to...
Oof, and there's that Bear Fangs.
Wow, Bear Fangs, yeah. Off the top, we see Blue Agile Windup, but that's a 6 thanks to the KO. So this is 8 damage because we've already used the Might token, but makes a Might token on the back end. For Richard here, though, that you know what that Vigor means? He's going to get to swing that big old Dawn Blade, even if he has to block with all of his cards.
That is one of the most amazing parts about the Vigor token, and he does lay down everything, blocking 7 of the 8.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because the Goblin only blocks
That's
2.
a 2 block.
So Richard has to go down to 1 here, but the Vigor token does mean he can at least threaten to keep the Dawn Blade around.
Yep.
Moises, though, able to do a good amount of kind of, you know, deducing here, because Richard did not do any attack reacting when Moises didn't lay a card down, which means most likely the card in the arsenal there can't be played unless Moises does block, because he didn't play it last turn, unless he's really trying to, like, do something tricky on this turn. This is coming in for 5, unless it's a 4 pump here. I don't know if there's any, because Alpha Blood's a 1 for 4.
Did he have 2 Vigors or just 1?
I think he might have. I think he had 2. I think he had 2.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's all he
scary.
did really on the.
Yeah.
It's going to be a puncture. That's his 1 for 3 and gives piercing 1. So this is now going to be
Wow.
8 damage.
Wow.
Yeah, Moises can go down to exactly 1 here.
Ugh.
Unbelievable. Moises heading down to 1. This is the second game today where we've seen a 20 life lead shrink to 1 to 1. The question is, can Moises close the game out from here? Does the Might token allow for a break point to really finish this thing off?
Looks like he's got a counter on his tunic as well. Or 3, rather. It's
Wow.
kind of hard to see that. Can you see if that's a...
I believe it is 3.
Okay.
Draw and discard off the top of the deck. I think we're at 3 6s in hand, so this should be completely safe. It is going to be that riled up thanks to KO. We're going to go ahead and make a Might token. Wild Ride now coming in 7 with go again, which means...
Those break points are so brutal when you're on 1 life. He has to give 3 cards here.
This is now 3 cards in front of this.
Oh my gosh.
Which means...
Is that...
That's
2
3.
floating, okay.
Oh, yeah. And then the Command and Conquer is going to go ahead and finish the game from
Well played.
here. Moises Lopez moving on to 3-0 on KO after an incredibly close finish. Moises, again, was kind of able to sniff out, I'm not sure you're going to be able to kill me from here, given that you didn't try to put any more pressure on the turn prior. Went down to 1, but closed the game out, and KO Armed and Dangerous is certainly looking so as the deck moves on to 3-0.
This is another 1 health to 1 health match. We've had some close matches. Now, they didn't feel close at first, but the way that these players have been able to claw their way back into the game, I mean, if that puncture was able to do 1 more damage, it can't. But if it was, we have a very different game on our hands. Any point along that game, 1 health.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Find 1 more damage if the attack reactions had broken a different way. And it's probably one of the things we love so much about this freaking game is how games can seem out of reach, games can seem so far away, and yet most games of Flesh and Blood often come down to someone is below 5 and the other person's below 5. Your armor's broken and you're trying to find that one final swing. I think it also is a really good reminder and just like a way to show once again how much your life is a resource in these games. Even though 20 life deficits can seem insurmountable,
That's right.
they also really can just mean the player with that buffer now has an extra resource beyond just hand, graveyard, arsenal, and banish zone.
Yeah.
They have their life total that they can use, take a couple licks to finish the game.
That's right. And Moises really did that well. He said, I know that you're presenting, you have an arsenal, you have 1 floating, but I also know what Dorinthia can do. There aren't any cards that can go 1 for 4 in the reaction step, so I will say no blocks.
Yeah.
And it was a really good choice because he needed every card in his hand to guarantee the close there.
Yeah, and the Might token really kind of finishing off the game with the taking the 3 cards on that one. You have to imagine with the go again into the 3, into the 6, it would have done it no matter what. But the other thing we have to consider is that Dory deck did a darn good job for having some clunky draws and some
Absolutely.
clunky openers. A couple different attack reactions breaking a different way, and we would have seen Richard moving on to 3-0, and it shows you why he's already won 2 games today at the AGE Open and is putting himself in a prime position if he can continue to win out from here to punch his ticket into the top 8. So let's go ahead and just take a brief look at the metagame breakdown as we move out of this third round here. 3 Dorinthias out there on the day. We just saw Richard. We know for a fact that the U.S. national champ Charles Dunn is playing Dorinthia. Spicy, spicy, spicy. That is not a deck we've ever seen him play. I'm sure he's playing just a normal, just a totally normal Dawn Blade.
Yeah.
Nothing fatigue-oriented about this Dorinthia,
I was going to say, if I knew anything about Charles Dunn, this man likes to win the game through, I guess you could call it deck damage. Is that was a little spicy term right there, but he doesn't really like to threaten the life so much as say, show me that you can kill me.
Absolutely. That is the question that all fatigue players ask, and the question that Charles Dunn has oftentimes not had his opponents had answers for, as he has
That's right.
dominated so many different aspects of this game. We'll have to check in on him out there in the standings, see if we'll get him on stream. I'm sure he's going to win a bunch of games, so
Sure.
he'll probably be on stream at some point, but those games, let me tell you, they're long. Those games are long.
We'll save it for when the clock is a little bit more extensive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Probably something moving forward from here. So thank you all so much for joining us for this round 3 of the AG Open. We're halfway through Swiss. We got 3 more great rounds of Flesh and Blood coming up before our incredible top 8. So we've seen a bunch of Brutes. We've seen a bunch of, we've seen the couple Drome, or just the one Dromai, and we've seen a Warrior. Where are some of these Dark Horse decks that are now going to be 3-0 coming out of this tournament?
That's a very good question.
know?
I spotted, I think it was a Riptide versus Vincent game at the top table before this round started.
Oh.
I don't know how they're doing at this point, but I mean, at the very least, those are some very dark horses that were doing quite well at the end of round 2. One of them won that.
One of them did win. One of
Right?
them did win. How it has to work unless they found a draw.
That's true. That is
But
possible.
you have to
I
imagine.
don't-
You have to imagine that's not how Vince
I don't
said
see
it,
that
right?
matchup going to a draw.
No way, no way. So we'll check in with them. We'll see if we can get some of these other spicier decks, even if they're X and 1, because we've seen a lot of Brutes, we've seen a lot of Warriors, we've seen the heavy hitters of the meta
Yeah.
and Dromai. So we will see you momentarily. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood. back, everyone, to the March AG Open, and look at that. I've been in the tall grass, and a wild Bryce has appeared. Welcome
here
to
I
the
am.
booth, my friend. How you doing?
I could be doing better.
Okay.
I went 1-2 just now and decided to drop and help out my buddies in the casting booth.
Love to hear
Which,
it.
if that is the drawback of my failure, then it's not such a bad day.
That's not such a bad
I'm
day.
so stoked to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So talk to me, you don't have to give me all the bad beat story, but tell me about the deck you brought. Tell me about what you think you were trying to do. Tell me about what went wrong.
The deck I brought today was Levia, and the thing I was trying to do was kill my opponents. But instead, I killed myself. Let's go.
one-
So at least
one-
somebody's dying.
One of those type of just like Levia things go wrong and you end up taking a bunch of damage. The scabskin leathers type.
It was well. So I rolled 3 1s
For sure.
in 2 games,
for sure.
and then I just had really big issues. Like on the turns I wanted to transform into Blasmafet,
Yeah.
I had 2 non-blocks in hand, and then a Dromai player was just able to send 2 attacks, and then it was like previously I lost to a Vincent that was
Yeah.
putting. Shout out to Gary, my buddy on Vincent, who I just met today, but holy God, he put on a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
You guys, I think Nebula Blade might be good in Vincent.
Whoa. Okay.
Gary bringing the spice.
Let's-
I know you're rolling your eyes, but
No.
it was a lot of pressure. man.
They can see my eyes. They can see my eyes. My eyes did not roll even a little bit. I love Vincent.
Yeah.
You're coming from my life out here. No, okay, but I'm glad to have you in the booth, even if it does mean that you had to roll 3 1s. We're happy to have you. And let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our next match, my friends. We've got a couple familiar names, if you're familiar with not only the flesh and blood scene here in Los Angeles, but also the meanest people alive. Because we've got John Zapata and Tyler Horsepool, the heel of heels, the dark horse among dark horses, the man no one wants to see across from them. And today, he's out here in just the most.
Yeah, wait, that's
incre-
not Tyler.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Who is that?
I could have sworn Tyler wasn't here today, but we had this new mass player called the Phantom of the Fabopera.
I'm sorry, man. He just looks so incredible in the mask. And let's be very clear. Tyler just does this. Tyler just decides, like, this time I'm gonna be this guy. Like last time he was the meanest guy alive in that crazy getup. This time he is the Phantom of the Fabopera, and he's just here to make sure that we don't feel too serious about ourselves as we play this game.
Yeah, 100%. Because he definitely doesn't take it seriously, and yet he crushes all of our souls as he does it.
He's one of the first people I truly watched play this game when I was baby, just beginning to watch Flesh and Blood coverage. I was watching Tyler Horsepool win the Calling Vegas on Prism.
Yeah.
And clearly, thank God for all of us, he did not let it go to his head, and he does not take himself too seriously. Here's the thing, though. He's a killer. 3-0 on Katsu, constantly right at the top tables of many big events. He's a name that a lot of people know because of how big that first calling was. And we've got a pretty good matchup here between 2 players. One of them on your team, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you're not mistaken. John Zapata is the killer from the Team AGE, and he's been bringing Azalea to a lot of events lately. His last 2 road to nationals didn't go so well, but other than that, he pretty much just goes 6-0 in Swiss. That's just kind of what he does.
Yeah.
And John and I have been working on this deck together for quite some time until I recently went rogue and decided to start playing Levia instead. Yeah, it's a fearsome deck, and John is an incredibly fearsome competitor on it.
John is one of those kind of like quiet killers that you don't always expect to not only be as much of a grinder as he is, but so darn good at the game. I remember none of us knew he went to Queenstown, and then he was just on coverage.
just on
Feature
stream.
Match, and we were like, "John is in New Zealand? When did that happen?" But the dude is so committed to the game.
Yeah.
He loves it. He travels to almost everything he can, and now we're gonna see him throw down against the Phantom of the Fabopera. The Kodachis are coming out. It's Katsu versus Azalea, folks. 2 hometown heroes, 3-0, going up against each other. Let's go ahead and get into the game. I'm seeing a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. I'm seeing a Heart and Cross Trap, the Breaking Scales, and the Breeze Rider boots. This Katsu's clearly going into an aggressive game plan against a deck that's really going to try to lock him out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like a lot of Katsus are trending more towards this like one super big blow up turn rather than constant pressure with Mask of Momentum. And I just faced one last round. Trust me, it's really fearsome. You have to block correctly all the time, and you have to find Warmonger's diplomacy against Azalea.
Yeah.
That's painful for John, but not as painful as it could be, right? Because he doesn't have an arsenal, meaning that he can probably just choose War, still activate his Death Dealer because it doesn't affect, you're allowed to do non-attack weapon activations, and still send something, be it a red in the ledger that Tyler definitely has to block out, or something else, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You did see John make a little grimace there. Warmonger, it's still never what you want to see as the Azalea player here, but we are going to go ahead and activate the Death Dealer. One of the most powerful weapons ever printed. Anything that just says draw a card is just insane. You're going to put a Sleep Dart in the arsenal, and this is going to threaten to turn off that Katsu filter ability if it does hit. Ravenous Rabble, this is a card that has come in and out of these Azalea decks, as well as the E-Strikes, depending on the rise and fall of Warmonger's diplomacy, but John clearly expecting it either enough here, or also just valuing the critical information of getting to see the top of your deck without utilizing the Skullbone Crosswrap, and still coming in for a casual 0 for 4.
This is potentially the best situation for John on a Warmonger's diplomacy turn. It's not going to slow him down. I mean, it'll slow him down a little bit, but being able to throw 2 attacks on that situation, that's all good.
Yo, the Phantom of the Fab Opera absolutely throwing down here. A perfect 0 for 4 block with the Flick Flack, which allows him to make just a single card block on the Sleep Dart, giving +2 defense to the next card with combo. What a perfect response from Tyler to that Sleep Dart here. Going to come in with now this Be Like Water, threatening a new name if it hits.
Yeah, and it's interesting to have Flick Flack in this deck because there are situations where Azalea only sends 1 attack that's super dominated, where you don't get as much value, like that almost feels like infinitesimal value out of Flick Flack. Usually better in decks that go wide. But in this case, Tyler finding the exact situation in which to use it.
Perfect here for Tyler. Doesn't get to keep it in the arsenal in case he's worried about a big dominated attack later, but at this point, getting 2 card block to block a total of 9 damage. Gotta feel good for the Wanderer here. And now this 3 damage, yeah, it's just 3 with go again, but the Sleep Dart did not connect, which means if it hits, Katsu can go grab whatever card he wants with combo, and if Be Like Water has the opportunity, it will be able to become a name like Surging Strike, Twin Twisters, Head Jab. All these combo starters, it's going to be an Ancestral Empowerment, +1, draw a card. Talk about card draw. The earlier sets in this game, it's printed on a couple more cards than they've eventually put it on.
Yeah, no doubt. And John feeling very vindicated for not blocking here because Tyler was holding the exact answer that would have punished him, which is tough, though, because now he's just going to be facing down a big, massive turn from Katsu, I would imagine.
Yeah, a couple cards left in the hand. Looks like Tyler may be thinking on the Katsu activation trigger. Not sure. Did get to draw the card from the Ancestral Empowerment here. Going to go ahead and check the graveyard. Looks like another Be Like Water in the hand.
He found a Fluster Fist, so he does have something he can discard. I think the other card is a Bonds of Ancestry, so he was lucky to find another 0 cost in this case. Maybe it's not good either way. Tyler having a really tough time with this think. I'm surprised he can even see his cards through that mask.
Maybe that's part of his strategy.
Yeah,
he's just
absolutely.
playing by feel.
How many Gerard Butler movies do you think he watched in preparation for this?
7.5.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds like a normal Friday night.
Yeah, didn't finish the last one. He's got to have some reason to him. Looks like we are going to go ahead and both activate Katsu and give Be Like Water a name.
Eeny, meeny, miny, Searching Strike?
Probably. If we're going to grab the Whelming Gust Wave, a 0 for 4 with the go again and the draw on hit. Probably good enough. And we've got those 2 Kodachis to at least, if it's a red Bonds, then no, the Kodachis aren't following. So, John, how incentivized, you playing a lot of Azalea, how incentivized are you to put a couple cards in front of this here? Your equipment doesn't really do a lot of blocking.
It really depends on what's in your hand. I mean, if you have the nuts here and you are able to go for like a dominated red in the ledger and reset the tide of this battle, you're feeling pretty good, right? Because Tyler is floating none. You have to ask yourself, like, what could he draw that could be the absolute worst case scenario? In this case, it's probably Bonds of Ancestry, right? Because that could be Bonds followed up by a Fluster Fist. But there's this temptation in this situation not to block it out and go, how bad could it be, right? A lot of times it can be very, very bad, but it's a risk assessment.
Bad enough that you're willing to put both a Premeditate and a Knock the Death Whistle, 2
That is interesting.
premium cards in the matchup. The Premeditate, not only the +3 and the Ponder, but the Knock the Death Whistle, the optionality of getting to grab whatever you want, put it on top, and potentially dominate it with Azalea. Just, I mean, such an insanely powerful card in Flesh and Blood in general, but also in this matchup when you want to probably chain together a bunch of disruptive effects. John's saying, I'd much rather just keep you on a 4-card hand at the very minimum, not let you draw a card and put it in your arsenal or come at me with something crazy.
By the way, it looked like what Tyler drew off the top there was a Descendant Gust Wave, so that would have literally just been an Arsenal pass after drawing that card.
Yep.
Not to say John did the wrong thing. Katsu drawing cards is an incredibly difficult proposition to deal with, but, you know, we'll see if it makes the difference between a massive turn and kind of a lackluster one. It's starting off not bad here, though. Read
Yeah.
the glide path after opting once. Hopefully John can find exactly what he needs.
Yeah, Bolt and Shot is just a nice way to go ahead and continue the turn. You do threaten the reload. Tunic is not up, so only the one card in hand. This would be the only way to get a card into the arsenal following this position. So this looks like it's just going to be an attack for 7. It does threaten the reload. And potentially, if the card in hand is a 0-cost arrow, John does get to continue from here. But otherwise, John's looking like he's just going to set himself up to continue his next turn with the 5-card hand.
And Death Dealer has not been activated here. So this is one of the really nice things about Azalea. You can craft your turn based on how do I activate both my hero power and my weapon to try. Oh my goodness, this is a good follow-up right here. Codex of Frailty, a card we all know and love.
Codex of Frailty going to go ahead and, I mean, here's the thing. Tyler doesn't have that arsenal because he didn't draw the card, so he does get to grab whatever he wants, but he also has to discard. And John here, what 0-cost arrow can he play? Does he have one? I guess it's just going to be the Bolt and Shot. So no true, disruptive effect. It's just going to be 4 more damage and giving the Frailty on the Ponder, which of course turns off not only the Kodachis for the turn, but also makes whatever Tyler does grab significantly less threatening to the tune of 1 damage. But John here would have liked to have something in the arsenal like a Drill Shot or something with a little more of a non-hit effect.
Yeah, and it matters a little bit less against this particular build in Katsu, right? Because usually when they have Mask of Momentum, you're building to a point in the game where they will eventually try to gain 2 life off of blocking it. However, in this case, it's pretty much just Breaking Scales and Breeze Rider Boots that are going to be the main target. So I think at this point, this early in the game, John is just happy to see a red 0 for 4 in his graveyard because he could very easily be in a situation where all he has is 1-cost arrows and then his turn is kind of bunk.
Yeah, and before the Tunic is online, it is certainly more challenging to get those off. If you're John here, you're getting to draw a random card, put it in your arsenal, which you're always happy to do as Azalea. You already have Tyler down to 29, but he hasn't really done anything too spicy yet. When do you start to get worried as the Azalea player here? Is it when you miss potential powerful on-hits? Is it when the Katsu just goes the heck off? Like, what are you really worried about in this seat as Tyler comes in with this 100 wins for 3?
For me, against a Katsu as Azalea, I'm just literally always worried. I'm worried when they present breakpoints that are difficult for me to block, right? Because Azalea presenting 2 cards to block is really bad for her turn, right? Furthermore, I'm incredibly disappointed that the way Katsu decks are built is they're just built to punish any blocks you make, right? So as the Azalea player, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to commit 2 cards to this, then I'm going to get punished anyway and face 16 damage. It's rough. That being said, Red in the Ledger is a card, and Azalea can kind of just steamroll Katsu out of the game. In this case, John is really happy to see a 3 power attack that he can easily block with an arrow.
How happy is he to see Command and Conquer, though? This is
He is not happy.
I was going to say, there are a certain number of 2 blocks in this Azalea deck that premeditates the Codex of Frailty, just a couple that we've already seen, but all those laces also block for 2, so this Command and Conquer, a 6 power attack that also threatens the arsenal, which is exactly what Azalea needs to play her game.
Yeah, it's interesting. This has been an incredibly grindy game so far. It's definitely one of those matchups that can just kind of blow up in 2 to 3 turns. For our sake, I'm kind of glad that we get to watch it a little bit longer.
Absolutely, yeah. We didn't know how quick this one's going to be. Also, shout out, he's just leaving the frame there to Michael Murray. I was going to say, that's how you know a commentator truly just has a love for the game, right? They're out of the booth, they're taking a break, but they just need to go watch the feature anyway. Just want to go check out what's going on. That's how you know someone's really here because they love it, folks.
Yeah, shout out to Michael. He's kind of like he's a bit of a sleeper, right? Like we know him because he goes to Odyssey and just takes people down, right? Like he's one of the most consistent 4-0 Armory players I know.
He's very good. He's very methodical when he plays. He has this very I should have given him some grief for this. I'll do it next time we're on stream because he has such a playing face. He's
yes,
very
he
much
does.
No one can see me, so no one's seeing the face I'm making, but you're seeing it. And you think it's pretty good,
I'm
right?
blind.
Oh, no! What happened, Bryce?
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I've just been
This
smelling
is
my way
guys,
through this day.
Guys, we have to cut the stream. Something terrible has happened.
No, it's all good. I'm fine.
Oh, okay, good.
You're
This is
saying the card names. I know what's going on.
great. This is a Command and Conquer for 6, and I'm going to make sure not to wave something too close to your face.
I wouldn't know it if you
Yeah,
did.
exactly. All
Because
right.
I'm blind, not deaf.
Yeah. John here going to go ahead and really having to think. He's really having to look at this Command and Conquer. He definitely has, I think, 2-3 blocks in hand. I think it's Deadeye and a
Interesting.
Remorseless, which is enough of that's the decision he took because it's just so devastating to lose all of the value from the arsenal, even if you have to give 2 cards. John giving 3 cards here means Katsu, unless this is relatively disruptive, he's going to have a good little bit of tempo to fire back with.
Yeah, and good thing for John that he had the 2/3 blocks. They're, like you said, the Azalea hands can be so bricky in terms of being able to block out a CNC. Furthermore, he's gotten a red infecting shot into the graveyard, which is kind of a critical part of the Azalea play, right? You want to get 1 copy of each of those incredibly powerful arrows into your graveyard as soon as possible for Codex.
Yeah.
And he finds a Remorseless off the top, which is a nasty card against ninjas.
Yeah, this is actually wild. Just the degree of I don't want to say it's just fortunate, but it's part of playing the Azalea deck. Sometimes the top of your deck does have to cooperate, and read the glide path here into the Azalea activation. What did we say about that last turn? It's the Tunic counter that can really turn the turn alive, and this 8 damage dominate with the totally relevant damaging on hit is something Tyler's going to have to think about now. Looks like we're putting at least 2 cards in front of this. Two equipment block, excuse me.
Could it be a Flick Flack in the arsenal? And I think it's interesting that Tyler is choosing now to block with these 2 pieces of equipment. He's probably just trying to get the block value on them as soon as possible. He sees a dominated arrow that he doesn't want to block out completely with the cards in his hands, so we'll get his value here because these 2 particular pieces of equipment are essential to the Katsu pop-off turns. Breeze Rider boots to give Dishonors, Flusterfist, what have you go again, and Breaking Scales to basically, like I said, punish Azalea for blocking any of his attacks.
Yeah, and like we discussed, like we alluded to, the expectation we had coming into this matchup was that it might be a little bit of a quicker paced game, and honestly, the Heart and Cross Strap is one of the things that pointed us in that direction. But even it has been a bit of a grinder to start off. But if you look at John's position, the Azalea deck, he has had to do a good bit of blocking. He has had to have a bit of a clunker. But it's 23-35 in favor of the Azalea, even though we are talking like Azalea is having a little bit of trouble stringing together incredibly powerful things. Not only is he up to the tune of 12 life, but there's a Remorseless trigger that is going to hit every single card on this turn for Mr. Horsepool.
No, I think John's incredibly happy here. And obviously not knowing what was on top of his deck. I think that's why he was taking so long on that CNC block, but he got rewarded for blocking out and seeing exactly what he wanted to see. Here comes Be Like Water from the Arsenal. This is another one that John likes to see because it's Katsu's first attack in the turn, and it's a 3 block. Ostensibly something he could easily throw an arrow in front of and potentially make Tyler think twice about what he throws next.
I'm really curious. I'm excited. I'm raring to see when this Heart and Cross Trap comes into play. You can throw it on something just like a CNC, but I feel like it might just do a little bit more oomph. I know it's hard to imagine more oomph than a CNC, but in a deck like Katsu, when the combos really start to flow, that's when it starts to get exciting with what this hero is possible. What's possible with this hero?
Well, the biggest culprit in my mind is, of course, Surging Strike, the quintessential combo starter for Katsu. That would be the leadoff for the Dishonor line and a bunch of other zany stuff that Katsu can do. The amount of damage that this deck can put out, and the fact that it's not more highly represented, people have been talking about it a lot, but I think this is one of those decks that is a total sleeper. And if you don't have reps on it going into the Pro Tour, you might have some issues.
Definitely. That first game action for Tyler, the Be Like Water being blocked out by Mr. Zapata, the Deadeye being committed to the block. Tyler Horsepool now coming in with the Kodachi. John finally taking another point of damage, going down to 34. And then it's time for the Surging Strike to come on in, take another point to the remorseless Will Tyler. 5 damage with go again. Does John say no blocks, or he's just making sure he takes the 1 damage to the remorseless here?
So this is kind of one of those punishes that I was talking about. Tyler throws a Be Like Water and gives John a value proposition. Here's 1 card to stop my Katsu trigger. Here comes Surging Strike, now still with 2 cards in hand, still presenting a very, very vicious combo on the back end. John's sitting there like, man, I already gave you 1 card. That is like a massive part of my Azalea turn. And the prospect of throwing down another 2 cards in front of this is not exciting.
Especially while John isn't on an arsenal, right? So he doesn't just have the ability to check what's on the top with the Skullbone Cross Trap, and he's just going to give 2 cards to this 1/2 block and the release the tension and make sure that the Surging Strike at least does not hit for now. The Breaking Scale is online, but with no combo printed on Surging Strike. Just the go again there, not able to power it up. Let's see what Tyler's able to move on with.
And this is an advantageous block for John because Breaking Scales is one of those cards that you just have to stay focused on the entire game. It is so easy to misplay with that card in your opponent's equipment suite.
And this is just going to be looks like a naked dishonor here. So coming in just for the 2, but the on hit not going to be relevant. Yeah, John just going to go ahead and take the 2, go down to 32, but with only 1 card in hand, we're going to see if John wants to do anything with that card or just tick that tunic up and flip it in the arsenal for the next turn.
John is stoked about how that turn just went down. He was able to block. He's able to reset up an arsenal. Furthermore, he kept damaging Tyler on his turn. I think he took 4 or 5 life. Oh my gosh!
I was getting ready. I was like, I feel like the one card that could just make this even better for John is if that 1 card hand is just simply a Codex. Now, again, without the tunic up, I think we might just be seeing another Bolton shot just coming in for 4 damage when he should have done nothing. But you know, it's a 1 card, send 4 damage, but also restore the arsenal and turn off those Kodachis and whatever Tyler put in the arsenal. So just John here having to do a good bit of blocking, but pretty fortunate with the way some of these cards are breaking towards him.
Oh, 1000%. I mean, for Azalea, the huge, like, don't get me wrong, Codex of Frailty is an amazing card, right? But specifically in this matchup, the Frailty token does so much work, and furthermore, the Ponder token prevents John from being in a situation like he was at the beginning of this turn, where he has no arsenal, he can't look at the top of his deck and do what Azalea does best, right? So Codex of Frailty, like the perfect 1-card reset.
And honestly, maybe the perfect response here from Tyler. Yes, you just give 2 cards to the Bolton shot, preserve your life total, and just throw down with another Command and Conquer. Say, I'm going to make your turn a little less powerful. You're going to have to either give me 2 cards or lose whatever's in that arsenal. And if that's a red in the ledger flashed from that arsenal there from John, you know he wants to protect that as much as possible.
Yeah, and John's got 2 arrows in his hand, so this is not too difficult for him to just throw 2 cards in front of. I think this is probably the best situation he could hope for.
John Zapata still sitting at 32, hasn't even taken that first 10 points of life. Azalea showing the power of the deck even when it's not necessarily humming. But this red in the ledger is about to start making things much more uncomfortable for the Phantom of the Fabopera.
Oh, and that's going to be so difficult for Tyler because he just drew his first Art of War of the game. If John does end up presenting this red in the ledger, it is, 1, going to be kind of hard for Tyler to block out, and 2, if it hits, probably not going to come in with Dominate. But if it hits at all, then that Art of War turn is kaput.
And notably, no Memorial Grounds, I don't believe, in the list for John Zapata.
No.
So for Tyler here, you've already seen 2 codexes, and now it's the first time that a red in the ledger has hit the graveyard. So at least there's only 1 more codex that can grab a red in the ledger from the graveyard. So you have to be really only thinking about them for the next little bit of time, most likely from either the top of deck or John's hand. This is just going to be Ravenous Rabble, though, 4/4, showing the Lace with Frailty on top. Look at that beautiful extended art there on the combat chain.
Yes, sir. Those are what he traveled to Queenstown to get, too, right?
Most likely.
Yes, sir.
Could have just taken the slightly cheaper flight, I have to imagine, to Hartford, but we do not question his methods.
Oh, no, he probably took both.
He probably did.
We know he took to New Zealand.
He got the Ravenous Rabbles, sold them, got a ticket to Hartford, got the Ravenous Rabbles, and now is coming in for 5.
Works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. And now is coming in for 5 with the red in the ledger. Now this is just going to require Tyler to give the
No
Mask
way.
of the Pouncing Lynx to
Oh my
make sure that
goodness.
it doesn't hit. My goodness is right. Showing that even though Mask can often represent up to like 8 damage when you pop it and grab the right card, he values this turn right here enough. It's time for the Heart and Cross Trap. It's time for the Surging Strike. This is coming in 4/5 with Go again. He gave the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx for this, folks. So this has to be one of Tyler's big turns.
And this is interesting because at first glance, it looks like if John is to block this out with, say an arrow and a buff and make it perfect, Tyler could throw that Art of War out, but he's only got 1 other card in hand, so he wouldn't be able to do the Banish and Draw 2, which is, I don't know, it's interesting to see how the rest of this turn is going to go.
Got a card in Arsenal. Got that Art of War like we've said. But the Art of War most likely wants to hit the Arsenal, you have to imagine, right? So that it can power up a 5-card hand on the next turn.
You would think.
So I think he might have the Natural Whelming in the hand. That could be the reason to continue the turn from here. And John is looking like he might want to go ahead and once again, just give 2 cards to this Surging Strike. Now, John, you're like, oh man, he's making some pretty risky blocks. He's blocking a lot, but again, he has doubled Tyler's life at this point. The chipping is working. 5 is going in front of this, and it is the natural Whelming Gust Wave. This one's just going to be for 3,
Correct, sir.
right? Because
Yep.
it is the yellow. So we are going to give the breaking scales finally, because this is the perfect time to do it. You've already gotten the block value out of it. You've gotten your opponent to commit just the 1 card block. The breaking scale now going to go ahead, give the +1, so the Whelming Gust Wave triggers. Is it a flick flack?
He needs a 0 cost here. Because he can order the triggered abilities so that the Whelming Gust Wave draws his card first, then he can activate Katsu. So he was really hoping to find a 0 cost here because we know the other card in his hand is a 1 cost.
Let's see exactly what he was able to find. It is
It's
the
a
flick
flick
flack,
flack.
so it does cost 0, so he is able to activate Katsu. So is this the time to continue the natural Surging Strike into the Gust Wave, into grabbing most likely that Bonds of Ancestry?
Yeah, we go eeny, meeny, miny, Bonds of Ancestry here every single time. Although Tyler is having a think.
Now,
Interesting. A
Descendant Gust Wave is just going to continue the turn. Now,
What if he has a Bonds in Arsenal?
Or yeah, and then because we're gonna get. There's the Bonds of Ancestry from the Arsenal. Are we able to get the Dishonor here?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, just another Bond. So this is just gonna be a huge Bonds turn. Has to be.
Yeah, I suppose so. I is there a line where he then goes Descendant? Yeah, then he. No, I see. Because he would need the Bonds to be the last thing in the chain for the Dishonor trigger to happen.
So yeah, it all matters about what is played.
He also
when,
does
right?
not have a Dishonor in his graveyard, so Bonds can't find a Dishonor.
He played a Dishonor. He played the naked one.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
so right.
So let's see what happens, because he does now have a Bonds access available to him and a Descendant Gust Wave. This is a huge and very exciting turn. So first we have to deal with this.
So now he's going to pitch the Art of War, go Descendant Gust Wave, Bonds of Ancestry again.
So yeah, John just.
And then he finds the Dishonor, can't he?
Yeah, I think so, right? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Because the key part of the Dishonor combo text is that it has to be a Descendant Gust Wave. It cannot be a Whelming Gust Wave. So Tyler has to take this line to make sure that his Dishonor
This is
has
sick.
text on it.
Yeah, this is sick.
Oh my gosh.
This is absolutely sick. So the Descendant Gust Wave here now going to come in, not getting the cost reduction, but now we get to go grab the Bonds that we've gotten out of the Banish Zone. You know what that means? That Dishonor we played a couple turns ago that didn't seem that exciting. It's time to get the second one. John Zapata's already committed a bunch of cards to the block. That combat chain is full of blocking cards, so this Dishonor might have a good chance of hitting unless we put a couple pieces of equipment in front of it.
At this point, I want to throw up on John's behalf. This is horrible. For the Azalea player, very happy for the Phantom of the Fabopera. But, he's showing us exactly why he gave a massively critical piece of equipment in order to do this turn.
Yeah.
Furthermore, he's pitching a power card in order to make this happen. This is the power of Katsu, right? Like, this started with 2 cards in hand. I'm sorry, 3 cards in hand? 3 cards in hand and an arsenal. And we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chain links. Absolutely disgusting.
And the Dishonor has hit. John Zapata either unable to block it or just choosing, you know what, I don't need to dominate this game. Tyler's already down to 16, but showing you the power of the Heart and Cross Trap, the Katsu abilities, the draws, and the second Bonds of Ancestry there to make just an incredibly powerful turn. John Zapata gonna Arsenal and pass, so Tyler Horspool now gets 4 cards to come back with, and he doesn't have to think about dominate or, critically, even just the drawing a card off the top for the rest of the game.
It's interesting that John decided to take that Dishonor. My guess is that means he has a 2-block in hand. I think if he had a 3-block, it's a pretty easy decision to throw 3-block plus Tunic in front of that Dishonor, just because the Azalea ability is like a critical part of the deck. I'm really curious as to what's in that arsenal after watching him take that.
Wow, now, yeah, look at this. Imagine if that Pouncing Lynx was still around on that turn.
And this is also showing John's experience in this game, right? Like, the fact that he was blocking so consistently when he didn't think he had the nuts turns. He kept himself so healthy, and now we're still at life parity, despite the fact that Tyler had the most disgusting pop-off turn we've seen in the game.
And I think really good for both our viewers and for those of us who are just interested in the Pro Tour meta to really see kind of what Katsu is able to do in this meta and what some of these really powerful Bonds turns truly look like. It's something that you can, you know, fundamentally understand on a conceptual level, and then it starts to happen in front of you, and you're like, what?
so
No, stop.
yeah.
No, stop.
Stop hitting me.
Stop that. We're going to go ahead and grab another Bonds of Ancestry now that we've hit with our spinning wheel kick. I can't-
Spinning wheel kick.
Yeah, we spoiled that card. I got to remember what it's named. The spinning wheel kick and the descendant gust wave coming in to follow it up. Yes, it doesn't have the natural cost reduction, but we have grabbed another Bonds of Ancestry thanks to the Katsu ability. So we're going wider than you think, folks. First, we got to deal though with this descendant gust wave coming in.
Yeah, and at this point, Tyler, it doesn't matter what Tyler gets off of the Bonds of Ancestry. It's just going to be some sort of 0 for 4. At this point in the game, now that he's gotten his pop-off turn, he's just pressuring John's life total as much as possible. John basically needs to find some way to get an arrow with like an incredible on-hit effect to get himself back in this game. He needs to time warp Tyler a couple times, and then he can kind of take it. Problem is, no dominate to close it out for surezies.
3 damage. John has to think about going down to 9. This game has just flipped on its head. Honestly, all tournament, it's been one player in the lead, plenty of life, and then it's been the player on the right has a huge life lead, and then the player on the left finds a way to claw just some crazy turn together and makes it look a bit more even. The question is Tyler going to be one of the first opponents to really put the left players in the winner's bracket? Because this Bonds of Ancestry looks like he's just going to go ahead and banish a Flusterfist to grab a Flusterfist. But the one from deck, most likely going to be for 4.
Yes,
Putting potentially John down to 1 if he just continues to no block.
which is, I mean, John's not dead, right? And there's always a way for Rangers to kind of claw it back out.
Oh, yeah.
if they're not dead. We know that from the Lexi meta in a previous time.
We know
feels
that
like now.
we know that from Riptide's continued dominance,
Yes,
right?
100%.
Just, like continues to just
Hey man, no cap. We've got a Riptide up at the top tables. He's playing an Arachne right now. That must be quite a grindy match. But
for sure.
it's possible. It's possible that we see a Riptide in the top 8 today.
Let's go.
And furthermore, it's not Anthony Pham.
Oh, you hate to hear it for Anthony.
Yeah. It's friend of the show and the events. Talon, I don't know his last name. I think that's a family name.
Yeah,
For
sure.
But Talon is quick shout out to Talon while John thinks about his blocks. Talon's such a great guy, and he's been going hard on the Riptide game since its inception, and he just won't quit that deck. And I respect the heck out of that.
That means it's so fun when you find a deck that you just continue to play, win or lose, rain or shine. As John's going to just take this 4, heading down to 5. 4 more coming in. What do you want to do about this one, John? If you take the 4 here, every single Kodachi suddenly starts to hurt quite a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. Kodachi lock is very real. He does have 2 nice pieces of equipment that he can throw in front of them for 1 turn. And, I mean, it could be that those 5 cards, the 4 in John's hand and the 1 in his arsenal, can make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, because you simply have to imagine it's some incredibly disruptive piece, given that quite literally every single Kodachi now threatens lethal. Rain Razors. Oh, well, there you go. That's the reason why he couldn't block.
Exactly.
That's the reason why he couldn't block the Dishonor. It's what we postured. We thought about. It's either a non-block, a 2-block, or just something that John had to think about. The worst case scenario here for John facing down that Dishonor is now in his arsenal. But let's see. We do see a Bolton shot in there. That does well with Rain Razors. What is John able to put together from here?
Yeah, absolutely. And without Dominate, it can be up to John to just put together some massive arrows that Katsu can't block out. Critically, still has a lot. He also has a lot of 2 blocks in his deck, just like the Azalea player. And if he has to give his hand 2 or 3 turns in a row, there is totally a way for Azalea to claw back into this game. And I'm seeing a Bolton shot in John's hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. Snapdragon Scalers, Bullseye Bracers, both available for Mr. Zapata here on this Azalea deck. It's going to come down to the wire, as many of these games of Flesh and Blood do, folks. That's why we love it.
Still opting.
He's opting.
These are always the funniest beginnings of the turn for the Azalea player, because I know I've been in John's seat many times. It's like you think so hard about your blocks. Pass to your turn, it's like you should know exactly what you're going to
totally.
do. No, I'm going to flip the top card of my deck. Oh man, this changes everything.
Yeah, 100%. It's probably I played a little bit of Azalea too. It's one of the things I actually kind of enjoy about it. It's like I think I know what I'm going to do, but the top of the deck might change that. Now John going to go ahead after the op, I believe left on top. So now going to go ahead and just play out the Rain Razors. So hey, every attack gets +2 if you turn that Rain Razors into a 0 for 6 or something on the same wavelength. That is how you can start to threaten even 16 damage from here. 5 cards, 16 damage. A lot of decks in Flesh and Blood can make that happen.
Chances are John is he liked the card on his hand. He wants to be able to draw it. He's probably going to load that Bolton shot. We see another Rain Razors in the hand. There's a chance that this turn goes 3 arrows wide with 2 Rain Razors on the chain.
Tunic going to go ahead and load the Death Dealer here, so we're getting another card for our troubles. Bolton shot going to get drawn. It's a Sleep Dart in the hand here.
Yeah,
From the
John's
draw.
trying to go 3 arrows wide.
100%.
This could totally flip this game on its head.
Yeah, I think this. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but it's pretty darn close with the second Rain Razors and the Bullseye Bracers.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to go 3 arrows wide with a couple Rain Razors. This is going to be a huge turn from John Zapata.
So John says, I'm not going to present an on hit that is going to make you think about blocking it. I'm just going to kill your face.
Yeah.
I'm going to rip that mask right off, even though he kind of did already with the Pouncing Lynx.
Imagine Tyler just took the mask off when he blocked with it.
It's not Tyler. That's the Phantom of the
Sorry.
Fabopera.
Imagine the Phantom of the Fabopera took the just like was cosplaying it, truly LARPing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Tyler here, or the Phantom of the Fabopera, going to go ahead and say no blocks. And so now this is an attack for 7, and Tyler's heading down to 9. The question is, will he be able to block out enough to even survive the turn?
So
Now that he's taken 9.
Yeah, I think at this point, John wants to load the Sleep Dart, shoot the Sleep Dart, pop Snaps, and then pop Bullseye Bracers to get that last Bolton shot in there. Otherwise, if he loads the Bolton shot here, he gets a free attack, basically, but then he risks Tyler being able to block that arrow out and not getting to fire off the Sleep Dart. But he's having to think. I think the last card in his hand is a buff, so he could be thinking, oh, I guess I'll just load the Bolton shot, present the buff.
I think whatever he puts in, he can play the other one, right? Thanks to the Bullseye Bracers.
I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So this one, it's just a blue, which might with Tyler might now be able to at least survive. Yeah, this should keep him alive, depending on what that last card is, if it is a buff or not. Not going to need to even use the snaps here, which is huge. The Bullseye Bracer, if this doesn't hit, is going to be the way to continue the turn here for John. You have to imagine. I mean, here's the thing. Now it's pretty face up, right? Tyler knows it's very unlikely there is a third Rain Razors on the turn. If you have the 2/3 blocks, you can force John into playing the, activating the Bullseye Bracers. But the question is, what is the arrow that you will then be facing down? It will be impossible to block out. You may have to just put 2 cards in front of it anyway. The question is, can you survive with 1 life and be in the position to be able to come in with 2 Kodachis? That's where you want to be if you're Tyler here, and you have to imagine that's exactly what he's trying to think through. But the question is, honestly, can he even stay alive? What is the block value of his hand?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that John's next arrow is going to come in for 9, which is gross.
Wow,
It's
he just
entirely possible that Katsu has 9 block in his hand.
This is sick, dude. He just took the 6, said, "Show me what you got." I think
he has to.
Yeah, the mega punish is 2 arrows that you can play that are both 0 cost, right? Because you can just go 0 cost, play it, snap, bullseye, and then that's the game.
Yeah.
But Tyler's saying that I'm finding that scenario unlikely, right?
Yeah, I think John is wondering if he needs that +1 from the Bullseye Bracers to have any effect on Tyler. I can't see the value. I mean, I know we're getting incredibly close to the end of the game. He's going to go for it. He just wants that extra +1 on the Sleep Dart. Yep, and he has to use that last card in hand to pitch it.
So this is going to be 10, right? 1, 2,
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. As long as Tyler has a couple 3 blocks, he can take 2, go to 1. No, but he just has to put all the cards
There
in
it
front of
is.
this.
And there it is. So that's Azalea's opening. This is exactly what John needed to do. He needed to take all of the cards from Tyler's hand. Oh my gosh, he doesn't even have to deal with Kodachis. So basically, John has like 2 turns here. Because on this one, he can send something and hope that all Tyler can do is give him 2 Kodachis. He gives both of his pieces of equipment and then tries to do it again. We see an E-Strike. That's a good start.
Sheesh!
And he's really hoping to activate Death Dealer here.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like this is kind of now once again John's game to lose. He has an ability to draw a card. He's still got 2 pieces of equipment, like you astutely mentioned, that can eat up those Kodachis. The question is, how cooperative is the deck? Now, if you're in Tyler's seat, at least you're happy that you don't have to worry about Dominate just ending the game because of your Dishonor line. But Mr. Horspool, they're unable to keep enough cards to threaten those Kodachis. And now have to just face down whatever the top 4 cards of your deck is versus the top 4 cards of mine.
John also has the opportunity to draw an additional card to fix his hand because he still has his Snapdragon Scalers available.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is part of the great what John probably enjoyed about getting to go Bolt and Shot into Bolt and Shot. You preserve your Snapdragon Scalers for a future turn, just like this, where you get to go E-Strike, draw a card, and then the Snapdragon Scalers are going to be used.
Heck yeah. I'm wondering if John drew kind of a bricky hand. That happens a lot with Azalea. She's kind of it. Oh wow, that was. If that's what he drew, that's good. He's playing the new specialization. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is just 8.
That's
That's
the
the game,
exact punish.
folks. Yeah, that's the game, folks. Wow, look at that.
Excellent
John
job, John.
Zapata. John Zapata sitting alive at 1. But once again, the right player dominance continues, as this has been the story of the day, folks. But John Zapata staying alive, figuring it out, and taking down the Phantom of the Fabopera, putting poor Phantom to 3-1. But John at 3-0 is going to go ahead and punch his ticket to 4-0. Probably not. I don't know how the breakers were. Probably not locked, but pretty darn close, right?
Yes, if he's 4-0, if he's 4-0 now, I am pretty sure he's
Probably locked, right?
Yeah. It would take some weird tiebreakers to mess that up.
Yeah, I refuse to learn the breakers. I've just decided. I just refuse to learn them. I let players who are smarter than me and sweatier than me decide exactly how. Not that you're physically sweaty, just like I'm trying to win the game sweaty. You know
Well,
what I
I'm not sweaty. Evan is pretty sweaty.
Yeah.
He knows the tiebreakers like nobody's business.
mean? Yes, he's maybe one might call him the Sweat Lord.
Yeah. Friend of the show, 040, Sweat Lord. these are some of the names that the pseudonyms that
Yes,
Evan Bridges
exactly.
goes by.
The Phantom of the Fabopera, 040.
Mhm.
So that was, honestly, that was a fantastic friggin' game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just exactly what we all love about this card game.
I think one of the fears whenever you put one of those like a Katsu Azalea match up on screen is like one of these. There's a huge potential for one of those heroes to blow the other one out entirely. But the way the blocks shook out, it just ended up being really good quintessential Flesh and Blood.
Yeah,
It
and
was
like,
great to see.
dude, and honestly, the way John was blocking early in that game, when we were like, oh, he maybe got a little punished, or he's not having these great turns, but was able to just chip and chip and chip away, had a good life lead, and he needed every single inch of it, went down to 1, but was able to stay alive. It has been, truly the story of the day. If you watch back the VODs from this day, it's a bunch of players being super up, going down to 1, and somehow finding the win from there. So the trend continues, the excitement continues, and AGE will be continuing shortly. Bryce is going to hang out. We're going to get the other 2 back in for you in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss following an interview with Mr. John Zapata in just a minute, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back. We are here with our last round's winner, Mr. John Zapata, a dear friend of the show, my personal colleague on the AGE Pro team and a fellow Azalea lover. John, that was an insane match. I've been saying it a million times on the stream, but that is a matchup that can kind of be a blowout on either end of the spectrum. But your guys' game, super grindy from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always scared of Katsu. Like, I've played Tyler like a few times during the RTN season, and every time he blew me up because of I just didn't know how to block. So if
Yeah.
you notice early in the game, I was blocking more. Like, I tried to like play more mid range, but like do more blocking early, and seems to have worked out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'm just going to move this a little closer to your head.
Right.
Okay, that feels good.
I talk low. So
I
need to,
promise I
like,
was listening to you, but I was also...
Should I up my volume here?
No, this is
I can,
great.
like, I need to work some.
Yeah, project a little
project a little bit.
Me, me, mama, me, mama. That was me projecting, I think. So, yeah, it was a super grindy matchup. You were talking about how you're blocking a lot. And I think that is like one of those... We've been talking about Katsu as kind of a sleeper deck for the Pro Tour,
Yeah,
right? And that's just one of those things. If you're not practiced, specifically blocking into Katsu, those are the times that you really get blown out. You were so methodical about watching out for those massive combo turns. Obviously,
yeah.
it still happened,
Yeah.
but like you prevented it at certain times where it could have been way worse.
Yeah, I think there's one that he even said that I stuffed his combo.
Yeah.
I think he had a surging strike and I blocked it out. But then on the dishonor turn, I had a rain racer, so I
Yeah.
couldn't stuff it. So
Super
I just had to eat the dishonor.
So would you,
Yeah.
if you had a 2-block, would you have thrown Tunic plus cross wrap in front of that?
I would have blocked more on the whelming. Because
okay.
he had breaking scales there.
Yeah.
It always blows me up. So yeah.
Yeah, breaking scales such a
Yeah.
critical card
Yep.
in Katsu. Yeah, so it's interesting though. The dishonor like kind of didn't have any effect on you for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah.
Because I think Azalea has the ability to present arrows that are so tall for decks that don't block well. It might as well be dominated.
Yeah, I think against Katsu, maybe it's not as critical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he has a lot of 2 blocks and he has to block out all the on-hit effects anyway, like
Yeah.
right into their turn. Oh,
It-
that
you were-
remorseless too hit him. Like he did quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, that was insane. It was probably 4 or 5 extra damage, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he kept a 5-card hand there. Yeah.
And how happy were you to see that he takes 8, keeps a 5?
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
obviously
for sure.
still
Yeah.
scary,
It was
but
still scary. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So at the end there, what an amazing Rain Razor's turn. You presented 2 Rain Razors, both of which got 6 value. 0 for 6 ain't bad, huh?
0 for 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess value train.
Yeah.
0 for 6
Kind of felt like you were
Yeah.
playing Lexi again, huh?
for sure. Yeah. I knew I had to like just take the damage there because he was presenting so much. Like if I block even with one Bolton shot, I probably wouldn't have been able to like send back a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that
So he was at 16 and he still had to block out. It was crazy. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. And that shows your proficiency on the deck to know when to hit the gas pedal, when to
Yeah.
go really hard.
Yeah, like so the ender I could either reload the sleep dart or like load it for 1 extra damage just to make him block more. So
Yeah,
I chose to
absolutely.
like get the +1. Yeah.
Really nicely done, man. And it was interesting. You had like a pretty good safety net there, right? Because you still had your 2 pieces of equipment. What we were talking about was like, well, Tyler can't even just keep a blue 0 cost and swing 2 Kodachis because you could just kind of
Yeah,
go
yeah.
cross wrap Tunic.
Yeah, that was my plan. Like if I don't kill him and he just swings Fukadashi, he still got 2 block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So nice to have that
Yeah, yeah.
safety net. And another testament to your proficiency in staying at like 35 life until
Yeah,
his
yeah.
massive combo turn hit.
Yeah, and he had to block with the links. So
Yeah.
I felt good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that feels really good,
Yeah.
huh? You should. I kind of wish you had reached over and ripped the mask off of his face at the same
Oh,
time.
when he blocked with links.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh yeah, he didn't break it. So
yeah.
yeah, when he blocked with it, he should have just.
You're a
thrown it
nicer
to me.
guy than me, though.
Yeah. I actually haven't seen Phantom of the Opera. I don't know what happened. Does he die in the end? The Phantom?
The Phantom?
Yeah.
He was never alive.
He was never alive.
He's a ghost,
Oh shoot, that was scary then.
just like
He runs
Bruce
away to-
Willis
Oh,
was a ghost.
I guess I need to watch it now to see
Yeah,
how it
absolutely.
ends.
Don't look at chat. They're gonna try to
Oh,
tell
really?
you. No. They're gonna try to
What
tell you
happens
I'm
to the
wrong.
Phantom? Yeah.
Nothing. He sings and runs off into the sunset.
Okay.
So that was an awesome game. Let's talk about. Obviously, you qualified for Pro Tour, and you're planning on going next week. I would
yes,
imagine.
I'll be there.
Are you locked on Azalea for the Pro Tour?
For sure, yeah. I've been testing her the past few weeks,
Mm-hmm.
and I played there a bit last year. I played there at Pro Tour Baltimore and calling Singapore to moderate success. Because when Icelander was bad, because I was playing my Icelander most of the year.
Right.
Icelander couldn't beat Lexi for a while, so I switched to Azalea. But
Gotcha.
going back to Azalea, it feels really good. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Sometimes you get warmongered, like turn 1 there, but
But
So, yeah,
again,
yeah.
you kind of had the perfect answer to it, right? Like
Yeah.
you were able to Death Dealer, Ravenous Rabble, shoot an arrow. Like
Yeah,
there are definitely
bad, yeah.
worse things.
for sure, for sure.
Yeah. Um,
But yeah, so Azalea's been good. I know you've been playing Azalea a little bit too, but
Yep.
you're abandoning the Azalea Council today.
I think
At
so.
least today, right?
I think so. It sure didn't feel great today.
Okay.
Makes me kind of want to go screaming back to Azalea.
Mhm.
But I mean that's a good segue because I think one of the things that scared me off of Azalea is that there are a lot of natural predators to Azalea in the
sure,
meta
yeah.
nowadays. Like we've seen
Yeah.
a massive resurgence of Dromai. Oh, we've even seen Prism kind of coming up into
Oh
like,
yeah,
the
Prism
B.
is probably like one of the worst ones.
Yeah, exactly. So, but none of that is bothering you with your choice.
Yeah, I don't know how much Prism will show up in the Pro Tour. I'm hoping not too many. And even then, I think you still have some game into it. So
And
Yeah.
you took down a Dromai today, so
Yeah,
showing that
round
you
one, yeah.
don't need to be that scared of that matchup.
yeah. I just saw all 4 poppers early and just stuff this turn, but
Oh heck
yeah,
yeah!
yeah.
Those are the Dromai games I dream about.
Yeah. Dromai definitely a tough matchup. Like it can go either way. But I think Azalea still has a good chance against her.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks so much, John. That was
Yeah,
super
Nice
insightful.
to be back in the booth again.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've won a game, so I've had 2 points so far this year.
Yeah, but this
Participation,
RTN scene you had season you had like 2 6-0 runs if I'm not mistaken.
for sure. Yeah.
That was when I was playing Azalea with you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so yeah, hopefully I get some points today.
Dude, you're so
And I've
fearsome.
been
You're so sweet.
yeah.
I love hanging out with you,
Sounds good.
and I love getting my butt kicked by you. We'll be
Right.
back after a short break with round 5 of Swiss in the March AGE Open. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the March AGE Open Series. I am here with my consigliere, Michael.
Hello.
How you doing, Michael?
I'm doing great. Had a little break thanks to you. Sam's now taking his break. You and I are going to kick it off. And it looks like we've got Bravo versus Riptide.
How about that? The Riptide player I was giving a shout out to during the last match, Mr. Talon Stradley is his last name. I couldn't remember that before.
Yeah.
A well-known Riptide sympathizer and a guy who's done a lot of work on this deck. I'm really excited to see what it shakes out to be.
That's amazing. And yeah, it looks like his work's paying off. He's up here at table 5, X and 1. And then playing Bravo, we have Diana Green. I was speaking with her this morning. She flew in from Virginia and was amazed at the traffic in Los Angeles. Maybe amazed isn't the right word, but she was commenting on it, saying it was quite interesting to drive through.
Are you telling me that there's more traffic in Los Angeles than Virginia?
You know, I think it had more to do with the speed that everyone was driving at in the traffic. It was like traffic and speed at the same time.
Yeah, I
Kinda
mean,
scary.
and us being LA locals, I think it was actually pretty good today.
Yeah, no, I sailed down here.
I
That's what I was telling her. Like, oh, was there traffic? I think it was pretty light.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. What brings her out from Virginia?
Well, I think just like Ethan and a couple other people, she's out here for the Pro Tour and decided why not swing by AGE on the way. So we've got
Justin
lot
is
of
a
new
crafty
faces here.
guy. It's almost like he's got his finger on the pulse of the Fab people.
That's right.
All right, well, let's take a look at our match intro. As you mentioned before, it's still Riptide versus Diana on Bravo. Oh my gosh, we've never seen the Riptide graphic. This is so exciting right
Look at that. He's breathing out poisonous smoke. And
Oh, he
wait
looks so
for it.
good.
There it is.
now. Oh man, there we go. J. Crew, eat your heart out. And then, of course, we got the man, the myth, the legend, Bravo on the
Yeah.
bottom part of your screen.
In this case, the woman, the myth, the legend,
Mhm.
Diana the pilot.
Very exciting. So stoked to have somebody from Virginia here. And yeah, looks like we're just shuffling up, kind of getting ready.
Mhm.
Talon is gabbing away because he's such a sweet guy. I don't know if you had any interaction with him, but he's just a pleasure to hang out with.
You know, I haven't had the pleasure yet. The one thing though is that I don't know how Riptide and Bravo match up. I'm going to be learning here on camera, figuring out, you know, is Riptide a meta call hoping to dodge Guardians, or does this man have a plan?
This is not a. I can tell you just because I know Talon. This is not a meta call. This is just something from day one. He has decided I will not quit Riptide.
Amazing.
And honestly, I mean, Flesh and Blood is such a rich game because it has this kind of draw to niche personalities, people that just super identify with a particular hero or class
Absolutely.
and just won't quit it. And
Mhm.
Talon is one of those guys, and he takes down matchups that he otherwise wouldn't because of that.
Well, he's 3-1 today, and I'm really excited to see. You know, he must have reps into Bravo. I don't know how many reps this Bravo has into Riptide.
That's a good question. I honestly don't know how this matchup is going to shake out. I don't know if either player has like a particular edge. I want to give it to the Bravo player. That being said, Riptide can do some really cheeky things with those traps.
Yeah.
He's actually really comfortable going up against dominate heroes because
Mm.
he can always do that cheeky thing where he plays a trap from hand, reloads another trap, plays
Right.
it from arsenal.
It's like Dominate doesn't even exist in this matchup.
Well, I don't know if I would say that. That bare-chested bravado guy named Bravo is still going to be able to do Bravo things. But Talon just kind of has an edge, especially into the other Rangers, in dealing with it.
Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, the one downside here is I don't think you're going to see a lot of go again or buffed attacks on the Bravo side.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Diana's packing the tunic, probably doing that Michael Hamilton flavor of the month Bravo that's been going around that's just hyper efficient. I mean, you're a
Value
Guardian
Tom.
player. You really know how this
Oh,
deck works.
and it looks like we're starting off strong with a Rouse the Ancients showing what I'm hoping is 13 or more power.
I would think so.
And
Otherwise,
as right
don't
as I
think
said,
Talon would
no
let it
go
happen.
again and no buff power, she plays a card with both.
Shows what you know. Okay, so the cards she revealed were a blue and a Spinal Crush. What do you think the follow-up is here? 2 guesses.
It's got to be the hammer.
Yeah, it's got to be the hammer. Talon covering it up really nicely. He's deciding whether or not he's going to reload. He goes for the reload.
Yep.
Possibly one of those traps, but also critically allowing him to start with an arsenal when he otherwise wouldn't, which is
Yeah.
pretty freaking sick.
Yeah.
Here comes 6. Talon's going to have to take 3 because he put that
Right.
he utilized that reload trigger.
He values getting the 5-card hand turn 2 and just gunning for that tempo rather than, preserving the 3 life total.
And hopefully dodging the all trap hand, which
Yes.
I know Riptide players are wont to do sometimes.
I imagine that, if you can't rely on value from the traps, that you might play more aggressively in this matchup. Maybe he's siding in some more cards to...
Here comes an aggressive
Avoid
card.
that.
That was what he put in Arsenal. That's our Premeditate.
Yep.
Really, really good premium Ranger buff here, even though it's generic. We're activating Dreadbore. Dreadbore, a critical part of his equipment suite in this matchup. That means he is probably expecting Diana to be packing staunch responses, sync belows, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and it says that you can't use defense reactions from hand. Is
From
that
hand.
correct? So
That is absolutely correct.
in order to play around that, Diana has to think ahead and pre-arsenal any defense reacts.
Furthermore, Dreadbore, when it is used to load an arrow, will give that arrow +1. So Battering Bolt plus Premeditate plus Dreadbore equals 10.
All right, 10 damage coming in.
And also, like, one of Bravo's main tools against Rangers is Spinal Crush, right? Riptide being one of those Rangers, however, that might not care about it as much,
Yeah,
right? Because
looks like he's going tall here instead of wide. Although Premeditate does have go again, so
yeah,
there's
that's
certain
very
buff
valid.
cards that are going to get messed up if the Spinal Crush connects.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and there's another Spinal Crush. We know she has one in Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 cards.
Blocking 6, and I believe Battering Bolt, she's going to have to reveal her hand, and if there
Correct.
are any non-action cards, which I can't imagine she would have chosen to leave any.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. So it's probably just going to be a quick look at the hand, and Talon's going to pass it on over.
And there it is.
Oh,
No!
What? Oh.
That looks like it was maybe a mistake there.
That must have been a mistake. I don't think she would have left that in hand if she.
Yeah, she
was
must not have
this
fully
far.
read the text on Battering Bolt. So a little bit of a misplay there, taking some extra damage and losing a card, which I think she was hoping to Arsenal to get around that Dreadbore.
Yeah, quite possibly. Oh, that's unfortunate. So this is probably just going to be Tunic up and Hammer for 4.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I mean, ultimately it's probably not that bad because Riptide can't do like an insane amount with a 5-card hand. I mean, there are some outlier turns,
Sure.
but
Be
it's
careful of the caster's curse.
yeah, exactly. I
So-
guess you just suffered it earlier. I should be, should be
Right,
a little bit more
Riptide.
careful.
Riptide blocking with a card, taking 3. I'm sorry, taking 1.
Taking none. He
Was
used
that a-
take cover.
Ah,
which
that
is
was a defense
a
react for
lesser known
4.
Ranger
Okay.
defense reaction. Also allows him to reload, despite the fact that it was played from Arsenal.
Okay.
This is one of those pieces of tech that Talon has been telling me has really been changing this Riptide deck around. This is Sick'em Shot, which comes in for 5 and has natural. I'm sorry, it comes in for 4, has
Right.
natural go again.
Yeah, a 1 for 4 go again arrow. Not that common in other Ranger decks, but it seems like Riptide really loves to have those go wide turns on top of the go tall.
Yeah, he wants to do exactly what I said he couldn't, which is utilize a full hand,
Mhm.
right?
Exactly.
Because that's one of the big weaknesses
Right.
of Riptide.
Well, yeah, as long as we know that the Bravo isn't going to be gaining all that much power and go again, certainly they have the capacity to do so. It's important to be able to have these extra cards. Now he's sending in a hamstring,
Incorrect.
which is that
It's a little further north. Body part.
headshot.
Nailed it. Yes.
There we go.
And Headshot gets a bit of a buff because it was put into its arsenal face up.
Coming in for 7.
Cheeky block for 3, take 4. So Talon actually really made use of that hand very well.
Yeah,
He
coming out with the life lead.
presented 11 damage and no D reacts. Also blocked 4. That's not bad.
Yep.
Let's see what the clapback is going to be. Tunic finally gets to 3.
These are those dangerous turns.
And Diana really happy to be using... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she used the Tunic. I would imagine she'd be very... there it goes.
There it is. Going up
Very
to
happy
2.
to use it right when it ticks to 3.
Yeah. So we've got the dominated Spinal Crush.
Yeah, so I think Talon is really going to be able to navigate this well. We haven't seen any traps yet. We've only seen a sink below and a take cover.
Right.
I would imagine he's going to dereact in Arsenal, but we'll see.
Yeah.
If he does, this is going to be a very sad turn for Diana.
She would love to turn off Go Again this just to get some tempo back in her
Yeah.
favor.
Absolutely. And Bravo, one of those interesting hero abilities, right? Because it can be so critical, or it can literally be nothing. He's touching it. He's touching the
He's
Arsenal card.
hovering, and there it is,
It's
the
a trap.
D-react.
There we go.
Tar Pit.
Tar Pit trap. Lightning round. What does it say?
I don't know.
It says if this defends a card with Go Again, then the next attack action card that hits this turn will not have any.
Well, luckily for
on-hit
Diana,
abilities.
it did not. So what I see is vanilla
Yeah.
text.
No, and 100%. But that vanilla text said Spinal Crush doesn't crush.
That's right. Blocking 6 of 9.
It said get out of here. Here comes another headshot.
Look at the art on that card. The arrow going straight through, blood splattering in the background.
So good. It's the reason I play Ranger. Except for today, which was my downfall, I guess.
You know, maybe that's the problem. We're talking about specialists here, and they're the ones that get to be on camera, whereas the people that hop heroes, they're relegated to casting.
I'm hanging my head in shame. But, you know, we were just talking about how, despite the fact that I failed, I get to be here with you, and that's the real victory here.
Victor pun?
Oh, God. I forgot I was sitting next to a Victor simp. Speaking of which, do we have any here today?
We have one Victor, and he's not doing very well.
Oh, depressing.
So I don't think we're going to see any Victors on camera today.
That's because you weren't here.
That's right.
Okay, headshot comes in for 7, covered up perfectly by Diana.
Yep.
This time being able to
Clean
play
block.
her sink below instead of getting it destroyed by a battering bolt.
Right. She was able to Arsenal at that time.
Mm-hmm. Coming in with a 3-card hand. I see a Terra Asunder.
Is she tearing anything asunder?
I don't know. Only time will tell. Also see an imposing visage. It's just
Okay.
going to be an imposing visage.
Oh, interesting.
Gotta be Showtime, right? That's what we're searching for?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the only option in the middle of the game here. She is going to be able to give it Go Again. Right? She'll get Go Again from the imposing visage, but she won't be able to do anything off of the back of that. Just end the turn and then drop to 5 at the start or draw an additional card.
This is always such an unfortunate situation when you don't have scab skins to roll after this. You
Yeah.
know, that's one of my favorite value plays.
Yeah, just getting the extra action point and then passing anyway.
Yeah, 100%.
It's beautiful.
It has a massive effect against your opponent, I promise.
I'm sure the intimidation factor is high.
Yes, 100%. So yeah, we find Showtime.
Grabbing the Crippling Crush.
That's an all right card.
I've heard that one's one of the better ones.
What does that one do?
Well, I believe when it crushes, you have to discard 2 random cards, which is worse than getting to choose.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Arsenaling that one. Drawing up to 4. Passing it back. Talon on the play.
This is also kind of a nice defensive play because once Showtime pops at the beginning of Diana's turn, she's going to get another card.
Yeah. It's
So-
always a risk not knowing whether it's a blue or a red. You'd really like to be able to fuel that card you just arsenaled, and she doesn't have a tunic counter, meaning she might have to underblock a little bit just to guarantee she's going to have a play on her next turn. And there's the Command and Conquer coming in saying, I don't want you to have that Crippling Crush.
Yeah, this is also not the greatest situation for Talon because it's so easy for Diana to throw 2 cards in front of this,
Yeah. She
draw
could
one on
even
her
decide
turn.
to use her armor, and she's still got the Crown of Providence. Maybe she just says, you know what? I don't need this card. Get rid of it, take 4, and have a 6-card hand coming into the next turn. I don't know if she can utilize that many cards, but she has a lot of options sitting here, staring down the face of this Command and Conquer.
The gall of somebody cycling away a Crippling Crush when they don't necessarily have to, that's almost as badass as rolling scabs when you have no further things to do.
Yeah. And she's
Oh my gosh!
reaching for it, giving, thinking, dropping the blue Macho Grande,
Interesting.
blocking 5 and saying, I don't need this. I wonder what she's got in her hand that she's thinking.
Maybe she's red locked. I mean, we
That
saw the
could
Starstruck.
be.
It's entirely possible that
Well,
she just doesn't have
she
the
just
resources.
blocked with a blue. It could be the other way around.
Right.
But
But if it's the only blue in hand,
Yeah.
maybe?
It's an interesting choice. We'll have to see how she plays it to understand fully why she made that decision.
Here we go, tuning to 2. Showtime pops.
And I don't know if you noticed, Talon didn't use all the cards in his hand, so a little bit of an IP penalty going forward. Not exactly what you want, but with a life lead, I think he's still in an okay position. We're going to have to see what Diana Green decides to do here. Thinking carefully.
That is a lot of cards in her hand. 5
Yeah.
to be exact,
Mm-hmm.
which is a very scary thing when you're staring down a Bravo.
Yeah, the one tough thing, I mean, without having easy access to go again, you don't always guaranteed get to use all 5 of those cards, but I think, you know.
She is packing 3 Zealous Beltings. I wonder if she
Oh.
brought them in against Riptide.
Well, showing Anothos, you know, Zealous Belting Anothos is a very strong play, and it can enable 5-card hands. Looks like she's, oh, and in fact, I
There
think
it
we
is.
might
Yeah.
see one in her hand.
Far right
So
card.
that could explain it. Maybe what she's thinking is, I'd rather go wide and push damage. You know, sometimes 11 damage, you just block it all. It doesn't really matter what the card says. 11 vanilla isn't all that threatening compared to a Zealous Belting with Go Again.
Which is interesting because Riptide is, I would say, most comfortable into decks that are trying to go wide against it because of all those really debilitating effects on go again traps.
Yeah.
Like what we saw earlier, the Tar Pit trap could actually be active here and could
Yep.
start pinging Diana.
Absolutely. Now Talon's in the tank a little bit.
But he's got a smile on. Both of them are having a good time. Here
Okay.
comes Inertia Trap.
Ah. And is that one triggered on Go Again?
It is not. Inertia Trap is triggered on things with power greater
Okay.
than their base.
Okay, so no inertia token being created here.
Just a cute little block 3.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh.
we're thinking about hammering. Which is interesting because then
Right, so this is
Diana's
exactly
probably
what I
gonna
was
get
talking
IP'd a
about.
little bit.
She's not really able to play all the cards out of her hand. And so just sending 11, which is, you know, similar to what the other option was, but with no on hit and no dominate.
that is interesting, yeah. What would you have done in that situation? You think you would have played the Crippling Crush?
It depends so much on what's in the hand.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you don't know what you're going to do until you draw it, and then you have to figure it out after the fact. I have to assume that she was trying to fix something when she decided to go with that play.
Absolutely. And here's something very interesting. Boulder Trap from the Riptide side. This is one of the most important traps against Guardian, right? Because, like the Inertia Trap, it's also triggered on things with power greater than its base. He played it from hand, which is important because the trap he just played can only be played from Arsenal.
I
It
see.
triggered Riptide, allowed him to reload the Pitfall Trap, play it. Boulder Trap's super important against Guardian because they have such a powerful fridge.
Yeah.
And Boulder Trap, when it triggers, it'll deal 1 damage to Diana and also put a -1 defense counter on a
Ooh,
piece of equipment.
That's
she controls.
huge, and you can see the defense counter on the gauntlets now. -2 effective health plus not being able to block that breakpoint. That's a lot of value just taken out with 1 trap.
Yeah, 100%. And furthermore, Pitfall Trap doing an additional 2 damage to Diana. I don't think she had the pitch to prevent it.
Yeah, it looks like she preferred to arsenal the card rather than prevent anything.
Which makes a lot of sense. I think what I had seen is a sink below, which is way better than
Yeah,
in the
you
Arsenal.
prevent it later.
Yeah, we want to prevent 4, not 2.
Exactly.
So Talon just went ahead and drew up and passed. That's one of the interesting things about Riptide, right? Like sometimes when he's on defense, he's also on offense.
Yeah, just ping, 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 hitting those traps.
Oh, but here
Ooh, and
comes a
we've
Crippling
got, it
Crush.
looks like, is that dominated?
It is not.
No,
because we
that's
have
a red pitch in
pummel.
the middle there.
Yeah.
Okay. So just a casual 11 coming through.
Probably a friendly 11, I would imagine. These players look very friendly.
Yep. Just asking, what are you going to do here? Do you have traps?
Yeah, he's played a lot of traps. I wonder if he kept one in Arsenal.
He's peeking at it, thinking about it.
He's due for a couple attacks, at this point, I think.
Throwing the sink below, sinking a card.
Via sinking. What is he sinking about? Straight to reactions, though. That tells me he does have a lot of traps on him.
Yeah.
Gosh, there's no way he lets this hit at this point. I don't think, right?
He must just be thinking about which of his D-reacts to play, and he goes for the second sink below. Maybe he's trying to fix his hand, or maybe it's just wants to cover the whole thing.
So that already covered the crush effect, but Talon says, what the heck? I'm not going to take any damage. Furthermore, I'm going to give you some.
Yeah.
So here comes one from the Riptide activation, the fact that he played a trap
Right.
that was active, and then 2 more from Pitfall Trap.
Now, what was activating the Pitfall Trap?
So Pitfall Trap is one of those Crucible of War traps that their
Oh,
only
it's just-
stipulation is they have to be played from Arsenal,
That's right.
right? And so their effect is active.
That's incredible.
It's not like the Outsiders traps that need a condition.
I
met
see.
first.
Okay. For those non-Riptide players, me.
Yeah. Or, yeah, you're not uncommon in this game, I don't
Sure.
think. That's why I'm here, is to be a Riptide commentator.
There we go.
I don't have much work. I need more money for food. Another perfect block from Diana with that Sink Below from her arsenal.
Yep.
That should be the last Sink Below in her deck. I wonder if she's running those staunch responses. I would imagine she opted out of them for
Yeah, that
Riptide.
might be in her sideboard if she brought them.
Does she have them?
Let's see. It would be.
Oh, she's got some Favor Scenes as well.
Okay.
And an Oasis. I would think Oasis didn't make it in against Riptide, but
Sure.
what do I know?
That might just be a Kano card.
Oh, and some blue unmovables, it seems, as well.
Hmm.
Having a think here. Getting ready. Is that a CNC? I see a white border card, and I just always assume
Yeah,
it's a CNC.
that's what it looks like to me.
Looks like Diana is a budget gamer like myself, except for the Marvel Bravo.
Pitching 4 to swing the hammer. Coming in for 6.
Talon having a quick read
Yeah,
on this
I forget
weapon
what
that's been
that
around
one
since the
does.
beginning of the game.
Oh, is that? No, it's not for 6. What did she? Oh, it's an wait.
Oh,
is
it's
that-
an unmovable.
But
plus
unmovable
something
pitches
else.
for. Oh, it's the CNC pitches for 2. Okay, so the Anotho's only coming in for 4. Must have just wanted to cycle that CNC, saying it's clogging up my hand.
Yeah, I
don't
guess
really
so.
want to see this next turn.
And that,
Put it
that's
to the bottom.
and that's why Talon was reading it, because he
Mhm.
fell for the same
He's
thing.
like, wait a minute, is this for 6 or
Because
for?
Diana was
That
like,
one's
I
for
note those
4."
for 4, and he's like,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, a Wooga?
Yeah. So a very unthreatening turn. He decides to just take it all. He wants to send an aggressive turn forward.
Here we go. Another sick'em shot.
Sick'em shot coming in for 5. Why is that
You got
one?
this. You got this.
Was
Why is it for 5?
because it comes in for 5. That's what it
No,
does.
no, 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 no. It comes in for 4, but it was loaded with Dreadbore.
Dreadbore,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I can't obviously read the text here, so I'm just relying on my memory of these cards that I haven't memorized.
And your Ranger caster that is just throwing you under the bus at every chance he gets.
Well, thanks, Bryce.
Oh,
I
it's too fun.
appreciate you.
It's too fun. That's for beating me at the last armory.
That's fair.
So Diana's seeing an opportunity to block with Civic Steps here, ostensibly because it's interesting. Talon has used his bow. He has used all the resources he possibly can. I actually kind of think it might be a mistake to give a Quicken token here, because I don't think he's going to come in with anything else for the rest of the turn.
Really?
Whoa, that's a beautiful Quicken token.
Wow.
Is that a Foxy?
stunning.
I like that one.
Did you say a proxy or a,
A Foxy.
Okay.
It's a Foxy Proxy.
There we go.
Here comes E-Strike. So Diana
interesting.
read this perfectly. I did not. Consumes a Quicken
Yep.
token. Talon doesn't have it for the next turn.
So he opts to go for 7 rather than drawing a card here.
That is interesting, right? Because we generally assume in the Flesh and Blood community that a card is worth 3.
That's right.
This buff on the E-Strike, however, is worth 2.
Yeah.
What do you think the value proposition is in Talon's head?
It must be that he's worried about getting something stuck in Arsenal. I don't play a lot of Riptide, as clearly we've noticed. But if something gets stuck in there, I imagine that could be a nightmare for Riptide to try to get out. It might just be too risky.
Absolutely. And furthermore, he could just really be valuing doing the double D-react trick, where he plays one from hand, loads one into the arsenal.
Having a clear Arsenal is really important for that.
It's also quite possible that he just doesn't think his deck has the damage to close out a game against Bravo if Diana starts blocking.
Yeah,
So
he's trying to push it.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, like, I just need extra power on every single one of these E-strikes.
Yep. He's got the life lead. He's probably feeling pretty good right now, but I would say this match is close.
Heck yeah. Okay, ooh, here comes the CNC. There is a lot of text on that CNC. I
Uh-oh.
think it's foreign. It must
2
be.
cards. What are you thinking?
Eeny, meeny, miny, pummel.
Uh-oh.
I didn't see her arsenal. Yeah, here it goes.
And Riptide's probably
Oh.
feeling he's heartbroken.
Talon says, "Be still, my heart," a
Mm.
CNC pummel.
And like that, the life lead is gone.
And yet, Talon kind of sniffed this out, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, he left himself without an arsenal. And he discards a frailty trap,
Yep.
knowing he is not
Wasn't
going
going
to
to use it
value on
that
that.
turn. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, there's a chance that he just Arsenal passes depending on what he drew up. I hope for his sake that he's got an arrow or something to throw in the back into this, because that could be brutal.
Oh, there's one trap that he can't play into CNC.
Yeah, okay, so
Okay,
he
he
does
finds
have
an
an
arrow.
arrow. Probably why he chose not to block, because he needs all these cards to do something on his turn.
And here comes a sedation shot in the yellow, interestingly enough.
Yep, coming in for
which
5, thanks to the Dreadbore.
Hey, that's my guy. We are learning. We're learning. What's going to happen if this touches Diana?
She's going to get an inertia token, which says that she can't keep any cards from her hand or arsenal. They're all going to go to the bottom of her deck.
This guy drafted outsiders for sure. Okay, we're blocking 3 here. Diana doesn't care about this inertia token whatsoever.
And she says, fine. I didn't want an arsenal anyway.
Talon showing off the inertia token in the snaps. Must be gold foil.
I don't know. Sometimes I like to put my cheapest cards in the snaps and put my tunic in just a regular old floppy. It makes people angry.
I do too. I always say I love illusionist players, but they typically have more money than me. If I could play a white border Dromai, that's what would pull me into Dromai.
There you go.
To be the
That's why you're not playing her today.
And yeah, because there's no white border version.
That makes a lot of
And
sense.
every time somebody popped one of my dragons, I would just tear it in half.
Ooh, we got another crippling crush being played.
That's more interesting than what I was.
It's like Diana's really putting the gas on, says, you know what, I'm going to use all my cards to send this crippling crush. I don't care about your inertia token. I'm going to send damage, and I'm going to ask, can you stop this?
And how this is showcasing the power of Tunic in this matchup, right? Because crippling crush costs 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's only got 2 cards on her pitch zone plus a Tunic counter. That's a nasty 3-card 11 with a disgusting crush effect.
Yep. I don't think Talon's going to let this crush go through. Pulls a trap from his arsenal. Which trap is that?
That's Tripwire Trap.
Tripwire.
Tripwire Trap is another one of those Crucible of War traps that must come from Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
When you play it, well, first of all, it blocks 4. It's in the
Right.
red.
Good.
When you play it, Diana has to pay an additional 1 for any of her on-hit abilities to trigger this chain link.
So even if it did crush, it wouldn't have
It
count-
wouldn't crush.
It didn't crush.
Yeah.
But if it had, that's an interesting trap.
Yeah.
And dealing an additional damage.
Heck yeah, because it's already met its condition by coming from Arsenal. Ooh, here come Ravenous Rebels with a reload trigger. Oh, unfortunate. Finding the yellow. This is only
Okay.
going to come in for 3, go again.
0 for 3, go again. Easier to block out.
What, then 4?
Easier than 4.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Well, I mean, unless you're Riptide, he's got a lot of 4 blocks in his deck.
That he does. Here comes another yellow sedation shot. This one critically coming in only for 4 because it wasn't loaded with Dreadbore. It was loaded with the Riptide ability, which honestly is a pretty sick ability, right? Like
Yeah.
free reload. I can think of many times that I would. Oh, interesting.
So she
throws out another
blocks.
quick
She
token.
says, "I'm going to give you a quicken token. I don't want the inertia token this time." Which, you know, that could be meaningful if Talon's able to string something together with a free go again. Diana just swinging back for 4.
Absolutely. Telling him to think. Says no blocks. Here comes take cover.
Take cover.
It's going to allow him to reload if he wants. He doesn't
look
want
like
to.
he wants to reload.
Probably means he's going to get value off of this Dreadbore this turn.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though. I wonder if he's going to be able to find a way to...
Or he's got the
doesn't get to use
Ravenous
the
Rabble,
Kraken
so he just
token.
doesn't need to. Hide information.
Unlucky. Another yellow off the top.
Hmm.
But Diana knows that Pitfall Trap is coming for her next turn.
She also knows that he's got a Codex of Frailty from last reveal on that
Mhm.
Ravenous Rabble, so...
We're going to activate Dreadbore, probably choosing nothing, then playing the Codex.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get that blue card out of his hand so he
Those
doesn't discard
resources
it.
floating.
Mhm. Because fatigue is a real situation that Talon could find himself into. Maybe not now that the life totals are so low, but in a lot of these Guardian matchups, it can be pretty fearsome.
Yeah. Yeah, Riptide always needing to manage the damage and the deck. Sending out a CNC.
Easy 6 block.
Just wants to rip cards and say, keep showing me that 4-cost attack. It's easier for me to deal with than a crippling crush.
Yeah. And because of the Ponder token, Talon gets to put that Pitfall Trap right into his arsenal. Doesn't need to do any tricky things where he plays a trap from hand. He's just going to throw Pitfall Trap right in front.
Easy choice. He glances at it, says something. We can't hear it.
Pitfall
drops out in
will
front.
block it out and do some damage. So Diana's going to take 3 damage from this track.
3?
3, because Pitfall Trap does 2 on its own if she can't pay an additional
Wow.
1. It's going to do 1 because of the Riptide ability. Isn't that it? So that is...
The CNC play was brilliant.
Yeah.
He forced these cards from Diana's hand.
And this
She
is the
didn't do
value
anything about it.
proposition that, like, I think tempts a lot of people to Riptide, right?
Yeah.
Like, these traps are almost always 0 for 4s if you can trigger them. In the case of Pitfall Trap, that was a 0 for 6.
That's huge.
That's better math than you can get in most places.
Now we've got a 1 for 6 in Remorseless coming through saying any card you play, if this hits afterwards, gonna deal a damage to you. So he's just pinging away. Diana says, I don't want to deal with that damage. I'll give you 2 more cards. And we've come kind of towards the mid-end game where we're starting to see a little more blocks, a little more even play. You know, 2 cards down, 2 cards on the field, back and forth, nice and even.
Yeah, and if Riptide continues to be the pingmeister, this could be the moment where Diana kind of goes, man, I wish I had blocked a little bit more early on in the game.
This is an interesting position. Swinging the hammer for 4, but with 2 cards, 1 in arsenal, 1 in hand. I wonder if this
Is
could
it a
be-
pummel?
And we're sinking the arsenal, gaining a resource here.
Because of that card called...
As a drum roll.
Oh, I was waiting for you.
Sorry, that was my cat. No, that was a drum roll.
Trench of Sunken Majesties. And a hush fell over the crowd. This is Pendulum Trap from Talon. He really would have liked it if he could have triggered that one. That would have milled 2 cards out of Diana's deck. Oh my goodness, he's rocking the Virulent Touch. Do you remember that card?
I remember that card was something that I wanted to avoid in draft, but I think that's because I just wanted to avoid Riptide in draft.
Oh, straight up. Not all of us are believers. That's fine.
Yeah.
So here comes Virulent Touch. It comes in 0 for 4. If Diana blocks with a card from hand, she's going to get a Bloodrot Pox token.
Bloodrot Pox token. Say that 5 times.
Bloodrot
fast.
Pox token, Bloodrot Pox token, Bloodrot Pox token, Bloodrot Pox token, Bloodrot Pox token.
Wow. You're going to sign this man, right?
Justin is really upset that he invited me to the pro team.
Yeah.
For that show. We're blocking with a Starstruck.
3.
So this is exactly what you want if you're the player of Virulent Touch, right? So basically it's like, here, give me a card, and you take 3 damage either way.
Yep.
Unless she wants to pay for it, of course, but...
She may just be thinking, like, I'll pay for it. I have to use these cards somehow. E-Strike, bottoming a card. What is she going to choose?
Definitely go again.
Unless she wants to pay.
Ugh.
Right? So that must be a blue, and she's saying, let's slow it down. Let's deal 7 damage, pay for the blood rot, keep the life totals high. She doesn't want to get pinged down by these traps, and I think she's thinking to herself, like, I need to like chip away and start to change this life total lead in my favor.
Super valid. And here are the 2 punishes. Inertia Trap followed up by Boulder Trap. This means Talon's only going to take 1 from this E-Strike for 7. Diana's going to take 2 and get a -1 counter on her Tunic. Furthermore, she's going to get an Inertia token, so bye-bye to that arsenal.
That's a lot of value coming on the defensive end from the Riptide. Just showing us that he doesn't care what kind of cards you bring. He's got an answer to everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that chat has noticed Ethan Mansant in the background of Diana Green's shot. Yep, he's here. We've been keeping him chained to the radiator in the basement of Collector Legion for some time. We finally let him out.
Yeah,
so that he could play
cosplaying
an AG
Leviah.
event. Yeah, go figure. He likes Leviah?
I've heard that. In fact, I've heard that he's turning into Leviah in that basement as we fail to feed him.
Oh, was that the issue? Leviathan just didn't get fed?
That's the sound he makes
Oh.
chained up to the radiator.
Kind of adorable.
Thanks.
Are you embarrassed enough yet?
Oh yeah, I'm turning beet red.
Here comes a battering bolt for 7, a card we know and love. Diana probably going, I don't have any sync belows in my hand this
these
time.
break
No way.
points are brutal. Just another 1 damage coming through.
Ooh, brutal breakpoint. Say that a lot.
Brutal break points. Brutal break. I failed on that one. You
Oh,
got
man.
3. I got
You
1.
did so good. You did so good.
How now, brown cow?
Okay, so it looks like it sneaks in for 1. Diana reveals her hand. No defense reactions to be found this time. Going into her turn. I could have seen what was in her hand, but I wasn't paying attention. Okay, here comes Debilitate. You know that card.
I do. This one, if it crushes, is going to make the next attack, weapon or otherwise, come in for 2 less damage. So this could be 10 value on a card, unless he decides to block it out, which, knowing Riptide, I have a feeling he's going to want to do that.
Yeah, he tends to do that from time to time, as we've seen. Let's see if Talon has the answer. He's got to be getting somewhat low on traps. I think he has 1 more Inertia, 1 more Boulder Trap, possibly more Tar Pit traps. I would imagine he would side some of those out.
Yeah.
Into the Guardian.
Yeah, go again isn't very common, so you're not really expecting to trigger this, but at the same time, the amount of dominate that Bravo can put forward, you might just say, I want to have Entrap in Arsenal every single turn.
Yeah.
I don't care what it says.
Yeah, definitely. Unless you're stripping the hand of the Guardian player, I guess.
Yep.
Talon having a good think here, though.
Okay. Throwing
Give
a
and
give and
take.
take.
Yeah, that's probably a testament to how often Talon's games go to fatigue, right? I can't think of another reason to have give and take.
Right. He's saying, like, I kind of want to be able to put cards back into my deck.
Yeah, totally. And that's going to block for 6.
Taking 2.
No inertia token here critically because Debilitate does not have more power than its base power.
Correct.
Let's see what Talon can do on the clapback.
Yep. Diana drawing up to 3, no Arsenal.
And Lucero, another good card against fatigue.
Look at that. Bolton shot, getting buffed up from the Dreadbore, giving it go again, and reload on hit.
Yeah, Dreadbore and Bolton Shot were made for one another. I think were they printed in the same set actually? Was Dreadbore Tales of Aria? I don't think so.
No,
was
Dreadbore
Crucible,
wasn't. Was it? No, I don't know.
think so. I don't know.
Picked up a cold foil one of them for $5 though. It was sitting in the glass, and I was like, "That's a steal, right?" Cold foils are usually more expensive.
That's
than
because Riptide hadn't been invented yet.
that. Yeah,
bro.
so that's sitting in my binder at home.
Hell yeah. Well, you could sell it to Talon for $750. I would
Now
imagine.
I'm more
at this
embarrassed
point.
that I didn't know what it did.
It's a pretty good card, man.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes. He goes for the bullseye reload. So Diana sniffing out
Ooh.
when he really needed that reload trigger. Here comes Endless Arrow for 5. Diana probably can just block this out.
Yeah, she's just like, okay, let's go again.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. Endless Arrow is one of those really interesting cards in Ranger because, I mean, like one of the things we're so scared about as Rangers is Guardians just blocking out really well, sending a Nothos for 4 every single turn, right?
Yep.
Endless Arrow becomes like our version of a Nothos,
Yeah.
especially when it's super late in this
If you
game.
can get it to hit. I don't know. Is he running Rain Razors as a way to?
Absolutely not. There's
Nope.
no way.
Nope.
You're also looking at the Guardian sheet.
That explains it.
No Rain Razors. I don't think there's any way that... I don't know. I think the modern thought on Riptide is that there's no way he can shoot enough
Yeah.
arrows to make it worth it.
That's fair.
Here comes his last headshot, though. Another 7.
Yeah, it's these break points.
And that's probably exactly why they're in Talon's deck.
Yep.
He knows that Diana is probably wondering how much damage is actually left in this guy's deck. And he's like, at least 1 more. At least
Yep.
1 more.
Just keeps doing one over and over. And she can't just give 3 cards because if you do that over and over, you're the one that's going to get fatigued.
Oh, heck. Well, let's see if it happens to Diana here. Talon pitching yet another tar pit trap. Probably just valuing those go again traps because they have yellow pitch. And oftentimes that's all he really needs. We're going to premeditate,
Yeah. +3 to the next attack.
which
threatening.
allows him to reload with Riptide. He's going to activate Trench of Sunken Treasure to get another resource. And Codex
That's-
of Frailty. Oh my goodness. And premeditate critically says Next attack from Arsenal. Doesn't have to be an arrow.
So he could be thinking about, and there it is. The
That's a good card.
CNC
That's a
for
pretty darn
9.
good. That's a pretty good card to
threatening
come in for 9.
upon her. Giving
Could
the
be-
frailty. Now, how many cards does Diana have in hand right now? She's grabbing her own copy of CNC.
So that's going to go down to 3 cards in hand.
She's so she should be able to block this all out, but then pass again.
Yeah.
And we're onto this cycle of, 1 card from Talon. Well, I guess this is 2 cards.
Yeah, 100%.
3 from Diana. So I wonder if she's starting to think about pivoting into just like, you know what, let's fatigue the Riptide.
Yeah.
Let's go for that.
Which is, I mean, it's difficult to do. I
Yep.
mean, even though
We've
he's got bows for weapons.
45 left on the clock as well. This is a tough spot to be thinking about pivoting to something like that.
Hmm. Yeah, I actually had a draw in my round 2, kind of because I was forced into that. I get to draw my player.
Is that why you were crying in the bathroom?
No, that was for other reasons.
I
That
see.
was mainly because my beard isn't coming in right.
I hate it when that happens.
We'll get there. We'll get there. It's patchy at first, and then it erupts into a glorious mane. Enough about that. Here comes Dreadbore.
Loading up the
loading a
I
CNC
was like,
illegally,
wait a
critically.
minute. Loading up the Bolton shot.
And so Diana's going, gee, I wonder if he's going to reload a CNC. Luckily,
Yeah.
he doesn't have to, because
True.
that's not an arrow.
5 go again. Saying, can I have 2 more cards?
Bolton Shot is such a good card.
Please? And there they are.
It's funny, because Talon kind of made that blunder, Diana kind of,
Yeah.
she could have been like, maybe I don't really care. That being said, Talon does pitch an Endless Arrow, so maybe he would have chosen to reload the Endless Arrow and shoot that.
I feel like
CNC 's pretty
pitching
darn
it is a
good.
good idea. I mean, if that's his Anothos, if that's the way that he can push damage late game, it's a good thing to have that at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And Talon still has a couple other anti-fatigue things at his disposal in the quiver of Sunken Depths, where which he can activate for a blue pitch to shuffle 3 more arrows from his graveyard back into his deck. So he's kind of got a remembrance on board at all times.
Yeah, that's very helpful when you're thinking about matches that could go to fatigue. And there's the give and take. Do you want to
Riptide
take
trigger.
3 damage, or do you want to give him another card in his deck?
This is where this card becomes a really difficult proposition
Yeah.
for your opponent, right? 3 is half of Diana's life.
That is exactly half.
Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's
Right.
exactly half.
Yeah.
I'm guessing she doesn't want to take half her life just to not give Talon a card.
But look at
Oh,
the
but
way
look-
she's reacting. She
She's
is
so
not happy to
devastated.
see this card right now.
Yeah, I respect that. I wouldn't be happy to see it if I was in her seat either. Could this be the Riptide that gets there?
Talon just taking a sip of water, saying, whatever you choose, I'll be happy.
He is in his element. He's just staring at her from the swamp, holding his hooks and fish heads, whatever Riptide hangs out with, and saying, your move.
Yeah.
He also reloaded a card with Riptide's ability. What he would really like that to be is another Endless Arrow. I think we saw him pitch his last one a second ago. Maybe it's another 1-cost arrow, and he's going to pitch that last card. But yeah, there's damage
Diana
coming.
decides she's going to take it.
We've got at least one
Going
more.
down to 3.
Oh, and there it is, the Remorseless.
Remorseless.
So the good thing about this Remorseless is that it wasn't loaded face up, so she can play D-Reacts from Arsenal, if that
Okay.
is in fact what she has in Arsenal. Can't
I
play
have
it
a
from hand, though,
feeling
because Dreadbore.
it might be something else.
Interesting.
Mm,
She passes on the CNC, however.
interesting. So,
That being said, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be paired with a CNC, especially because Talon has just been keeping his arsenal clear for the majority of the game. Oh,
there were
there was
2.
another. They always have another.
Sitting there, just a casual tunic counter asking, what do you think this last card is?
Roast Spaghetti-O, Talon. It's definitely going to be a pummel. And if she caught him with a handful of D-Reacts, this could be devastating.
You can see him. He's thinking he does not want this to be pummel, but, you can't just wish your way into cards being cards that they're not.
He blocks 5 here with the Perch Grapplers.
And there's the tunic going up to 2 resources, slamming down the pummel.
Extended Art Pummel. at that. Talon goes, yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ow. Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm going to take it, and it's going to hurt. Sorry, Talon. Still with a commanding. He's still got a life lead of 1. Hopefully feeling good here. I think that's all of Diana's CNCs. That might be all
Yeah,
of
that was 3 CNCs.
That was only
and
2 pummels, though, huh? 'Cause
yeah.
you saw her pitch one early.
What I had thought there is that the pummel was in the arsenal. So when she blocked with the CNC, I thought she gave away the CNC pummel turn, but
Your heart was bleeding
yeah,
for her.
I was like, that doesn't feel right. No, I'm glad that she had the extra CNC in arsenal rather than the pummel in arsenal, clearing that up for me.
Oh my gosh, you know what I'm just realizing?
What's that?
Because Talon has Dreadbore, that was why she didn't play that Sink Below and let it die to the barraging bolt.
Right.
I'm the Ranger player. I should
Yep.
do these things. Anyway,
Couldn't play it.
so correction for the fans of the show. Diana did not misplay. She just got got by
Yeah.
Dreadbore and Riptide.
Good call. That was like turn 2.
Yep. I've been thinking about it since then.
So that CNC pummel is huge. We're now at 3 life to 4, and it looks like Diana's going to have the tempo. I mean, unless Talon can string something together with 2 cards in hand, he's currently looking through the graveyard, just trying to figure out what kind of stuff to expect coming forward for the rest of this game.
He can probably throw at least 6, which is a really critical break point at this juncture in the game because Diana's got to give 2 cards.
Yeah,
to respect
I mean,
6.
it depends. If it's 6, she has to give 2. You know, she could give up the tunic and go to 1.
She cannot. You want to know why?
Why is that?
Because Boulder Trap hit.
Oh, there it
earlier,
is.
And she's got a
I
-1 defense
mistook
counter.
that for because they were using that as the counters earlier. Yeah, no, she actually has a -1 counter. That isn't
Yeah.
some kind of, proxy for a real dice.
Yeah. So Talon. Oh my gosh! Here comes the new Riptide specialization.
Wow.
This says on hit, give your opponent beneficial tokens.
Quicken and
Courage.
that sounds right
think
because
courage.
it buffs the attack and it gives the attack go again, which is all the things that Riptide cares about from his traps.
100%. Yeah, and 5 is interesting here because Diana could just throw 1 card. in
Right.
front of
This
it.
is she's now thinking. I mean, I could use go again. Well, she probably doesn't want to go to 1 with go again and a buffed attack. So she's going to throw the unmovable.
Ooh, and she's falling prey to Dreadbore once again. She
Oh,
cannot
no,
play that
she can't do
unmovable
that.
from hand. Oh no!
Fist clenched, realizing she might be in a little bit more trouble.
And Talon looking across the table from her, going, "Yep, it's a
Mhm.
real deck. It's
He's
super
like, I know
real."
the casters don't get this card either. It's tough.
Wow! Does she have 2 unmovables in
Just
hand?
like that. What did she have? 2.
Zealous Belting.
Oh no, she skipped her blocks and went to.
Oh,
You
that's
can't
so
go
devastating.
back on camera.
You
This
can't go
isn't
back.
Talishar. You can't smash the undo button.
Oh, that's so
and
devastating.
the game just ends.
Talon, though.
I feel partly responsible. I feel like my energy
it's your
of all
fault.
of this Dreadbore, and then she makes the same mistake that we do.
This is the power of Riptide. Nobody sees this guy coming. And nobody
Wow.
sees Talon coming.
That is heartbreaking for the Bravo player. The Riptide, however, all the fans in chat here are absolutely having a blast.
Give it up
Seeing
for our boy.
Riptide moving on to 4-1.
Give it up for Talon Stradley, our local Riptide aficionado. I think that might mean he's locked for top 8.
Okay.
It's quite possible. Heck yeah, we're going to get Talon in here for an interview, and we're going to talk to the Riptide that could.
Amazing.
More of Talon and more of AGE March after this. That's John Zapata. He probably had another great game.
And that's an umbrella.
Don't go anywhere. Short break is right there.
Welcome back, everyone. I've got Talon Stradley here. We're going to talk a little bit about that game that we just saw. What a nail biter there! You know, I was sitting here casting and with my good friend Bryce, and we don't see a lot of Riptide. We weren't
Yeah.
sure how this matchup was going to feel for you.
Yeah, and like Bravo's a harder one. Like that,
Yeah.
you know, we can get around dominate easy enough, but like whenever you're playing a ranger, any class that has a weapon is like gonna
Yeah,
be
that
your
was the thing we
downfall.
weren't so sure about. We knew that you weren't going to see a lot of go again, and you weren't going to see a lot of boosted power.
Yeah.
So we were kind of worried that your traps weren't going to get enough value, but you seem to get a lot of value out of your traps.
Yeah, and part of that is luck. Part of it is just like playing things at the right time. Like I know like frailty is like the hardest one to trigger. So every time I'm getting those pummels, you know, pitch a red trap that's not going to
Yeah.
trigger. But otherwise, yeah, you know, it lined up well.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think I have to ask, why Riptide?
I just like Riptide. So
Yeah.
my friends were trying to get me into Flesh and Blood, you know, coming over from Magic. I didn't like the deck expression at the time because it's so restricted with the classes.
Mhm.
I had gone to I think a Dynasty pre-release, and
Okay.
there was just no hero that kind of gripped me. And then like I was in the room whenever, or like with all my friends whenever Riptide was spoiled, and I looked at it. I'm like, I love nautical themed stuff. I
Awesome.
love traps. I'm like, it was the wonky kind of build, so then
Sure.
I leaned into it. So I've only ever played Riptide at CC events,
Amazing.
like straight up.
And you know, right now the kind of story of the times in Flesh and Blood is we're in this open meta, and
Yeah.
everybody's trying to figure out what deck to bring, what's the best deck, which ones are countering the
Yeah.
meta, and this is when we're seeing all of the dark horse decks shine. It's so
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, like so we struggle into Dromai, we struggle into Kano, we struggle into Guardian. So even ahead of like heavy hitters where we knew it was going to be Guardian and Warrior, another class that can just attack with weapons, you know, we were a little bit worried. And at the start it was rough. I went like I don't think I won a single game at the February
Wow.
EGE, but then I've been working with some folks, some other Riptide folks brainstorming, and we kind of have finessed this list, and then now I'm going from the point where I'm making these big sweeping changes tournament to tournament to those single card tweaks, and so I'm really locked in on something that I like. I mean,
Yeah.
you saw I was able to defend well, but then as soon as I had the tempo open, I was able to just
Yeah,
3
that
or
was
4
one of the
turns.
things we noticed was that you were able to play these 5-card hands out and really punish the Bravo for saying, I block, and you said, great, I attack.
yeah,
And you're chipping away the 7 power attacks coming through.
yes.
1 damage after 1 damage
Yeah.
after 1 damage, really chipping that life away.
The E-strike, headshots, battering, and that's like why we run Dreadbore. Like even outside of the defense reactions, we run that into every single matchup
Yeah.
because that is how we push those breakpoints.
Well, I think it was turn 2. You played the Dreadbore and the battering bolt.
Yeah.
And on cast we sort of missed it, but you got the sink below out
I
of
did.
hand.
Yeah, I got an extra damage there. 10. I mean, that was like a really good, strong hand, but
Yeah.
like those come up every now and then. And so it's been finding the balance of like keeping the defense up, so that we can block out decks like aggro and Levia and brutes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But then also fine tuning it so we can push it against
Yeah.
the Bravos, and
And-
it worked out.
And tell me, how did you feel at the end of the game when she said no blocks? Were you thinking, oh, she thinks she can play a D-React? Because I know that's what I was thinking.
Well, we were moving a little bit fast, and
Ah.
so like it wasn't necessarily like a pat no blocks move to like it just happened, and then
Right.
but then once she puts it down, and it's
You're
like,
like,
and at this stage in the game too, you know,
Yeah.
it's like you're on the featured match. It's the like we're
Yeah.
nearing the end of the tournament, so
it's a tough mistake from your opponent, but
Yeah.
also at the same time, I think it speaks to the advantage that you as a Riptide player get because
Yeah.
nobody's playing against Riptide,
Yeah.
getting reps in.
Well-
They don't know these things as well as you do.
and I think that playing against someone who's from out of town, so she's from Virginia, coming in ahead of the Pro Tour, I have played against plenty of Bravos here, and
Sure.
once people start to get the feeling of it and get that experience, it becomes a lot harder to fight into it. But like that's the kind of thing, like I'm really looking forward to the Pro Tour where so many people are coming out. I'm not competing in the Pro Tour, but I'm doing
Okay.
the calling.
Got
But
it.
we're playing against a wider range of people who I don't see all through RTN season or
right.
at AG Open. So I think it really benefited me here, and I hope that that's something I can leverage at some of these larger events.
It's amazing. Well, you did tell me a little bit about how you got into Flesh and Blood. You said it was around Dynasty?
Yeah, like my
Or
friends were getting me
outsiders?
into it, and they're like, "Come into the thing," but like really outsiders. I just did
Okay.
Dynasty pre-release, and outsiders was whenever I started
Yeah.
building. And
I too
playing.
came from Magic, and I too gave up Magic pretty much the moment I touched
yeah.
the Flesh and Blood card. I mean, it's such
Yeah.
a fun competitive game.
Yeah.
So and you've just been on Riptide kind of ever
Yes.
since then.
I
That is
grinded Riptide
dedication.
the entire CC season. I
Wow.
mean, and I think like a lot of people write off Riptide as like, not a good hero. I mean, he was at the bottom like F tier list on like
Oh,
all
yeah.
of these tier lists, and I feel that it feels bad like CNC, right?
Sure.
Like not just being able to effectively deal with that is rough. But like I said, we have a good brute matchup.
Yeah.
Warrior is pretty solid. And so it's really just like Dromite that's at the top of the match. And then there's like, you know, the Kanos and some random decks like Teklos that can be a little bit tricky. But it paid off well. So like there's a lot of decks that are good. I think that in this current meta, Riptide is a lot better than people are giving him credit for. And I think that it really has just been like finding the right list to approach that.
Yeah.
And so
I've heard whispers. There's a lot of go again. There's a lot of buffed attacks, and I think his new specialization. How do you feel about that card?
Reelin is awful. I do not run Reelin because you there's just a really good chance that you miss.
Yeah.
Like, so there's no, the dream is like you pitch stack properly, you pitch a blue to cast Reelin and then grab 4 traps and then kill him with trap damage. But it just like,
it doesn't
it's
play
too
out
unreliable and it doesn't block itself. And the hard thing too is like you see, it's a pretty red line build. Like I'm running Rabble in what I would consider a very fatigue oriented list.
Yeah.
And, because you're running inertia traps, you're running frailty traps.
Yeah.
And so there's not a lot of good blues for Riptide, like a lot of like good blue block 3s, and that makes it harder to really leverage the payoff for Reelin. So I don't think it's there. It's a fun card. I am building a CC Nourishing Emptiness deck that loves it, and that deck will be awful. It's not good, but as you saw, like Intoxicating Shot has been nice. It's not amazing, but it is like gives you that.
That was actually the card I was thinking when I said new. I had forgotten about Reelin. I mixed up the order on this a little bit. But
Intoxicating is good. I mean, that's why I think you should run it in any Riptide list. Again, just as like a blue block 3. I only run like 6 blues, but you see in that list it putting in the work where a Codex and a blue, that's a CNC. Like, you have these turns where you can be casting CNC multiple times, and not a lot of other heroes can like really leverage that the same way.
I caught you saying that this is a fatigue-oriented list. Does that mean that you have a fatigue game plan as a Riptide?
Yeah, I mean, like this list initially started as fatigue of like full block, full everything. I mean, we're running sinks, fates, tripwire traps, pitfall traps. We just have a lot of traps. And so the part that the fine tuning has come from is like we lose to fatigue decks.
Right,
like,
because
like
you don't
it's
have
hard
the
to
weapon
out
they
fatigue
do,
the fatigue. And so a lot of it has been like, that's where like the Sikkim comes in, the bolt and shot, the give and takes, these sources of go again that help us prevent slippery damage. Even the one of Virulent Touch is a great Codex grab late game to pressure damage. And I almost did that instead of the Intoxicating shot.
I saw when you played it, it was like, you can either take 3 or you can take 3. It doesn't matter.
But
So thank you so much for coming on, telling us about
pleasure.
Riptide. I hope you do well for the rest of this tournament.
Thank you.
And now we're going to turn it over to the break.
Perfect.
Welcome back to Arcane Games and Events. This is round 5? 6?
This is round
round
6.
6. It's because I didn't cast one of the rounds. I miscounted them.
Yeah, I threw you for a loop, didn't
Yeah, round 6. I know you came out.
I
1
came in
and
on
2.
a gleaming horse like Victor
Yeah,
to save you with a lunch
save
break.
my voice. Much appreciated.
Anytime, buddy.
Coming in round 6, the last round before top 8, and we're up. We're gonna look at a Kasai versus Katsu matchup. Setting up Nicholas Tag versus, is that Joel?
That is Joel Racinos,
Joel
the third, in
Racinos.
fact.
Oh wow, Joel Racinos the third.
I have not met the first or second, but the third is definitely my favorite. Joel is a local player, one who we both know and love, and he's
Yeah, and I think
pretty outstanding.
maybe we've got Joel on. Yeah, Kasai. I think it may be the.
Was that messed up?
It might have been. I don't know. It could have. I'm also messed up, so it's very possible that I made a mistake there.
Aren't we all?
But we're looking at the shuffle.
Oh, I know
Ready?
Nick. I've played against Nick before.
Oh, awesome.
Sorry, I'm just realizing that.
Sure.
Nick's a good guy. I think from the OC. I think I ran into him at a Kingslayer Games tournament. Also a local player. Joel, however, has been having a lot of success with this Kasai deck, and today seems to be no exception.
Awesome. Yeah, coming in 4-1. Looking good. Do you know anything about the Katsu versus Kasai matchup? What are we expecting to see here?
I don't. I mean, I can take guesses, but I
Sure.
have not played either side of this matchup. These are two decks that I personally just try to stay far away from.
Right.
I'd rather beat them than play them.
Uh-huh.
Is the way I think about it. But
fair.
I would imagine it's going to be pretty grindy. I think Kasai's boots, the
Yeah.
Valiant Dynamos, are going to be a critical part of covering up breakpoints
Yep.
on the Katsu end of
Yeah,
things.
massive to be able to block for every single turn on those critical breakpoints, preventing the Katsu hero ability from triggering, preventing him from being able to search up the cards that he needs to string together those massive combos
Yeah.
that he can do.
Absolutely. We've also got a child scuffle in Joel's camera. Oh, we missed it. Darn. Nope, that's not the button. We're going right here. We're cutting the decks. Sorry, there was a really interesting kid fight going on in the background there. I wanted to see if I could get a close-up. Not nearly as interesting as what we've got going on here as the players present their equipment and decide who's going to go first.
Yeah, straightening everything out, taking deep breaths, getting ready.
Joel over here on the right. I think, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm just realizing that last match was no exception. The players on the right have taken it every single feature match.
Oh,
Is
wow.
that correct?
I
Sam was saying that earlier.
okay.
Yeah.
So we're 5-0 for the right side of the camera.
The rights are favored over the lefts.
Looking like a locked-in top 8 for the right side.
Yeah, quite possibly. We'll see if Nick has anything to say about that. Could it be a lefty upset in the final round of Swiss?
Katsu certainly hoping so.
And he's going to kick it off. Finding that blue 0 cost, here comes Harmonized Kodachi. One go again.
Just saying, I'll take some free points.
Except Joel's like, I'm going to kick that Kodachi out of your hand with my... Oh, no, he takes one. Never mind. Now he's going to kick that Kodachi. There we go. Don't stub your toe, Joel. Toe, Joel. That's a hard one.
Say
too.
that one 5 times.
No, I
won't.
Our audience has heard that way too many
Yeah,
times.
no, we're done with that joke. Let's move on to something more interesting.
Okay, cool. Here comes a Flusterfist in the blue. Comes in for 2. Interesting that he's throwing that out when he knows Joel's going to block it. Why might that be?
Well, I've heard that Katsu has a hero ability.
Ooh, yes, he does. Furthermore, he has a card called Bonds of Ancestry that could find the red version of that card later on in this game.
Yeah. Just taking as little damage as possible, setting up. Nicholas Tag throwing a card into Arsenal, drawing back up to 4. Joel doing the same without the Arsenal.
So here
Starting
comes
strong
Joel.
with the Gorganian Tome.
That's pretty good. Do you think Nick has a Gorganian Tobe teched in?
That
Because
would
he
be
knows about
interesting. It doesn't cost 0, so you won't be able to discard it for the hero ability. I can't imagine that would be any good in Katsu.
It does cost 0, I thought,
Oh,
right?
You're right, it does.
It
I was
doesn't
thinking it
pitch
doesn't
for anything.
pitch.
It pitches
right,
for
of
nada.
course. So you could discard it. Which
Yeah.
would be nice.
That is interesting. I don't think Nick is going that hard though.
No.
It is always a funny proposition though. So here comes Hot Streak.
Costing 0 because he drew a card.
Probably why Joel is running that. card in the first place. Here comes Blade Runner. Blade Runner is going to give Hot Streak go again, regardless of the fact that Nick has not blocked with an attack. Next weapon attack is going to come in for +3 additional.
Yeah.
Takes the 2, moving on.
Says, I don't care about your 2 vanilla.
Oh, and he pays into the Grains of Blood Spill. That's that new card from Heavy Hitters, new warrior equipment.
And we're pitching another red.
Activate Brave Forge Bracers, which means instead of coming in for 5, this is going to come in for 6. And if he blocks with an attack, it'll get pumped to 7.
Yeah. Looks like an Art of War in Nicholas's hand, so he's probably going to try to send something big this turn.
Oh, does Katsu like Art of War?
He loves Art of War.
Interesting. Let's see if he can. Yeah, I mean, there is no on hit here coming out of Joel. I'm sure he wishes this was a little bit later in the game for this turn.
Yeah, maybe he could have threatened a gold.
Yeah,
Or
exactly. But Nick's just going to take 6. Probably a really good idea,
Yeah.
Especially when he's got the Art of War. Now, let's see if these Valiant Dynamos can be as critical as we thought they were going to be.
Yeah. Now, I missed the Arsenal card. Did you catch what Joel threw in the Arsenal?
I believe it was a Slice and Dice. I
Okay,
only know
Slice
that
and
because I
Dice.
saw it
Yeah,
earlier on.
This would be a turn where you'd love to have the defense react in Arsenal, but unless I saw it very quickly, that
Was that not a Slice
could
and
have
Dice?
been a sink below.
Oh, interesting. That would be really nice to line up on this
Yeah,
yellow.
we're just gonna
Serpent
have to wait
Strike.
and see because that could be critical for stopping these breakpoints.
So, and it's interesting though because Nick would have the exact answer for it because of the Art of War in his hand. Looks like Joel's.
Oh.
It was a sink below. I don't know.
So
what I'm
he's
talking about.
over blocking this, worried about maybe some kind of attack reaction.
I can't believe that Joel is sniffing this out. This is kind of insane right now. So Nick not only needs Art of War, he needs Ancestral Empowerment as well.
And he just says, okay,
That's fine.
hide the information, come in for another 4. You can't have 2 of these, can you?
And possibly making Joel feel a little silly for his block because he's like, oh, he already had the combo line in his hand, man.
Is that a yellow Descendant Gust Wave?
It
Am
is.
Okay.
It is. So it'll get the buff, comes in for 4, go again. There's a Slice and Dice in Joel's hand. I just knew it was going to be the next cycle. That's what
That's what it was. Premonition.
Okay.
Throwing the equipment in front. Early use of the equipment, but, this might be a fast game, so use it while you got it.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Oh my gosh, he had the natural combo line in hand.
Mm.
Joel is feeling so bad about. This is what I was talking about. You weren't here, but Sam was here.
Uh-huh.
When we were watching Tyler play Katsu earlier, like, Katsu is just a king of punishing you for trying to defend
Absolutely.
yourself.
You think you've got it, and he says, I have it more. The natural combo. And
I have it more. I like that.
we're going to have to see, does he have the final piece? Because he played the Descendant Gust Wave, which means that if he's got, if he's searching for a card, he's probably got it.
No. So the Fluster Fist we saw go into the graveyard was the only thing in his graveyard. Bonds will banish that card from graveyard, and then he has to find one that matches it.
Okay.
So he can't find Dishonor here, unfortunately.
Okay.
He would love to, I'm sure.
Sure, there's the Katsu ability, and then there's, of course, the Bonds
Exactly.
ability.
And Katsu is any card with combo.
Right.
So this is probably just going to be Fluster Fist.
Yep.
And then Arsenal that Art of War, which I think Nick is
Saving
feeling
that
really
Art of
good
War
right
was
here.
a really heads-up play from Nicholas. It's so tempting. You're going 4 wide. You can get the +1 on every single card in that chain, but he says, no, I'll save it for the next turn.
Absolutely. And when you have those natural combo lines as Katsu, that's kind of the way you got to play it. It's like, this turn is good enough. I'm going to save this thing for when I really need some help out.
Yeah.
So here comes that Slice and Dice. Going to buff both of our next weapon attacks. The first one more so than the second.
Yeah. Coming in, using that Vigor token to swing. So hiding information in hand, Nicholas doesn't really know what else is coming here.
I totally lied. The first one is the +1. The second one is the +3.
Oh, I misheard you. You could have gotten away with that, Lyle, though maybe chat wouldn't be so kind.
I'm too honest. So here comes 3. No go again yet. Let's see if Nick will give it go again by blocking with an attack. Something tells me a Katsu deck has a lot of attacks.
Yeah, I think it depends on the kind of resource curve he has, whether he wants to. And he's giving up the armor.
That probably telegraphs more the fact that Nick is going to pop off next turn
Yeah.
than anything else.
Yeah, which, so what? So what are you going to say? How are you going to force cards out of his hand at this point in the game? It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do anything other than threaten damage, which at 31 life, you're not so upset about taking.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this Centauri Saber is going to come in for like an absolute mallet, right? Because it's got Slice and Dice and Blade Runner. So this is going to be a big bad 8.
Yeah,
I
8
just
is a
don't
lot.
see Nick take like
Nah,
caring
I
about
think
this.
I think he's just gonna make sure he's not making a misplay, make sure that he can actually use all 5 cards in his hand, and then he goes and takes it.
Yeah.
8 damage, going down to 23. Art of War in Arsenal.
This
See how
seems
he
all
strings
right
this
for the
turn
Katsu
together.
player. Yep. Perhaps he will actually get to crack his Mask of the Pouncing Lynx,
Ooh.
unlike our Phantom of the Fabopera a couple games ago.
Which, thinking about last turn, he could have done that
Yeah.
in order to get the Dishonor, but he says no. Playing a reserved, calculated game, making sure not to blow all of his equipment out on turn 2.
And being sure to get the value on his breaking scale, the block value on his breaking scales and the breeze
That's a
rider
very
beams
good point.
first. And I think that's a really heads up play because these Kasai games can be so grindy. Like Kasai is just, I don't know, a lot of warrior cards are really below rate in terms of the damage that they present, but Kasai is just able to kind of eke small advantage out
Yeah.
throughout the course of a game the longer it goes. 1 from the Valiant Dynamos, 2 from the gold token generators, 3 from like big combo turns with
Yeah.
Blood on her hands and Raise an Army.
She's the definition of being able to just smoothly generate value across the course of the game, be it on offense or defense. The value from the dynamos, like you mentioned, the grains that just allows you to manage any kind of pitch you might have. And here we are starting out with a 5 attack Surging Strike.
That is probably one of the most fearsome things that a Katsu can present as the first link in the chain.
You really don't want that to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Joel has the same blocks again, then he is going to stick Valiant Dynamos in front of it and a Sink Below, and Nicholas will have the punish this time in the form of the Art of War.
Yeah. Thinking about his blocks. Now, I wonder if he's thinking about maybe utilizing his Balance of Justice, a new card from heavy hitters. It would allow him to draw a card if that Art of War does get played, but he doesn't know that that Art of War is there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in Joel's position, especially looking at his hand, he's probably going to do exactly what you said. 2 block from the armor, 3 block from the hand, and potentially get really punished.
I see him, he keeps pulling 2 cards. Like he's thinking, maybe I need to overblock this. His awareness of the potential.
I think he
No?
says no blocks.
And they just stare at each other.
Did he? He says, what? He says, are you sure? He says, yeah, I'm sure. Just play the game.
But I'm Katsu.
Did he? He did say no blocks, right?
He did a thing with his hand. What
That
are they
seems pretty
thinking about now?
definitive on Joel's end. Nicholas is wondering if he should do Art of War at this point. And at this point, yeah, you absolutely should, I think, because Joel knows you have some sort of combat trick. Yeah. Okay.
There it is.
Good call.
And he says, okay, show me what you have. I'll take it. I'm just going to have to. He needs the information in order to be able to get good blocks and not waste value. So,
Oh my gosh. He draws into the
drawing
Whelming
2.
Gust Wave.
Oh,
Now he's going to activate Katsu,
you
potentially.
can see Joel
fighting ones.
holding on to both corners of the table, knows he's in for a bumpy ride this turn.
Oh my goodness. Oh my good. And Nicholas showing that he's a really good Katsu player because he takes the first opportunity to pop that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. A
Yep.
lot of other Katsus can be like, I'll handle this further down the chain. I'm going to see how this turn goes. He says, nope, give me that really powerful card
Yeah.
immediately.
He smells blood in the water. Even at 25 life right now, he knows that he is going to send everything he has this turn.
But Joel remains determined and unfazed.
Look at him, just cool. He's got his 4 cards. He's got his armor. And I think he knows he needs to save his blocks for closer to the end of the chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, this is going to be such a massive turn. This is probably why Katsu players play Katsu.
Mm-hmm. It must feel so good playing all these cards out in a single turn.
So, have we seen what he's found yet?
He's looking for something else.
Maybe he's waiting on the world to change. So we're probably going to find Bonds. What does he have in his graveyard? I believe he still has his Flusterfist, so he could find the value play of a 0 for 4 off of a Bonds of Ancestry. Man, this is so wild. Joel's just sitting there being like, what are you going to do to me?
Yeah, there's the Bonds. Red.
Bonds is a critical part of this. The only dishonor he has besides his deck is in his pitch zone, so we're probably not going to see a dishonor here unless he did. It all depends on whether he's fetching this with Mask or Katsu.
Right, yeah. So he gets to basically find 2 cards from his deck. He can do whatever he wants. Magical Christmas Land is something that Katsu can do, unlike most decks.
I didn't know Katsu was a Christmas hero.
Yeah, he's gifting his opponent what we call lethal damage
That's doesn't
Wrapped
sound like
up.
a good gift.
in a beautiful bow.
That sounds like what Hans Gruber gave what's his name in Die Hard, also a Christmas movie.
Nice. Looping it back around, keeping it on theme.
Dear Diary. It's Christmas in March here at the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. We still have a Surging Strike for 6 on the chain. Sponsored by Collector Legion, of course, where we keep Ethan Van Sant chained up to a radiator until he's ready to play Levia.
So we've got the Gust Wave. Which Gust Wave is this, and why does it matter?
I can't see because there's dice
It's the
on
Descendant
it.
Gust Wave, and it
Okay.
matters because this is the one that activates the final card in the chain.
Which
The
is
one that'll
called-
turn off the hero power. The
is
one that has a
potentially
name.
The one called Dishonor.
The one called Dishonor.
The Christmas card?
Is-
Excellent.
They're all Christmas cards.
Okay, so we've blocked this one out with a Blade Runner and 2 pieces of equipment. Then we go Bonds. So Bonds is the card that cannot find Dishonor critically.
Right. Yeah, he needs to have already grabbed it.
Oh, he did not pop Mask of the Pouncing
Oh,
Lynx.
what?
That's why we're missing a
Interesting.
couple cards
So
here.
he's playing very reserved here, deciding to keep the option. That's interesting.
It's potentially because I think like for maximum damage, the Katsu player needs to find either Tenacity or Salt the Wound. Maybe he's feeling
That
like
makes
he
a lot
didn't
of sense.
have
So you
enough
need to
information.
save the mask for once the other player either doesn't block or blocks,
Potentially.
especially with all the equipment.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of merit to going and finding the Dishonor there, but Nicholas Tag perhaps has a little better of a handle on this Katsu deck than I do.
Yep. And it looks like he's going and finding another Descendant Gust Wave.
Probably just wants to keep the go again going.
Yeah, he can keep the Go Again going. It doesn't gain the bonus power, but it has Go Again and will allow him to continue this chain.
It all depends on what he has left in his hand, because we still have one more card. We still have Tunic online.
It looked like another Bonds.
Did it really? Oh, this is going to be nasty then.
He's going wide.
So this is potentially going to be a Tunic activation,
Yep.
Descendant Gust Wave into Bonds.
Ooh, this Art of War is getting a ton of value.
Oh, that's so painful to watch for Joel. This is a wide turn. Probably means that he can take the time to wait and activate Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
Makes a
because
lot of sense.
chances are Joel just can't block out the rest of this turn.
Yep. And there it is. Unless he's doing that thing he did earlier where he just puts it there and puts it back.
Nick is just out here to bamboozle the casters.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate
He's just
that.
reminding us that he has the option.
Fair enough. And the option is the reason to play Katsu. It's all about the implication, isn't it?
That's right. It's always sunny in California.
Except for on this dark day for Joel Racinos as he stares down what's probably going to be a 6-chain Katsu, 6-link Katsu chain.
Yeah. Yep. Which if that mask goes and grabs,
He pops
there it is. And it looks like he's only blocked with 2 cards, so it's probably not going to be the Tenacity.
Yeah, no, probably not. It could potentially be Dishonor at this point because Dishonor has 2 or less power.
Joel
or
still
2
has
base power.
4 cards in hand. Nicholas is probably thinking, I got to just push the damage. I don't think that the Bonds is, or I'm sorry, I don't think the Dishonor is going to be able to hit.
Yeah, and I think that's a super valid point. It's interesting from a value standpoint for Nick because you're kind of like, I would really think that Joel's going to give me a lot more cards here,
Yeah.
which makes you want to reach for that tenacity, because critically tenacity counts equipment cards on
Yep.
the chain as well.
Equipment are cards. And I think Joel is just leaning into that life lead that he built up earlier on in the game and just saying, look, I know the options you have. I'm going to try to prevent as many options as I can because I can play from parity. You can present damage as long as you're not turning off my hero power, as long as you're not catching me with cards that, you know, once I can't block, that's when Joel is really in trouble, is when he's being threatened with these on-hit triggers that he can't say anything about. But he just says, go ahead, show me
Yeah.
what you got.
It's so difficult on Joel's end of the spectrum, or I'm sorry, on his side of the table.
Yeah.
Because this is just going to be so much damage coming through. Like
Yeah.
this is the Katsu chain that you dream about
Mhm.
when you are thinking about ninja lines. Because not only has he activated Art of War, he's drawn a bunch of extra cards, he's going super wide, but every single card in this chain is going to be red, except for Dishonor,
Yeah.
of course. So he does go ahead and find the Dishonor, deciding that, tenacity, salt the wound, more damage, that's all good. I want to turn off the text on Kasai of the Golden Sands.
Now, it looks like Joel already used his Balance of Justice. It's sitting there upside down. Did he get the block value out of
He
that?
did,
Okay.
because we already have a Blade Runner on
Right.
the,
Okay, good.
on the
Good.
combat
I'm
chain. and he
glad to
always
hear
will
that.
does. Yeah. Yeah, heads up play from
Ah,
Joel.
there is the Dishonor. Coming in for 5. So what I thought was giving it go again.
Oh, so
Just
no, so this has to be on hit. He might
Right.
be indicating that he activated those on the Bonds of Ancestry
okay,
hit.
okay.
That is another critical part
Right.
of the Katsu pop-off turn.
This is such a string that he's putting together. I don't know what his last card is, but he still has the Descendant sitting.
So if you were right, if that card in his hand is a Bonds of Ancestry, he's going to
Oh
be
my
able
gosh.
to Tunic trigger, Descendant Gust Wave, into Bonds, find another probably 0 for 4. In this case, on an Art of War turn, 0 for 5.
And he's forcing 2 cards out. And is he then also blocking with the equipment there for a total of 7?
It looks...
He's saying, I do not want to see you pump this.
Why... That is interesting. I wonder why Joel would do that.
Unless this card blocks 2. Is this
no,
that's-
that card is this
yeah.
round's on me, which does block 3. You are correct in terms of the blocks.
Interesting.
Unless the yeah, that's really interesting.
Taking 4 and then
Gosh.
just
this-
a casual 4 more.
This Bonds
So it
is
was
red, I
Descendant
think?
into
This Bond should be coming in for 5 because Art of War is active.
the.
I
So this
see
is
that.
it looks like I was wrong and that this is a Descendant into a
Oh, is
100
that
wins.
100 wins?
Yep,
That's 100
100
wins.
wins. So just a casual 4 more, threatening to bring Joel down to 12 with 2 cards in hand. Joel's thinking about, where to go from here.
Mhm.
He's got the Blade Runner in hand. He could just, get the counter off boots and keep playing the value game. And that's what he chooses to do, taking 4 more damage, I believe. Hasn't
Yeah,
updated
we'll see
on
about the
screen
life
yet,
totals.
but cleaning it up.
We have seen
What a
some
turn.
really incredible Katsu combat chains this tournament. Again, I really think this deck is a sleeper for Pro Tour. I think it's a lot of people aren't giving it the attention it deserves.
Well, what I heard is that it's got a tough match into Victor, but Victor might be sort of falling off. We only had 1 show up today at the AGE event, and
That's only because you're not playing, though.
well, we could have been 2, but that's still not a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how his Bravo matchup is. You have some insight into that,
I
right?
mean, people say that Bravo's favored, but I haven't lost to a Bravo yet.
Interesting. Okay, so here comes Hot Streak. This is 2. Looks like Joel is giving it go again with Blade Runner. We're going to take 2. That'll give Hot Streak go again. Probably, yeah, we're just going to pay into that. Get a resource for next turn. Oh, now he chooses to activate Kasai
interesting.
because this is a really neat little trick. You
Yeah.
can play an attack reaction, close the chain, activate Kasai.
Now,
If
have we
you
still
have
not
hero.
updated life totals? I'm a little bit confused why we're sitting at 2116. It could be that I made a mistake, or it could be that we missed something
You make a mistake for the first time ever?
in my life.
I don't buy it.
33 years I managed until today.
This really is a Christmas story. Okay, so here comes Centauri Saber for 4. I feel like Nick is not going to be scared of this.
Well, remember, it is making a gold, so he might not be scared of it, but he might be thinking like, and there's the D-React to cover it perfectly. So when you see the Flick Flack in hand, that's an easy decision.
Looks like you were right, as always. Life totals get fixed back to 12.
Excellent.
21 plays 12 in the favor of Nicholas Tag.
We'll continue that perfect streak, asking chat for a heavy dose of amnesia after our last game.
Amnesia's a card.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not one that I've seen in a while or could recite to you, but I really think it's a card.
Thankful for you being here to recite these to me, because my ability to know every card in the game I'm still working on it.
At the beginning of today, I really would have thought Amnesia was more relevant than Boulder Trap, but last game proved that otherwise. So here goes Nicholas Tag. I believe he's going to get to start off with another Surging Strike.
Yep, the
And
red
the
one
red
coming
again.
in for 5.
Absolutely stellar on this Katsu play.
And that's his 3rd one of the game, right?
No, I
that
think
his
the first
second?
one was yellow.
The first one was yellow. Okay.
That was the one that Joel covered up with both a Sync and the Valiant Dynamos
Yeah.
when he was sniffing out that Art of War.
Yeah, so he's playing out his 3-card hand here. 5 go again. You know, not as threatening when the Katsu doesn't have the full grip, but still not something you just want to give him willy-nilly if you can help it.
And furthermore, Joel might be feeling a little bit more secure now because he's gotten through the massive Katsu turn.
Absolutely.
There's one every single game, right? And if you are still alive at the end of it, you're doing a little bit better than you are at the beginning of the game because there's less tension behind these blocks.
Look at this. Take it on the chin, covering it perfectly. 5 damage blocked and creates an agility token on the back end.
And agility tokens are pretty dope for Warrior, are they not?
Yeah, these are so powerful for Kasai because it allows you to just, with 1 card, swing with both of your weapons.
And all of a sudden, your two weapons, your 1 card in hand, kind of becomes like Titan's Fist, right?
Yep.
That 1 card 4 is a really good drug.
And we're really seeing the value now. The Vigor token, the Agility token, 2 cards in hand. Kasai can just kind of like keep chipping. Although this time Nicholas does have an arsenal, so he's got a little more gas in the tank, and he's got a lot of life to work with. So I don't think he cares very much if these swords hit, but you got to think that if he lets them hit too many times, if he can't push that 12 down to a 0 soon enough, he might be sitting in the back seat.
Yeah, it's possible. It doesn't seem like Joel is going to be able to present any on-hits this turn, though, because I believe he banished all of his yellows out of his graveyard on the last turn.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's kind of wishing that he held off a little bit. Yeah, he's going to check real quick.
Yeah, he
Don't think
does
there's
wish
any
he could
yellows.
have made that Kasai ability. He wants to have the gold here. I think it would help smooth things out for him.
So we have a that all you got, and what is that, a run-through in
Yeah,
his hand?
two yellows. So he's thinking about how to be efficient here.
So, and the cool thing about the new Kasai equipment suite is that he has, like, even though this hand is, like, a little lackluster at this point, he has a lot of options. He's created the agility token. He doesn't really need his run through. Perhaps he can save that for next turn and use the that all you got to, like, fix his next turn.
Yeah.
One, either to pay into the Grains of Blood Spill, carry that resource over for the next turn, or into the Brave Forge Bracers and just sneak a little more damage in there.
And he may be considering the value of putting a that all you got in Arsenal might be greater than the go again. Kasai really likes her go again, but being able to surprise a Katsu that thinks he's about to get an on hit and then he doesn't. Plus, you can just draw a card if it's a low attack.
Right, you
know,
are.
Stuffing a Kodachi for free or even a 2-power attack is huge.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Let's see what Joel decides to do here. Right, you are.
There it is.
goes
He
run
pitches
through
the
into
run
fixed
through
zone.
saying, I got enough go again in this deck. I value the D-React more.
So yeah, and we also paid for Grains of Blood Spill, got our Vigor token. Another 2 damage. Nicholas just takes it on the chin.
It's a 1-card 5. That's great. That's fantastic value in a game of Flesh and Blood. If he can keep doing that and keep his life total high. Look, 17 to 12.
Yeah,
Chipping
absolutely.
back. Now, Katsu's got 5 cards. This is no walk in the park from here.
And one of them is a Whelming Gust Wave, one of my all-time most terrified of cards that Katsu has. Furthermore, he has an Ancestral Empowerment, which is the buff for 1, draw a card, and he still has Breaking Scales. Joel is a really good player. He's going to be playing around the buff from breaking scales without question.
Yep.
That being said, if there's an ancestral empowerment on the back end of it, it's just another one of those instances
Yeah.
where Katsu can really punish you.
Well, that's why the D-React is so valuable in the arsenal.
Very, very valid point.
Starting the chain with a Kodachi. Just kind of saying, like, look, man, it's just 1 damage.
Yeah,
No big deal, right?
and good point there, Breezy. I think Joel accidentally cleared away his vigor. Oh, he brought it back. Okay, thank goodness. He had cleared away his vigor from the grains of blood spill, but he brought it back. All's well that ends well. It's Christmas again in Tinseltown. Harmonized Kodachi, 1 go again.
Is he thinking about...
I feel like I would hold on to that.
Yeah,
that all
it's
you
tough.
got
You
for
don't...
a little
yeah,
longer.
yeah. I think the value of preventing... No, he says,
He
look,
goes for it.
free 1 point of value. He's going for the value game.
That's why he's there and I'm here.
Sure.
And still happy to be, mind you.
Yeah.
Another Kodachi.
Take
Joel
1.
takes it right to the chest. Here comes Descendant Gust Wave. This is just going to be 3 go again.
Now, this draws a card at the end of the chain. Is that correct?
I do believe that is correct.
Okay, so he didn't miss anything there for those watching, wondering why he didn't draw that card.
Ooh, here's a fun. That reminds me. Here's a fun bit of Victor trivia for you. What was the first mention of?
Hold on, I'm going to pause that because he just
here we go, here we
ancestral
go.
empowerment. I wonder if Joel is regretting using that defense reaction on the Kodachi because he's taking the same amount of damage here. I mean, yeah, he'll get to draw a card at the end of the chain when he knows that it's only for 1, but
It's a good question. I think whatever is going to happen here, it's all going to hinge on this Katsu ability. What Nicholas is able to find off of it. I see an Art of War, though. Is it possible he doesn't have any 0 costs in his hand to discard a Katsu?
huh.
That would be a bummer.
Well, he's certainly got his best poker face on, acting like, I can if I want. I'm just thinking if I want to.
Nick is cool and prickly as a cucumber.
Yeah.
I swear. Yeah, no, he doesn't give anything away when you're sitting across the table from him.
Hard man to read that one.
Indeed.
Both of them, though. I mean, I don't know if I've seen a single emotion from either of their faces.
Yeah, no, I'm not detecting any. They look great, though.
They look phenomenal.
Everybody wearing their
Handsome,
best.
handsome men. Locked in, focused up.
Nick is still interesting. He continue. Okay, so we've activated Katsu. I thought he was still looking through his graveyard. That's his deck. Looks like he is going to find, I would guess, eeny, meeny, miny, Bonds of Ancestry. But he finds 100 wins instead. Perhaps he has Bonds in
Easy
hand
go
already?
again. Maybe he has bonds already.
Mhm.
It's an interesting choice, though. It kind of makes me feel like maybe he doesn't...
Here it is.
Aha.
So then perhaps he will find another 100 wins
Ah.
and see if he can chain these two
So
together.
he's looking for that back-end value on the second 100 wins, just saying, like, look, this one might not be for 4, but the next one I get will be.
Because at this point in the game, with life totals this low, the numbers are going to do the talking.
Yep.
Perhaps less so the text on Dishonor or something like that. It's all going to be about the numbers.
Oh, and he's found 200 wins. Now, so I'm sorry, he banished one and then searched for the other one. Right,
That's
right,
correct.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is going to be a lot of damage coming through. And I think if I was correct, and that card left in his hand is Art of War, he has no pitch to use
Yeah.
for it. So he's going to do what he did before,
Just
pack
tuck
it in
away.
Arsenal, and get ready for another nasty
So
turn.
he is just spreading all of his damage out so that he can get consistent big turn after turn after turn, doing it so well, stringing these combos together like a true ninja.
And the quintessential part of every turn that every ninja player loves, the point at which you have to drag all of your cards over to the left
Yep.
to make room for a bigger combat chain.
Like an old typewriter, just cha-ching,
yeah, exactly.
going on to the next line.
And so here is 7 more points of damage. And Joel getting stripped clean of all of his
Dropping
cards.
the Blade Flurry, saying 3 block is worth more than 4 attack in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. So Joel, it's not all over for Joel. He does have 1 free sword swing on the next turn. Was that a glint?
It
in his
was. I
hand?
wonder if he's wishful thinking he could give go again and draw a card or something like that, or maybe he just wants to arsenal that. But yeah, here we are, the life totals much bigger gap
Yeah,
than at the start of this turn. 12 to 17 felt a lot better than 6, and Joel probably just sent. Oh wait, he drew the extra card from the. So he's keeping the glint. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if he's planning on playing it or if he just wants
Yeah.
it for pitch.
You think the Blade Flurry would have been a better keep?
I'm thinking. I mean, he didn't know that he has go again, right?
Yeah.
So if he keeps the Blade Flurry and he's on 3, like that's a bad situation,
Yeah.
and then you can't really play the Blade Flurry if you don't have go again. So
Looks like it's a Blood on Her Hands is the other
Oh,
card in his hand.
okay, he has gotten no copper this game. That
we
is
have
a
seen-
useless card.
We've seen no Outland Skirmishes or Spoils of War turns.
And
this
you got to
game.
think, okay, he just, spends the card, gives the go again. And
And he says, this card is doing nothing in my hand. I'm just going to pitch it to
yeah,
Grains
pitch,
and a
Grains,
Saber.
and Saber.
So Kasai is still out here.
And he gets the gold as well. So like silver, gold lining.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Definitely a faux gold lining
Mhm.
in this case.
Feels more like a bronze lining to me. Not the best position
Yeah,
to be in. 13 to 6. Katsu with a 5-card hand.
And
An
I'm
Art
j-
of War.
Art of War and Arsenal, and I'm just noticing Art of War in hand as well.
Ooh.
This is going to be a double Art of War.
This is just brutal. Joel staring down this double-barreled Art of War turn.
Yeah, at 6 life, that's nothing to sneeze at,
He's
unless
in
you're
trouble.
allergic. Here comes Nicholas, thinking about all of the different ways he could end Joel's run right now. That being said, I think Joel might be locked for top 8 if he is. I think both of these
Yeah.
players might be.
Well, that's
if I'm not
fantastic.
mistaken, and if I understand
Maybe
the
that
brackets.
they're looking calm because they know they got it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. This is a game for fun, and every game is for fun. But in this case, being locked in for top 8 really takes a lot of pressure off of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are always the games I seem to win. Of course, is where there are no stakes to it
No
whatsoever.
stakes game. Well, it's all about the mental sometimes when
True.
it comes to games like this, and having that nice mental is a boon.
So here's Art of War number 1. We banished a Be Like Water. We drew 2 cards. And Nick goes, I had 5 cards before. Now I have 5 cards in hand. Oh, wait, he used Tunic Trigger. Now I have.
Oh,
Oh, my gosh. He
wishing
is-
we had that balance of justice.
He has got a lot of decision points here, I'm sure.
Yeah, just trying to be efficient here, trying to make sure that when he lays it down for good.
Yeah, absolutely. He lays Joel into his casket.
Yeah, he's
safely
really
and
looking to end the
soundly.
game here. And just thinking about the most effective way to do that. Break points, surprises, It's kind of interesting to see leading with the Art of War. I wonder if that tips Joel off about the second one.
Joel has been uniquely able to kind of sniff out when these pumps and breakpoints are going to come in, save for, of course, the ancestral empowerment on that last big
Sure.
turn. But I don't know. Joel is just a rock solid player. He can really sniff out when these power turns are coming.
Blocking 3.
I'm not sure if it's going to matter though.
Is this a Be Like Water or a yellow?
That was a
what is-
descendant
a
gust.
yellow
wave.
descending gust wave.
Yeah.
Okay, so coming in for 3. Right, of course. If it was a Be Like Water, it would be coming in for 4.
Yeah. So if we we're gonna kind of get clued into what Nick is thinking, and how critical that Katsu ability is going to be on this turn. Basically, whether or not he snaps that Art of War to get the 1 break point in and fix his hand. He goes for it.
Yep. He wants to hit here. He wants to get that Katsu trigger.
He banishes a Bonds of Ancestry. That's really
Interesting.
interesting.
So he must have kept one, or he just.
Quite possibly, yeah. I
Huh.
can't think of many other reasons to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because he had to find a 0 cost
Oh, okay.
to discard to Katsu. I see a Dishonor in hand, so he found the 0 cost.
Yep.
Still thinking about it though. One of the points of skill expression in these Katsu decks is really knowing what is in your graveyard, what is in your banish, like
Yeah.
how much gas is left, because it's like it's kind of like Azalea and Knock the Death Whistle and Codex and stuff. It's like you never want to be in a situation where you fail to search or
Absolutely.
fail to find. I'm sorry.
And,
where
and you
search
can
fail to
see
find.
him constantly checking that graveyard,
Mhm.
constantly checking the banish. He knows that he needs to keep that information fresh in his mind.
Absolutely. So he goes ahead and discards the Dishonor. Perhaps that was that fabled 0 cost that he needed to find. Curious to see what he's going to get. I would think it'll be a Bonds. I think we have one more red one left in the deck.
He's checking his hand to make sure it's not in there.
Yeah. Man, Nick is so on top of it.
Yep.
And he still has that breaking scales piece
Mm.
at his disposal.
Saving it, taunting Joel with it, saying,
Mhm.
every single one of these combo cards, I could, if I wanted to, pump it up.
So here he goes with the 100 wins again. Finding only a yellow one because we've used our red ones. Yellow Bonds of Ancestry, which is probably explaining to us why he banished one
Yeah.
previously.
So he must be out of reds then
Mhm.
in his deck.
So perhaps this is just going to be 100 wins, 100 wins, 100 wins, 100 wins. Perhaps up to 100 times.
Wow. That many wins. Now, didn't he played them all, so they're all in his graveyard, which is what allows him to grab them. Man, the recursion that you get.
Yes, Katsu is the recursivist specialist in this game. Actually, that's not true. That's probably Chain. Chain's probably the recursivist.
Yes, but he's also no longer with us, unfortunately, in this format.
Oh, did he die?
Chain?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
He's a legend. A
A li-
living
Oh!
legend.
That was my mistake. I thought he was a dead legend.
No, that is a mistake.
Okay, so we find Flusterfist, and we find 100 wins. Flusterfist is not going to have its combo turned on because I believe it is turned on by Open the Center. It's been a while since I've looked at Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, no, they
cards.
the Flusterfist in this list is just played because it's the only combo that blocks for 3 and comes in for 4. It's
Yep.
just the highest vanilla you can do.
And is 0 cost, so it turns on things like Kadachi and also is discardable to Katsu.
Yep. And here we are throwing all the equipment in front, blocking out 5, giving up the Grains of Blood spill.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunate because Joel definitely seems to. Oh, hello, Spinning Wheel Kick.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good card to have here. It has natural go again.
6
He's gonna
coming
get
in.
double buffed.
There's the rest of the hand, and he's got 2 more cards showing 100 wins for 4 and the fist bump for lethal.
Yeah, that's gonna be 10 points
Woo!
I'm sorry, 6
Wow.
points of overkill right there. Those
Turn
were
after turn. That Katsu was slamming.
yeah, absolutely. That was those were probably some of the most explosive Katsu, well, consistent and explosive Katsu turns
That
we've
was
seen today.
very well piloted.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, like always, a little bit of luck on the side of drawing, but I am so impressed with his ability to look at an Art of War and say, I'll save you for later.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of discipline.
Yeah.
In that. And I'm sure a lot of reps that have
Sure.
gone into
And
that.
He ended the game with his breaking skills. Didn't even use it.
Yeah, who needs it, right? I'll just kill you
Yeah.
the easy way.
You just use it for a last resort. He had at least 2 more resorts before he needed to use those.
Yeah, 100%. Another fantastic game here at the AGE in March. We don't go anywhere because we've got an interview with Nicholas Tog on Katsu in just a moment. back, ladies and gentlemen, with the winner of our last match, Nicholas Tag. Is it Tag? Tag?
Tag. Yeah.
Tag. Nicholas Tag on Katsu the Wanderer. Those were some insane turns. Walk me through how you were feeling when you saw the double Art of War.
I wasn't planning on double Art of War, but I knew there was a chance because I only had about 20 cards left in the deck. I needed anything that I could pitch to Katsu trigger. I knew that I could get to lethal that turn if I could force him to block a bunch of Gogans, even if they were little. The second Art of War did help a lot, though, because it made the only thing I could tutor, which was at yellow, be 0-4, so he couldn't just block it out.
That's amazing. Yeah, you ended up getting, I think it was 6 overkill value.
Yeah.
It was a fearsome couple turns on Katsu.
Yes, and I got lucky early. I kept seeing the combo, obviously.
Yeah.
Got very lucky. I was iffy on popping the mask when I did pop it. I almost got tenacity, but I felt like he wasn't going to block if I got tenacity, so I got dishonor to force him to block just so I could keep tempo the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that was really smart because we saw you reaching for that mask really early in that turn too, and we were kind of like, yeah, that's really smart because a lot of times Katsus can get, kind of blocked out after that point when you kind of detect that they want to go for it.
Yeah.
But you played it cool. You found it on the bonds, and yeah, went for the dishonor line. That was really, really smart. Figuring that Joel wasn't going to block because we both definitely thought he was going to.
Yeah. Well, I figured if he saw the tenacity, he wouldn't block.
Yeah.
So
100%.
And I am still kind of newer, so I'm still learning. I've only been in the game like 3 or 4 months now. So.
Yeah, I think the last time you and I played together, you were on Dromai, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yeah, I started Dromai when I first started because I was borrowing a Dromai deck from somebody. I really hate the Dromai mirror.
Yeah.
And I hate being held hostage by Guardian for 45 minutes.
Yep.
On Dromai. So I pivoted to Kano. I've been playing a lot of Kano. Recently was trying out Katsu. I've only been playing Katsu like 2 weeks, but I love it.
Wow, awesome. And so what drew you to the hero and what is keeping you faithful to him?
He's a physical version of Kano.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what it feels like.
That's interesting, yeah. So, I mean, in terms of like figuring out the math of the combo lines and that kind of thing?
Yeah. Just trying to present a big turn and then put pressure on your opponent the rest of the game.
And he also helps you get lunch early too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
that's a big one.
I definitely feel you on the like mental fatigue is a real consideration for what deck you bring.
Yeah.
Are you going to the Pro Tour?
I am. I'm a calling pleb though, obviously.
Okay.
So
Nothing wrong with that.
I'll be in the calling, but I will most likely be playing Katsu.
Cool. And how do you feel about his current position in the meta? Because here in the booth, we've been kind of calling him a sleeper deck a little bit. Like he doesn't have a whole lot of popularity, but clearly he can dish out some serious damage to the top meta decks.
So I don't think he has very many, if any, bad matchups. And the reason I think that is because he can high roll any deck in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Bravo is a little bit iffy. A lot of people think that he's bad into Victor, but I've done quite well, especially with double tenacity. I think he can, except for Fatigue, which I think Fatigue's being pushed out by other decks like Kano and Dromai right now. I think he feels very good. I don't think he has a very bad matchup.
Yeah, awesome. And so what do you think accounts for the fact that he hasn't had like the most amount of popularity of late?
I'm not sure on that.
Yeah.
I think he's strong. Maybe because Phi was pretty popular, and once Phi dipped, people just didn't gravitate to Katsu.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the RTN wins, I mean, he had it. He's what, like top 5?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
So maybe we should expect a lot of him at Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. That was an incredible game, and I mean, you're definitely locked for talk.
Yeah,
top
I'm
eight at this
5-1. I should be locked for top.
Yeah, can't wait to see what you bring
Thank
to the
you.
table there.
Hopefully I keep high rolling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
We will be back after a short break, after a long break, after a dinner break, in fact. We're going to do top 8 standings first, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be back in a short break, and we will reveal our top 8. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere. gentlemen, welcome back to the March AGE Open Series. We've got some news for you. What is that news, Michael?
We've got top 8 selected.
Let's go check out what our top 8 is. In the number 1 seed, we have Gabriel Montez on Dromai the Ash Artist. He is going to go up against Richard Trung on Dorinthia Ironsong. I think that's more of a traditional build on Dorinthia Ironsong, as opposed to I'm gonna stray away from Katsu and Riptide for a second to talk about Charles Dunn.
Yeah, he's coming in with the Fatigue Dorinthia, bringing the axe, the great axe.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
doing great on that. You know, he's known for his fatigue play, usually on Bravo, but today he's showing up with Dorinthia and showing that he can fatigue you on more than just one hero.
So that's incredibly exciting. One, to have 2 Dorinthias in top 8.
Yep.
And then to have 2 completely different flavors of Dorinthia. So let's go back. We've also got Nicholas Tag, who we just saw in our last feature match, going up against Talon Stradley on Riptide.
Yeah,
who
the
took
match
down-
before that.
Exactly.
This looks really exciting. And first of all, Riptide in top 8, that's amazing.
Let's
We haven't seen
go.
that in a while.
Yeah, 100%, or ever.
Or
perhaps.
ever.
So yeah, we're looking forward to that. Down at the bottom here, we've got your friend, my friend and colleague John Zapata, still on Azalea, and Moises Lopez, who is a local that has been on a tear lately. He's been
Absolutely.
top 8ing our
Just showing
our
us how
translating left.
KO is supposed to
Yeah.
be played. And of course, we don't want to skip over Ethan Van Sant, flying in all the way from the East Coast, repping Levia, like always, making it to top 8.
And unfortunately, to get much further, he's going to have to team kill his fellow teammate Charles Dunn.
Yeah, Team
from
Runaways, Charles
Yeah.
Dunn and Ethan Van Sant, they like to practice together, help each other. So they probably know their deck lists better than anyone else at this tournament.
I would imagine so. So we're having a little bit of a debate here at the production desk. Should we go with the Katsu versus Riptide game or the team kill Charles Dunn versus Ethan Van Sant? We want to know from you, chat. Poll coming at you. Let your voices heard, and we will make it happen.
Yeah, so we're going to open up another stream. We're taking a break, starting the top 8 stream, but go ahead and head over there as soon as you can so that you can vote on this poll. We want to see what you think. Would you rather see Riptide versus Katsu or Ethan Van Sant versus Charles Dunn, Team Runaways, knocking each other out, moving on to the semifinals?
At AGE, the people decide. We want to hear from you. That and more after this dinner break.